I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet actors Lea Salonga and Amanda Seyfried, two stars who are about to discover that their ancestors led far more dramatic lives than they'd ever imagined.
Missing in action? Whoa, that's a mystery. Oh my God, what?
Your third great grandfather was murdered.
What?
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years, while DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations. And we've compiled everything into a book of life.
So heavy. That's amazing.
A record of all of our discoveries.
Oh, no way. No way.
And a window into the hidden past.
That's nuts. I didn't even know this existed. Oh my God. I mean, you can read it, but it's hard. But it's beautiful. Wow. We didn't know anything about anything like this. Makes me feel whole. Makes me feel me.
Amanda and Lea have been entertaining the world for decades, crafting an array of unforgettable roles. In this episode, they're going to meet characters every bit as dramatic as the ones they've played. Except these characters aren't fictional. And all along, they've been hiding in the branches of their family trees. Amanda Seyfried is a human dynamo. The actor, model, and singer has shown incredible range, moving seamlessly across genres, from comedy to horror, musical theater to prestige drama. Along the way, she's earned an Emmy Award, an Oscar nomination, and countless accolades. In 2022, Time magazine even named her one of the world's 100 most influential people. But to hear Amanda tell it, she's simply pursuing a passion that was nurtured in her childhood home.
I was dressing up as a kid all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All I did was dress up. I mean, that's what kids do. But I took it very seriously. And I loved playing characters.
Were you entertaining your family?
Yeah, I was like putting on plays. I remember putting on this one play that was just black and white. So everything that was black and white in the house, I would bring over and put it on the set. And I would make my family watch me do nothing with these things. Like move around. I see my daughter doing it.
Amanda's ambitions initially seemed misplaced. She was born in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where her parents both worked in a hospital. Show business was a truly distant dream. But Amanda was determined. She took acting classes as a child, got an agent by the time she was 15, and began traveling to and from New York City for auditions, a journey of almost 100 miles. And she didn't mind that at first, nothing worked out.
I felt like I had found something I really loved, and I wasn't good at it because I was so scared, and you can't really do anything very well if you're scared because there are too many things inhibiting you. And I tried anyway. I kept trying. I kept auditioning because now I had this path with these agents to these auditions, and they would send me on them, and I felt like, why not? And I'd get out of school, take the Beaver bus to the city with my mom, and I would audition, and they wouldn't go great, but at least I was fully invested in something creative and outside of school.
Amanda's persistence paid off. After brief stints on a pair of soap operas, she landed a lead in the cult classic Mean Girls. The film became an enormous hit, thanks in no small part to Amanda, and launched a career that shows no signs of slowing down. But for all she's accomplished, Amanda has never lost sight of her roots and credits her success to the forces that have shaped her from the start.
I think I have a really good, healthy attitude. I think it was built in me by my parents. I didn't expect anything. And I felt like anything good that happened was just, I was so grateful for it. And I also worked so hard. I really, really wanted the jobs that I wanted when I wanted them. And I wouldn't take no for an answer in the sweetest way.
Right.
You don't want to see me for this anymore? I'm going to be back, and it's going to be quick. It'll be painless for you.
Now, being grateful, pinching yourself. You know, I can't believe my life. That's, I share that.
Good.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
It is a good thing.
My second guest is Broadway superstar Lea Salonga, famed for her pitch-perfect voice and groundbreaking performances in Miss Saigon and Les Miserables. Much like Amanda Seyfried, Lea stepped into the limelight at an early age, with more than a little help from her parents. Growing up in the Philippines, she began singing at family parties, and her mother soon sensed an opportunity.
My mother had this brilliant idea. Let's put out recordings. And so she established a recording company. It was my dad's initials, called FGS and Associates, was what she named it. And put out a single, 2 songs, Someone's Waiting for You. Rainbow Connection was the B-side. And then she, in her station wagon, she put the records in the back, and she would go to the music stores in the city of Manila that would sell musical instruments and records. And then it got to a point where she would start getting calls from the stores to refill.
Oh, man.
They would be reordering because...
Mom would say, that's what I'm talking about.
Exactly, because what she was finding, what the music store owners were telling her, they were saying, moms are buying this for their children because there's no recordings for kids.
Hallmark of an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Lea quickly became one of the most successful child performers in the Philippines, leading to the watershed moment in her life. In 1989, when she was just 17, the producers of Miss Saigon offered her the starring role in their show's London debut as a brothel worker. And suddenly, Lea had to make a very difficult choice.
I was really concerned with how conservative audiences in the Philippines were going to take it. Because my career up in that point was just very wholesome. And I was a child entertainer, performer.
Right.
So
You were about to turn the page.
I was about to turn the page in a really big
way.
Because back home, actors, and especially actresses, you were either really wholesome or really not. There was no gray area.
Were you afraid that there would be no coming back?
I would be like,
Right.
like, am I going to be like what they called a bold star? Am I going to be like branded as that?
A bold star.
A bold star. That's what they were called. And then I realized in the West, the gray area was where a lot of actors resided.
Ultimately, Lea decided to take the role and has never looked back. Miss Saigon would move from London to New York, where it became a phenomenon, winning Lea a Tony for Best Actress in a Musical, the first woman of Asian descent ever to win that award. Since then, Lea has sold more than 19 million records and developed a worldwide following. But she's never lost her perspective or a sense of gratitude for just how far she's come.
When you win a Tony, it's really not just the actor that wins it. It's everyone that helped to shape that performance. So I really share that award with my mom and my dad and my brother and all of my friends who said, go, go, go. And, you know, and achievements are wonderful. And I can be proud of all of that. But I think maintaining a sense of humor in a business that can be fickle and cruel and heartbreaking, that's an achievement.
That's key to
Yeah,
sanity.
exactly.
Leah and Amanda know themselves well. They both realize their childhood dreams, and they have the confidence that flows from that success. But when we turn to their roots, that confidence wavered. Each told me that they had questions about entire branches of their family trees. It was time to provide them with some answers. I started with Amanda. Her mother's relatives know a great deal about their roots, but her father's family tree was a blank slate. We built it out, going back 4 generations to a man named John Peter Ebert. John was born in Germany in 1844. As a young boy, he immigrated to the United States and found work as an apprentice baker in Allentown, Pennsylvania, just miles from where Amanda herself grew up. The job would have involved a great deal of manual labor, and John may well have wondered why he'd left his homeland behind. But in the 1880 census for Allentown, we saw that he eventually came to thrive in America.
John Peter Ebert, head of household, 35, occupation baker. Amanda, 32, wife, occupation keeping house. Lizzie, 8, a daughter. Harvey, 6, a son. Gertie, 4, a daughter. And Frank, 1 son. Wow, this is crazy.
In 20 years, John worked his way up from nothing. He's now a professional baker. He's married to Amanda, your namesake, and he's living with his family. What's it like to see that? Your ancestors lived the American dream.
Yeah, he did it. Like, he found a nice woman, hopefully, and had 4 kids, which is what they did back then. Kept having kids. I mean, he's created his own kingdom.
Looking closer, we realize that John created his kingdom out of nothing. After his apprenticeship, he worked as a baker at what was known as the Lehigh County Poorhouse, a public home for the impoverished. From there, somehow, he went on to run a successful business of his own, becoming a prominent citizen along the way. But tragically, John's prosperity didn't last.
Would you please read the transcribed
Oh my
section?
God, what?
Oh my God. John P. Ebert, the well-known retired baker, was shot 3 times by an unknown assailant on the back step of his home at Washington and Lombard Streets. It took Mr. Ebert only about 3 minutes to extinguish his lights and lock up shop. He had just reached the back door, and his hand was probably on the doorknob when from between the outhouse and the grape arbor, which screens it, stepped a man who fired 3 shots at him point blank. Oh my God, that's so sad.
Your 3rd great grandfather was murdered.
Oh my God.
Have you ever heard this story before?
Nope. No. Definitely no. Poor Amanda and those kids.
What's it like to read this?
It's weird. I don't know him, but yet he's family. And I'm just like, how dare they? Like, find justice.
In the wake of the murder, it seems that the police did in fact make every effort to find John's killer. But ironically, this would have devastating effects on his family, as the investigation soon revealed that John had fathered an illegitimate son named Herbert. And Herbert became a prime suspect, much to the embarrassment of John's wife.
The coroner put the question to Mrs. Ebert, as to what was the reason that her husband had left the poorhouse as baker some 25 years ago. She burst into tears and said she could not say it. What that exact story was is not given out. It is, however, alleged that some 25 years ago, when Mr. Ebert was baker at the poorhouse, there was a certain woman, and there was an infatuation, and a son was born. The matter grew into a scandal at that time, which led to his being relieved from the position and his return to this city. Wow.
Amanda had to talk about her husband's affair and see it in the newspaper. Can you imagine? What that would be like now, let alone what that was like in
And a local
1905?
newspaper, it's so much worse. Can't go anywhere.
What do you think that must have been like for her?
Ugh,
I mean,
awful.
to lose your husband.
And then to have his name dragged through the mud.
Yeah.
What happened to Herbert?
Please
Jail?
please turn the page.
Oh.
This is a newspaper article
Oh, wow.
published March 2nd, 1905.
No.
Would you please read the transcribed section?
Herbert Ebert proves a complete alibi. The theory that Herbert Ebert knew something about the tragedy fell flat. When he first heard of the murder, he did not know the victim was his father. He was under the impression his father was Peter Ebert, and he saw him but once when he was 6 years old at the Allentown Fair. Been there a few times. Mr. Ebert first learned the identity of his father as the murdered man by seeing in the newspapers that suspicion was directed towards him. Wow, okay. So he didn't do it.
So he didn't do it. Herbert had nothing at all to do with the murder. He didn't even know the guy was his father.
Oh my God.
So he had to go through that shock of recognition and then be accused of murdering the guy he didn't know was his father.
Soap opera. Oh, these poor people.
Though Herbert was cleared, his mother, a woman named Mary Wirtz, suddenly saw the most private details of her life exposed to the public. Newspapers described how Mary had arrived in the poorhouse when she was just 12 years old and given birth to Herbert at 15.
We're not sure how she ended up there, but she appears to have been by herself. And perhaps she was an orphan. We just don't know. But 3 years later, she has an affair with your third great grandfather, who's the baker there, becomes pregnant, and has a baby.
My God.
Later, after putting the baby up for adoption, she went on to marry, and she kept her son's parentage a secret until John's murder. What do you think that was like for her?
She must have been sick.
I mean, there are two women who are now forced to confess secrets from the past.
It's so twisted.
Mm.
To harbor that and have it know you have this kid out in the world. Horrible. Hard.
And every day, 24/7, you're not telling the man who loves you.
Yeah. It's just gotta feel like a knife in the stomach
Oh.
being twisted every day.
Horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what this tells us about the world these people lived in. This is a little less than 150 years ago, in your own hometown. But it seems like it's another planet, right?
Yeah.
And a brutal one.
Absolutely.
There is a final beat to this story. It turns out that John Ebert's murderer had nothing at all to do with his complicated family. Instead, John was shot by a troubled neighbor in a botched robbery attempt, leaving Amanda to wrestle with the meaning of his story.
So let's think about John's life again. He came to America as a boy. He learned a trade, had success in business, and was a pillar of his community. And yet, he had a secret.
Yep.
What do you make of him now?
He's a human.
Mm-hmm.
He made a mistake. He put some lives in turmoil. And he had to make choices. He had a lot of kids.
Mm-hmm.
And a business, and he wanted to keep his life. And he made choices that ensured that his life would be saved. And selfish as that is, he was also protecting his kids. So I can turn that story around.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to be shot.
Mm-mm. Nobody deserved that.
Yeah.
We now set out to see what we could learn about John Ebert's deeper roots, and got very lucky. In the 1860 census for Pennsylvania, we saw that John was born in Württemberg, a state in southern Germany. This proved to be a goldmine for our researchers, allowing us to trace his family back 7 more generations.
This is great. So long.
Would you please read the name and relationship at the very top?
Simon Ebert, 10th great-grandfather.
Your 10th great-grandfather.
So when was, oh my God, he was 1600s.
He was born 1595.
Wow. They're all Eberts.
It is a straight line through the paper trail. You're one of the few people who can actually trace a branch of your family back to the 16th century. Shakespeare's writing plays
God.
over in England.
Oh my God.
In Shakespeare's day, Amanda's ancestors were living in a small town called Grein, which is roughly 1.5 miles from Darsburg, the town where John Ebert the baker would be born 2 centuries later.
Wow.
What's it like to know that you have deep roots in this one place?
It makes me feel very grounded.
Mm-hmm.
A part of something, I guess.
Please turn the page.
This is amazing.
Amanda,
Oh,
this record is the
cool.
oldest primary document we obtained on your entire family tree. Would you please read what we've translated
God.
for you?
Simon Ebert, this is insane. Simon Ebert, legitimate son of Hans Ebert of Grein.
Mm-hmm.
Katerina,
Katerina, yeah.
legitimate daughter of Ulrich Munch.
Ulrich Monk.
Ulrich Monk of Darsburg.
Uh-huh.
Were blessed on May 19th, 1618.
You know what that is?
A marriage certificate?
Yeah, that is
Wow.
your 10th great-grandfather's marriage record from the year 1618. It's over 400 years
How
ago.
did you find this?
Isn't
Oh
that?
my God. I mean, you can read it, but it's hard. But it's beautiful.
We now traced Amanda's father's roots back almost 5 centuries in and around these 2 small towns in Germany. And that's as far as the paper trail could take us. But her family likely lived in this area much longer. Indeed, there are settlements near Grein that date to Roman times. And Amanda's ancestors may very well have lived within them, a notion that drew Amanda's thoughts back to her father.
This makes him wide open to me. It just spreads him out. Like picturing him right now, I feel like he's just he's like just grown 8 feet tall. And I think he's going to be really proud and really interested in hearing everything that I've just learned. But I also feel like it's his story too.
Definitely.
And it's my grandmother's story, and it's like her parents' story, and and it goes on and on and on. It's just like, so I feel like I'm giving them a gift to having received all this information.
Mm-hmm.
And with this incredible research, I feel like I have something to offer them. Which is, I mean, I know I have my love to offer, but I also feel like we were so enmeshed in all those family trees on my mom's side that it was fascinating what they found, but there was really nothing. It was a big gaping hole.
Mm-hmm.
And to know that my grandmother is 2 generations closer to Simon and Hans
Right.
is just, I don't know, they're kind of glowing in my mind right now.
Like Amanda, Leia Salonga was about to gain a new appreciation of her father's roots. The journey began with Leia's father himself, a man named Feliciano Salonga. Leia remembers Feliciano as a complex character. She's heard that he was mischievous and playful out in the world, but at home, he was often emotionally distant. To understand him better, we focused on his career. Feliciano spent decades in the shipping industry, beginning as a young man when he left the Philippines to study at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. Leia knew that her father was intensely proud of his work. But we discovered that he didn't always take it so seriously.
Name: Feliciano Salonga, age 19. Above, missed the ship at Honolulu.
You didn't know this?
No!
Your father missed the boat to the Merchant Marine Academy.
Okay.
He never told you this story?
No, I
how
can
did-
only guess what he might have been up to. I have a feeling he was engaged in some sort of shenanigans. But he ended up, I'm sure, charming his way onto another boat.
Well, let's see what happened. Would you please turn the page? Leia, this is
There he is.
this is a newspaper article published in the Honolulu Advertiser 11 days after your father missed his ship. Would you please read the transcribed section?
Okay. Cadet missed the boat. I love it. Feliciano G. Salonga Jr., commander, quote unquote, of 19 other young Filipinos, learned that when a ship is scheduled to sail at a certain hour, she sails. Young Salonga learned that lesson the hard way by missing the American President liner General M.C. Meigs when she left Honolulu at 6 p.m. Salonga left the ship to visit a cousin.
A cousin.
I'm going to put a cousin. We were having such a good time that I guess I was a little late in starting back to the ship.
Having a good time with the families. That
As
sound
I
like your
said,
dad.
shenanigans. I wasn't wrong.
No, you weren't wrong. And he never told you this story. Nobody ever
No.
told you this story.
Nobody told me the story. All I know is about the days at the academy.
Feliciano's silence regarding this matter may have been due to his pride, but it may also have flowed out of respect for his father, a man who shared his name and who had been a sailor himself. Leia's grandfather, Feliciano P. Salonga, was born in 1894 in a rural corner of the Philippines, and it seems that he was not inclined to stay there. At the time, the Philippines were an American protectorate, which meant that Filipino citizens could join the U.S. Armed Services. And that's what Feliciano did. In 1919, he enlisted in the Navy and was assigned to a ship called the USS Vestal on active duty in the Pacific Ocean.
It was a repair ship, meaning it was designed to provide maintenance support to combat ships.
Right.
And you could see a photo of the actual vessel on your left.
Okay. Wow.
What's it like to see that?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a part of history, but at the same time, it's like my grandfather worked on that ship.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Can you imagine working and living on that ship for months at a time?
Oof. Oof.
Could you have handled that?
No.
No, me either.
I'm claustrophobic.
If Feliciano was claustrophobic, he didn't show it. On the Vestal, he worked in the boiler room, far below deck, in the sweltering heat of a coal-burning fire. And while his ship's log is filled with names of sailors who were disciplined for violating rules, Feliciano's name is never mentioned. He seems to have done his job admirably, despite the grueling conditions.
Oh, the heat.
Hot and dirty.
Yeah. I mean, the Philippines can be hot and dirty, but that's a whole different kind of hot and dirty.
What does it tell you about your grandfather that he was able to do that job and do it well?
And not get in trouble.
Yeah.
And be a model sailor.
And that he was willing to do it, that this was an opportunity for him.
Yeah, I think that's what he saw. He didn't see it as drudge work. He saw it as a way to better his own life.
Feliciano was able to build a better life for himself in the Navy. He received promotions and started a family. But the stability created would prove to be an illusion. In 1939, World War II broke out and spread across the Pacific. By the time it came to the Philippines, Feliciano was 47 years old and had just been transferred back home to Manila.
Wow.
And you notice the transfer date on that record.
August 19th.
It's less than 4 months before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, December 7th.
Did you hear any stories about this?
No.
No. Well, you know what happened to the Philippines during the war.
Yeah. Pretty much a nightmarish existence for a lot of people.
Just hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese invaded the Philippines and overwhelmed its defenders. Innocent civilians were suddenly subjected to torture, rape, and pillage. Within weeks, Filipinos in the Navy were released from duty and told to try to save themselves. By May of 1942, Feliciano was on his own, and the Japanese had taken complete control of his homeland. Massacres became commonplace, sometimes of entire villages, and anyone associated with the U.S. military was in grave danger.
The war killed approximately 1 million civilians on the islands.
Yep, I don't doubt that.
Do you know what your grandfather did after his release?
No. My relatives never said anything.
Let's see.
Yeah, my father never said anything.
Leah, this is from another part of your grandfather's Navy personnel file. Would
Okay.
you please read the transcribed section?
All right. Name, Feliciano P. Salonga. Missing in action from May 6, 1942 to March 4, 1945. Whoa, that's a mystery.
We don't know what happened to Feliciano during these years. We only know that somehow he survived. According to scholars, this means that he likely either went into hiding or else managed to convince the Japanese that he wasn't part of the U.S. Navy. It must have been terrifying, not just for Feliciano, but for his entire family.
How do you think this affected your father? He was
Ooh.
12 years old
Yeah.
when the Japanese invaded.
Yeah, and that's a very delicate time for anybody. It might be a contributing factor to why he was not necessarily a very emotional, at least overtly emotional person. Because he was the oldest son, so there might have been an expectation for him that he might have to have been like the man of the house, and that carries a responsibility. Yeah, so there might have been that. This is what I have to do. This is what I need to do because this is my family. And it may have also given him a sense of life is short. I'd better take advantage of what it has to offer.
We'd already explored Amanda Seyfried's father's ancestry, telling the story of John Ebert, the baker who met a violent end. Now, turning to Amanda's mother's roots, we encountered an ancestor who endured a very different kind of violence. The story concerns Amanda's third great-grandfather, a man named Peter Friesel. We found Peter in the 1860 census for Pennsylvania, living with his wife Lydia and their infant daughter, not knowing that his life was about to change radically.
Just over 7 months after the census was taken, on April 12, 1861, shots were fired at Fort Sumter, South Carolina.
Right.
And that sparked the American Civil
Right.
War, as you know.
I thought you were going to say shots fired at Peter Friesel. It's like, not again.
Well, Peter was a young father,
Wow.
struggling to get ahead. Let's see what happened to him during the war. Would you please turn the page?
And Lydia's a name that kept getting passed down.
Oh, yeah? Now you know
Wow.
where it's from.
Wow.
This is a record from the National Archives in Washington, D.C.
Wow, he fought.
Yeah. Could you please read the transcribed section?
Volunteer enlistment. I, Peter Friesel, aged 28 years old, have volunteered this 27th day of August 1864 to serve as a soldier in the Army of the United States of America for the period of 1 year. I solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America and that I will serve them honestly and faithfully against all their enemies or opposers whomsoever. Signed, Peter Friesel.
And you never heard anything at all about
No.
this. Peter volunteered to fight for the Union to end slavery. How does that make you feel to do
Right, good, very nice.
that? Okay, right side.
Yeah, that's right.
Peter enlisted at the height of the war and was assigned to a newly formed artillery regiment. But while he likely trained to fire a cannon, he ended up with a job that was more closely aligned with Amanda's interests.
Peter Friesel, musician, Company F, 6th Regiment, Pennsylvania Heavy Artillery.
Peter served as a musician.
What? What did he play? Like, that's so interesting.
He played the fife. You know those war movies? The
Yes.
guy, that was your ancestor.
What?
Yeah.
That's a really beautiful picture.
The fife is a very traditional military instrument, prized for its high pitch, which can carry over the sound of battle. By the time of the Civil War, however, as combat was becoming louder and louder, the fife had largely been relegated to marches. So Peter almost certainly carried a weapon along with his instrument, and he may well have had to use it in order to survive.
Oh my God.
These are photos of what's known as the Siege of Petersburg, Virginia. It was some of the most brutal fighting of the entire Civil War.
Yeah.
Essentially, they reduced Petersburg to ruins, and the battle devolved into trench warfare. It lasted 10 months.
Oh my God.
The front would eventually stretch almost 40 miles and claim roughly 70,000 casualties. Peter's regiment was assigned to protect supply lines, but that doesn't mean that they were out of danger. Please turn the page.
Oof.
Could you please read the transcribed section?
A party of guerrillas reported to belong to Kinchilo's gang also committed similar outrages yesterday between Akko Tank and Burke's Station. The active measures now being taken will prevent any similar outrages on the road.
Your third great-grandfather's regiment was attacked by Confederate guerrillas. And at the time, his regiment was stationed along supply lines near Washington, D.C., which was a prime target for Confederate raiders.
That's some heavy stuff.
What does that mean to you, learning that you had an ancestor who actually risked his life
Yeah,
for the Union?
and made it.
And made it.
I'm relieved. That's
Yeah.
how it happened in my last one. I mean, he would have died in, with honor, but
It's better that
better
he
that
didn't
he
die.
didn't. Yeah.
After the war, Peter came home to his family in Pennsylvania, but he did not return unscathed. Records show he would soon be suffering from hearing loss, and by the time he was in his mid-50s, he'd be relying on an invalid pension from the Army for financial support. As a musician, the loss of hearing must have been especially painful. But even so, it seems that Peter still retained his passion for his craft.
The Big Drum Corps being organized to head the Veteran Corps of the 18th Regiment in the 10th Regiment Reception Parade. J.K. Heflick, Jacob Spade, and Peter Friesel, old-time leaders of martial bands, are working hard to have this corps the largest and best ever seen in Pittsburgh. Oh my God, he was in the drum corps.
Yeah. Peter didn't let his troubles stop him. By now, according to his pension file,
Yeah.
he was almost entirely deaf,
Okay.
but he's organizing a drum corps for a military
Right.
parade.
Wow.
What's your mom going to make of that story?
I feel like she must know it somehow. She must. I don't know. I think that would, if she doesn't know, I think it would make her very happy.
Well, let me know
I
if
will.
she knows. If she knows.
I'm going to call her straight after this.
Peter Friesel, like many of Amanda's ancestors, had roots in Germany. But because his family arrived in America long before Ellis Island opened, we could find no record of their passage. We had better luck on another branch of Amanda's maternal tree. The story begins with the passenger list for a ship that arrived in New York on June 4th, 1873. On board was Amanda's great-great-grandfather, John Williams, traveling with his mother, Ada, and his 6 young siblings.
Country to which they severally belong, England. Country to which they intend to become inhabitants, U.S. America.
You just read the moment when your great-great-grandfather John, identified as that 7-year-old Jay,
Wow.
First set foot in the United States. Isn't that cool?
That's amazing.
And they came from Liverpool on that ship
The
right
SS
there.
Greece.
That is the ship that your ancestors came on.
Oh my God. That's insane. It doesn't look that big. It just looks
No, it
scary.
wasn't. Yeah, you're a mother. Imagine having 7 kids and making that trip all by yourself.
And taking, yeah,
Because John's father's not there, remember?
Yeah, why?
Because Ada is number 1. We believe he was already in the United States.
right, getting a home, making sure, because that's what
Yeah.
a lot of the men did. They went over first.
That's right.
Right. Wow.
Ada and her husband John would eventually reunite and settle in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. And in the 1880 census for Whitehall, we saw that the family had originated in Wales. This led us back to a census for Neath, a small town in western Wales. It lists Ada and John and their children just 2 years before they set off for America.
Wow.
And the census tells us that John was a railway laborer, and he may have done the same work in the United States. We're not sure.
Oh, that's crazy.
Please turn the page. Final surprise. You know who they are?
I've seen her.
Those are your 3rd great grandparents.
Wait, hold on.
That is John Williams, and that's Ada Zilla Barber.
I know her. We have a picture of her in my grandmother's house.
There you go.
Wow.
I've seen her. I mean, she's very familiar to me.
Well, now you know all about her. Her name was Ada Ziller,
Oh.
and she brought that tribe over with her on the SS Greece.
That angel. And he made a place for them.
That's right.
My God, these are beautiful pictures. I just can't believe
It was their decision to
they
emigrate,
came.
That's
these
right.
people.
and that's why you are here.
And that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
What a
In a
beautiful
sense,
man.
you are who you are because they took that chance.
Yep.
How does that make you
I
feel?
didn't have to. Grateful.
Mm-hmm.
Connected. Man.
We'd already explored the life of Lea Salonga's paternal grandfather, culminating with his harrowing experience in the Philippines during World War II. Now, turning to Lea's maternal grandmother, a woman named Carmen Alcantara, we found ourselves back in those tumultuous years.
Occupation housekeeper. Oh, there's a story. I have a story about that.
Okay.
Nationality Filipino. Date of marriage May 1st, 1925.
So you know what you're looking at.
Yeah. Registro de casamientos. Yeah, register of marriages.
That is your grandparents' marriage record. What's
That's
it like
crazy.
to see that?
That's nuts. I didn't even know this existed. I mean, my mom doesn't even have a birth certificate, and I was hoping that there would be some copy somewhere, and I've never been able to find it. But yeah, here's the story.
Yeah, I want to hear the story.
Okay, so here's the story. So, Japanese occupation in the Philippines, and my mother remembers this because she was around maybe 6 or 7 years old, and her mother was a housekeeper already with these children. She was a housekeeper for this Japanese officer. And so the Japanese officer, I think he was a higher up, gave her his like calling card and said to my grandmother, if you're ever in trouble, if say you're in trouble with the Japanese authorities, you show them this, that you work for this person. And so my mother remembers bayonets in her direction
Wow.
and remembers her mother showing the card.
Wow, it's amazing.
So that's the story.
That's
so
the
when I
story.
see housekeeper, I'm like, yeah, that tracks. So,
Though Lea's grandmother was a housekeeper during the war, she'd had a very different life just a few years earlier. In the 1930s, her husband was a successful politician, and she'd lived in comfort until his death left her impoverished. To Lea's great surprise, it turns out that this wasn't her family's only brush with prosperity. In the 1870s, Lea's great-great-grandfather, a man named Anacleto Villacorta, had served as the mayor of his town.
How is this not passed down, do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it was just a matter of moving forward in life and not prioritizing the preservation of this information.
But your mother's family was a family of privilege. Did you sense that? Was that not the story, but the sense of that we were special, that we were different? Was that passed down? Does your mother walk like somebody? You know what
Well,
I'm
she
talking
does because I'm her daughter.
Yeah. Go ahead, girl. I like that.
You know, and she's very proud. But, you know, she said that there were times in her growing up years where she didn't know where her tuition fee would come from. Where she would have to, you know, she'd wear her uniform during the day, come home, wash it right away, hang it to dry, because she would have to wear it the next day. So she knows what it's like to not be in a privileged background. As a child, I think she was, because her father was in a high political position in their town. So she remembers that there was a beach house. She remembers going to the ocean, but then after he died, all of that just was taken away. Poof.
Turning to another line of Leia's mother's roots, we encountered another piece of heritage that had been lost. Leia's great-great-grandfather was a man named Pedro Malabor. Pedro's surname is decidedly not Filipino, and Leia has relatives who believe that he was a professor of physics from Germany. We found nothing to suggest that Pedro was a physicist. But in the early 1870s, when he likely arrived in the Philippines, a wave of European naturalists, including a large number of Germans, were visiting the islands to explore and study.
So we think if Pedro was a professor, he was likely a naturalist, not a physicist.
Okay.
Sound reasonable?
Yeah, it does.
So let's see what else we found out about this mysterious Pedro. Would you please turn the page?
My gosh. This is amazing.
Leia, we're back to the year 1872.
Oh, here it is. I love it. Oh, my goodness.
Would you please read the transcribed section?
Okay. On the 2nd of January, I baptized a mestizo German boy named Amadeo Malhabor, son of Pedro Malhabor from the Prussian nation,
That's right.
and of Victoriana Perez, a native of the city of Manila.
Have you ever heard the Prussian nation?
I must have been in a European history class, but
Well, at the time, the Kingdom of Prussia was a vast territory that spread across what are now parts of northern Germany, Poland, and Russia. The part of Prussia where Pedro likely came from is in modern-day Germany. Because Germany wasn't Germany then.
right.
And you heard the rumor, but
I mean, the only connection that I knew with regards to the Malhabor was that it was German. But beyond that, we didn't know anything about anything like this.
This baptism record was a boon to our researchers because it not only listed the name of Pedro's Filipino wife, Victoriana Perez, but also names his parents, Leia's third great-grandparents.
His paternal grandparents are Enrique Malhabor and Luisa Hintze. What is that?
you just met your great-great-great-grandparents
Okay.
from Germany.
Yeah,
Those
Hintze
are
looks
Germans.
Yeah.
Yes, but both of them.
Yeah.
Enrique, they would have just Hispanicized.
Yeah. He was probably Heinrich.
Heinrich, right. What's it like to learn the names of your German ancestors unmixed?
Wild. I'm definitely sharing all of this with my daughter when I get home. She's gonna because she's the most Asian looking person.
Oh, she is?
She really is. And so for her to learn that you're great grandparents.
What do you think all these ancestors would have made of you, dear?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what they would have thought. Maybe the scientists would have been disappointed that I ended up in the arts.
Everybody would have been happy you won that Tony.
I think so.
They say.
I think at that point everybody would have been quiet.
Girl's doing all right.
The paper trail had now run out for each of my guests. It was time to show them their full family trees.
This is so amazing.
Now filled with names they'd never heard before.
Oh my Lord.
For each, it was a moment of awe.
This is gonna blow my parents' mind.
Find yourself at the bottom.
Offering the chance to see how they fit into a much larger family story.
This is amazing.
These people have all had crazy lives, and I'm only just part of it. I'm gonna be a name in here one day, and someone's gonna be learning about me as I'm learning about them.
My mind is kind of blown.
My time with my guests was running out, but we had one more surprise for Amanda. When we compared her DNA to that of others who have been in the series, we found a match. Evidence within her own chromosomes of a relative that she never knew she had.
So you want to meet your DNA cousin?
Yeah?
Turn the page.
Oh my God. You're kidding me.
Amy Ryan.
Wait, what? We're DNA cousins?
Amanda shares an identical segment of her X chromosome with renowned actor Amy Ryan, which means that the two descend from a common ancestor somewhere in their family trees.
God. The world just got smaller again. Like, it feels very big, and I see this tree, and I see how many of us there are, and how it grows back, but I also, like, she's an actress. It's just, what a fun thing to share. What a fun, random thing to share that you would never normally know.
That's the end of our journey with Amanda Seyfried and Lea Salonga. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll search for the biological father of actor Lawrence Fishburne.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. I've waited 60 some odd years for this.
Then, I myself will sit down with genetic genealogist Cece Moore and investigate a mystery that's haunted my family for generations.
Here's your book of life.
Oh my goodness. I never thought I'd see one of these.
To uncover our roots, our team has used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years. This is great. While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
Whoa, that's what I'm talking about.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries.
Wow.
And a window into the hidden past.
You just met your half siblings.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Did you ever imagine you would see this?
No, never.
How are you feeling?
This is so deeply moving. I mean,
Stunningly powerful.
It's better than any movie script or television play I've ever read.
Lawrence and I are about to embark on journeys that would have been impossible to make even a decade ago. But thanks to DNA detective work, we're going to hear the names of ancestors we have long dreamed of hearing. We're going to see for the very first time where our roots really lie. there's a revolution happening right now. DNA analysis is transforming genealogy, uncovering long-lost relationships and changing everything we know about our roots and our kin. In this episode, we're going to watch this revolution unfold in two family trees, Lawrence Fishburne's and my own. We'll start with Lawrence's. Although he's recognized all over the world, Lawrence came to me with a fundamental question about who he actually is.
My question really concerns my origins. All my life, up until the time I was about 49 years old, I was led to believe that a man named Lawrence John Fishburne Jr. was my biological father. And he was my dad. He showed up, gave me his name, but that's not true. He is not my biological father, and really, I'd like to know who that person is, if that person exists.
There was only one way to help Lawrence: DNA. So I reached out to my friend and colleague, genetic genealogist CeCe Moore. CeCe has solved more DNA mysteries than anyone I know, and she was not fazed by this one. She started with Lawrence's Y DNA, the type of DNA that a man inherits from his direct paternal line. It's passed virtually intact from father to son down through the generations, meaning that two men with matching Y DNA will often share the same last name. And this gave us our first big clue.
You ready to see what we found?
I am.
Would you please turn the page?
Sure.
Lawrence, this graphic lists the surname that most frequently matches your Y DNA signature, and thus that of your biological father. Would you please read the surname right there out loud?
Bohannon.
Bohannon.
Bohannon. Huh.
Have you ever heard that name mentioned in your family and associated with your mother or cousins or anything?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, biologically, that is your surname. So all this time, you have been Lawrence Bohannon, pretending to be. People take stage names.
Yeah. I'm Bohannon's boy, whoever Bohannon was.
You were Bohannon's boy.
Okay.
With this name in mind, CeCe now focused on Lawrence's autosomal DNA, the type of DNA we inherit from both of our parents. CeCe and our team began searching for autosomal matches that linked Lawrence to other Bohannons in publicly available databases. It was a painstaking process, but after building out the family trees of dozens of matches, we made an incredible discovery.
Would you please read the names of your father's parents?
Mervyn Hilliard Bohannon and Loretta Constance Sandridge.
You just met your grandmother and your grandfather.
That's just great.
You never heard those names before.
No, sir. It's
What's
wonderful.
It like to learn?
It's wonderful. It's better than any movie script or television play I've ever read.
You have a major chunk of your DNA
That's
comes
right.
from these two.
This is amazing. This is amazing for me. Yeah, this is beautiful.
Since we'd identified Lawrence's paternal grandparents, we knew that a son of theirs must be his biological father. The only problem? The couple had two sons, Mervyn Bohannon Jr. and William Siegel Bohannon. And both men have passed away. So we couldn't gather DNA evidence to distinguish between them. It seemed like we'd hit a dead end. But then we got lucky. William Bohannon has two living children, and we were able to track down one of them, a daughter named Lisa.
So we contacted Lisa and asked her to take a DNA test.
Mm-hmm.
If Mervyn Jr. was your biological father, then Lisa would be your first cousin.
Hmm.
But if William was your biological father, then Lisa is your half-sister.
Okay.
On the next page, I'm going to show you a chart revealing how much DNA that you and Lisa share,
Mm-hmm.
and thus your genetic connection with Lisa.
Okay.
If you share roughly 25%, then you are half-siblings,
Okay.
and you share a father.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
You ready?
Hmm?
Please turn the page. Would you please read the information transcribed in the white box?
Wow, shared amount of DNA between Lisa Bohannon and Lawrence John Fishburne III, 22% shared. Relationship between Lisa Bohannon and Lawrence John Fishburne III, half sister, half brother. Wow. So that's my half sister.
That's your half-sister.
So her dad was.
Lisa's DNA confirmed that she is your half-sister, and that means that your biological father turned back is William. Siegel Bohannon.
Okay.
The mystery is solved.
That's cool.
Now that we knew his name, we set out to find as much as we could about William's life. Lawrence, of course, was eager to see anything at all, and especially delighted by what we showed him first.
There he is. Is that him? Hey, Pop. Oh my God. Wow. That's my dad.
That's your father.
That's cool. Thank you, Skip.
What's it like finally to see his face?
It's so nice to see his face and to see him smiling. And he's dressed well. He's probably what? Late 40s, early 50s in this photograph?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He looks like a kind man.
Hmm.
He looks like a kind man.
So what are you feeling right now, if I may?
Relieved.
Mm.
Relieved. Yeah. Yeah. And, there's a certain amount of joy that I feel now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because I know I come from somewhere,
Yeah.
you know?
Lawrence was about to learn more about where he came from than he'd ever imagined possible, as a treasure trove of documents and images brought his father to life. From high school photos and military service records, all the way to a funeral program that tied everything together.
William was employed by the Belt Railway for 30 years. He was an avid swimmer and diver. His passion, however, was jazz. He moonlighted as a DJ at various local radio stations and shared his music with all who'd listened. It was this passion for jazz that sustained him and is his legacy and gift to those who loved him. He leaves children, Lisa and William. He was a jazz head.
How about that?
I'm a jazz head.
There you go.
Oh my God. Jesus. Jesus. This is great. This is great.
There was still a question in front of us. William spent much of his life in and around Chicago. But Lawrence was born in Augusta, Georgia, where his mother, a woman named Hattie Crawford, was raised. So how did William and Hattie end up together? We found the likely answer buried in William's military records. When Lawrence was conceived, William was stationed at Fort Gordon, Georgia, just miles from where Hattie was working as a school teacher.
They were 10 miles apart, as you could see on that map.
That's it? 10 miles?
10 miles. You could walk.
That's a walk.
So, Lawrence, seeing this, how do you imagine they met? He would have been 23, your mom about 25.
They met hanging out,
Hanging out.
juking, whatever they was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, at a soda fountain, I don't know, wherever they was at.
Well, we can't be certain, but we have a theory. Please turn the page.
Ooh, a theory. I like a good theory.
This was published in the Augusta Chronicle on April 3rd, 1960. Would you please read that transcribed section?
The following activities have been announced for this week at the 9th Street USO. Coffee, sacred music, and church dates. Sacred music.
Sacred music.
10 a.m. to noon. Singing around the piano, 5:30 p.m. Miss Hattie Crawford will be in charge.
How about that?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
There you go.
Wow. Singing around the piano.
According to this article, Lawrence's mother Hattie was a volunteer for the USO, a non-profit organization that provides entertainment to members of the military. And this, quite likely, is what put her in the company of William Bohannon for an evening, or perhaps longer, more than 60 years ago. A realization that filled Lawrence with emotion.
I'm having all the feels, as they say. I'm having all the feels, Skip. I'm intrigued. I'm relieved. I'm, confused. And I'm also quite all right with all of this.
Right.
I'm really all right with all of this. Because I don't have to speculate about it anymore.
No, you don't.
I don't have to speculate about it anymore. I don't have to wonder, every time I look up and think, oh, is it that guy? Oh, is
Yeah.
it that guy?
Do you feel less like an orphan?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel less isolated.
Mm-hmm.
And other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel less other.
My own family mystery lies deeper in the past than Lawrence's. Much deeper. But it's had a shaping influence on me just the same. And in the hopes of solving it, I've asked Cece Moore to take my job for a day and let me be the guest.
Skip, today we're switching things up, and I'm giving you the Finding Your Roots treatment.
I feel naked over here.
Here's your book of life.
Oh my goodness. I never thought I'd see one of these.
Cece and I started with a story that I've told many times before. It begins at the Rose Hill Cemetery in Cumberland, Maryland. My grandfather, Edward Gates, was buried here on July 2nd, 1960, when I was 9 years old. Following the funeral, my father showed my brother and me a photograph of Edward's grandmother, a woman named Jane Gates. Jane is my great-great-grandmother, and seeing that photograph would change my life.
He showed us this photograph, and he said, this is the oldest Gates on record. Her name was Jane Gates. She was a midwife, and she was a slave.
And you hadn't heard about her before this?
I'd not heard about her before. This is the oldest Gates on record. This is exactly what he said. Mm-hmm. I never want you to forget her name, and I never want you to forget her face. And we looked at it, and this is like, it looked like an Martian. She was so strange. She was dressed in her midwifery outfit. And the next day was July 3rd, 1960. Mm-hmm. And that night, I interviewed my mother and father about what only years later I learned is called your family tree or your genealogy. And that was it. I was in it hook, line, and sinker. And I never lost the fascination with my own family tree. Never.
Perhaps ironically, the woman who sparked this fascination also harbored my family's biggest secret. Growing up, I was told that Jane had 5 children and that they all had the same father, but that Jane never told anyone his name. My family spent years trying to identify this man, speculating wildly, before finally settling on one likely candidate. A wealthy white landowner named Samuel Dunlap Brady. Try as we might, however, none of us could find records to confirm this story. And Cece proved it wrong. She built a genetic network using DNA from my oldest relatives and discovered that Jane's youngest child, my great-grandfather Edward, was fathered by a man named Charles Wesley Kelly, a white farmer who would be killed by lightning when he was roughly 35 years old. I had to confess this revelation did not exactly excite me. I'd pictured my long-lost ancestor quite differently. Death by lightning. During the storm on Friday morning last, Charles W. Kelly was instantly killed by lightning. He was in the act of closing a window at the time and held in his hand a piece of iron or steel which had been used to hold the sash up. The lightning struck him on the neck and passed out the toe of his boot. You sure my ancestors got stupid?
I'm positive.
It's not the brightest star in the firmament. You know what I mean? Wow. I'm thinking this guy is going to be, descended from one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence or something. He was a general in the American Revolution, something. But here's this guy who just gets killed by lightning. I mean, I'm sorry for my great, and now I'm wrapping, even as we're talking, I'm embracing Charles W. Kelly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm sorry he was killed by lightning. But it's not what I expected. Setting my expectations aside,
Please turn the page.
Cece now began to piece together the details of my ancestor's life.
Wow.
Records show that Charles Wesley Kelly was born around 1824 in Allegheny County, Maryland, and that he married a woman named Ellen Everstein when he was roughly 28 years old. There were, of course, no records at all regarding the nature of the relationship between Charles and my enslaved great-great-grandmother, Jane. But based on his age, Cece believed it was unlikely that Charles could have fathered all 5 of Jane's children. What's more, Cece thought it was possible that Charles never even met my great-grandfather Edward, because Charles appears to have moved to Illinois before Edward was born. Cause and effect. Maybe he was run out of town.
Maybe, or maybe he just didn't know.
Yeah, maybe he didn't know. Maybe it's just a casual.
Maybe.
We don't know.
We don't know. That's one thing I guess we'll never know.
Never know. Well, I hope there was some feeling involved. But what's interesting is that Jane, according to my father, and the source of this must have been his grandfather, told the 5 children that they all had the same father and that he was white. That was it. But it's the kind of thing that you would say to protect your reputation. You want your children not to think that they have assorted fathers, that they're all related to each other.
So how do you think your father would react to learning this, that you are Kellys on that direct paternal line?
Oh, I think no question, he would believe you. Overwhelmingly.
Would he be happy about it or not so happy?
He would wonder about the Brady story, but he would definitely, he loves science. This is scientifically accurate. He would make jokes forever about death by lightning. No question about that. But no, he would definitely accept this. By this time, I too, of course, had accepted Cece's news, and I soon realized that it carried a silver lining. The fact that Charles is my second great-grandfather means that his ancestors are my ancestors. And Cece was able to introduce me to a host of them, starting in the 1850 census, where she found Charles living in a very crowded household. Charles Kelly, age 26, farmer,
Hannah Kelly, whoa, age 46. Jacob Stotler, age 50. Amanda Kelly, 18. Mary Kelly, 12. And Fanny, 10.
So this is the 1850 census for Allegheny County, Maryland. Do you recognize any of their names?
Yes, Charles Kelly.
Right.
And someone 20 years older named Hannah, I am guessing is his mother, which would make her my third great grandmother.
Right. You're jumping way ahead. You know how this goes.
That's cool.
So as you know, the 1850 census doesn't spell out the relationships, but it seemed very likely that the 46-year-old woman named Hannah is Charles' mother, while the 3 women ages 10 to 18 were his sisters. And DNA supports this conclusion.
That's great.
This means that you just met your great-great-great-grandmother, a woman named Hannah.
That is so cool. Now, that's great. This is the first addition up the tree. That's great. That's fabulous.
Now, there's someone else on that census that stands out, Jacob Stotler, age 50.
Who is this dude living on the farm in isolation with an unmarried woman?
Any guesses?
Her brother. Tom,
Good guess.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
great.
we believe that he was Hannah's older brother, and let me show you why. Please turn the page.
Pretty good, huh? Pretty good.
So this is a marriage record from 1822 in Allegheny County, Maryland.
Wow, cool. James Kelly married Hannah Stotler. Nice. So I'm a Stotler too.
You keep reading my script for me. That's right.
That's
you are a
great.
Kelly and a Stotler.
And a Stotler. That's cool.
Had you ever heard the Stotler name around Cumberland?
I've never heard of the Stotler name around anywhere.
As it turns out, the Stotlers have lived in and around Cumberland since the early 1800s. And learning that I was part of this family would lead to a startling discovery. In all our years of researching Jane, no one had ever been able to uncover even a single detail about her life in slavery. But as our team combed through the documents that the Stotlers left behind, they found what had eluded generations of Gateses: an estate record listing Jane as a piece of property.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
hold on. Let me introduce you to this record.
Okay.
You're looking at a part of the estate file of Christian Stotler, your great-great-great-grandmother Hannah Stotler's brother. So remember, Hannah had the brother Jacob. She also has a brother Christian. He died just outside of Cumberland on March 4th, 1859, only 7 months before the death of his nephew, your great-great-grandfather Charles Wesley Kelly.
Wow, this is the guy who owned Jane and her children. That's amazing. That is amazing. An inventory of the personal property of Christian Stotler, late of Allegheny County, deceased. Negro woman Jane, 37 years old, $500. Negro girl Clara, 11, $800. Negro girl Alice, 9 years, $750. Negro boy Henry, 7. That was the source, by the way, of all the Henrys in the family, down to me, $500. And Negro boy Edward, 18 months, $200. I can't believe you found this. It is so stunning. I am just floored.
Did you ever imagine you would see this?
No, never.
You've asked a lot of your guests this in the past, but how does it feel to see their names with dollar values assigned?
Oh, it's just, I have tears in my eyes, you know. It's, I can't believe it. This is the most amazing discovery that I could have. This is more amazing even than the identity of Edward's father, really.
That's what led us to this. We had to make that discovery to find this.
No, it's amazing. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it after all this looking. I just can't believe it. Wow, that's amazing. That is astonishing. This is just going to floor everybody. I'm floored.
Based on this record, it seems that Jane met Charles Kelly when she was enslaved by his uncle, Christian Stotler. We don't know if Christian had any knowledge of the relationship, but in March of 1859, he made out his will. In reading it, I realized that If he had familial feelings towards Jane and her children, they were decidedly mixed.
Well, he freed Jane. That's the good news. Then I read the second half. Okay, this is a good news, bad news document. I desire that my servant woman Jane be free after further servitude of 3 years. So that would be 1862, the middle of what would become the Civil War, because of her faithful service to my family. However, I desire that my servant boys, Henry and Edward, sons of Jane, my servant woman, be sold at private sale to good masters in the county or state, and not be allowed to be sold out of state. Boy, that's cold.
Though
He was freeing the mother, but keeping her sons in bondage.
Though he did say they couldn't be sold out of state.
Yeah, but Maryland's got a whole lot of state.
Yeah.
You could be sold all the way down to the eastern shore where Frederick Douglass was from, all the way from up here in western Maryland in the mountains. That's cold and cruel.
Yeah.
I wonder how Jane must have felt about that.
What do you think?
It would have been devastating.
Jane would soon have to face this devastation head on. Following Christian Stotler's death, her family was torn apart. Her 2 daughters were bequeathed to other members of the Stotler family. Meanwhile, Jane and her young sons were sold, with the boys purchased for life, and Jane for a term of 2 years. It was terrible to contemplate, but the family historian in me could not help but be intrigued by something. Hidden within the cold legal language of these transactions was a singular detail.
Additional list of the sales of the personal property of Christian Stotler, late of Allegheny County, deceased, to wit, Miriam Stotler and J.H. Stotler, 2 rifle guns, $16, and to Samuel Brady, servant Jane and her 2 children.
There it is.
There it is. That is amazing. Boy, that shows you the power of oral tradition.
Yeah, it wasn't out of nowhere.
No, it wasn't out of nowhere.
According to this record, Jane and her 2 boys, including my great-grandfather Edward, were purchased by none other than Samuel Dunlap Brady, meaning that the man my family had long believed to be the father of Jane's children had actually been the last man who owned her.
They were close, they just didn't get it right.
Isn't that the way it is with family stories, though? There's usually a kernel of truth, I have found, but it's often not quite right.
Yeah, this is astonishing. I could never have imagined that any of this had been found. Nothing.
I had now learned more about Jane than I'd ever dreamed possible. She was no longer just my oldest Gates ancestor. Suddenly, she was a woman with a story. And that story had another beat to it. We'd seen that Jane was part of Christian Stotler's estate when he passed away in 1859. And in the 1840 census, we saw that Christian owned 3 female slaves, likely Jane and 2 daughters. But there was still a question in front of us.
How did Christian Stotler come to own Jane Gates? We found no indication he owned any enslaved people prior to 1840. And indeed, we don't have a document that shows Christian acquiring any slaves, including your great-great-grandmother Jane, at any time. So we can't be certain, but as we dug deeper into the paper trail, we found a very interesting clue.
Okay.
Please turn the page. Now, this is one of several obituaries of your great-great-grandmother Jane. It was published on January 7th, 1888 in the Cumberland Daily Times.
Death of Aunt Jane Gates last night at 11 o'clock. Aunt Jane Gates, colored, the family servant of the Stovers. I've seen this before, but I never could figure out who the Stovers were. Died in the 75th year of her age. She has lived for a long time on Green Street where her death occurred. So it's the Stovers.
Yes.
That's the smoking pistol.
That's right.
Cece had indeed uncovered a smoking pistol. Based on this obituary, we now knew that Jane worked as a domestic servant for a family named Stover at the end of her life, which got our team wondering if Jane might have had a relationship with the Stover family earlier than that. This led us back almost 50 years to a document I couldn't imagine even existed.
This was published in a local Cumberland newspaper called the Phoenix Civilian on September 21st, 1839. Would you please read the transcribed section?
By virtue of deed of trust to me, executed by Solomon Stover and Harriet his wife, I will sell at public sale at the residence of said Stover in Cumberland one Negro woman and her 2 children, one an infant and the other about 3 years old, slaves for life. Geez, boy, that's cold. Slaves for life.
So, Skip, we believe you're looking at an advertisement for the sale of your great-great-grandmother Jane Gates and her 2 young daughters.
So they're owned by the Stovers and they're being sold.
Right.
There you go. The Phoenix Civilian, never heard of it.
What's it like to look at it, and what did you think Jane would have been feeling?
You know, I've seen 1,000 bill of sales, but to know that that one Negro woman is my great-great-grandmother, no, she must have been horrified.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be thinking about this page for a long, long time.
Cece told me that our researchers couldn't be certain, but they believe this represents the moment when Jane and 2 of her daughters were purchased by Christian Stotler. What's more, it appears that one of the daughters was named Maria, and that her very existence had been lost within my family's story.
Maria, who's
Maria.
Maria? We never heard of her.
We never had. So it looks like Jane,
Jane had another
6
child.
Right, 6
Yeah,
children.
amazing. Okay.
So remember, Christian Stotler owned 3 enslaved females by the time the 1840 census was recorded.
Right.
So this suggests that one was Jane, and one was Maria.
Maria, who is the ghost.
And we searched high and low to try to find more information on Maria, and unfortunately, we came up empty with her.
Okay.
But we believe if she was living or if she had children or grandchildren, Jane would have mentioned them in her will, like she did her other children.
Right. And she didn't. Okay.
So she may have died early. Or she could have been sold away.
She could have
And we
been.
don't know.
Right.
Would you please turn the page?
All right.
That's it. We're starting and ending.
That's great. Hey, Grandma. I know a lot more about you than I did 4 hours ago, I tell you that. Wow, how fascinating.
So what's it like looking at her now, knowing all of this?
Well, I see a lot of pain in those eyes. And now I know why.
Did you see the pain before?
No. No, not in the same way. No. She just looks fierce.
That's my impression of her. Fierce. Perfect word.
Yeah. I'm overwhelmed, really. It's deeply emotional, too. Yeah.
We'd already identified Lawrence Fishburne's biological father, solving a mystery that had haunted him for decades. Now we turn to Lawrence's father's ancestors, men and women whose lives Lawrence had never even contemplated before. As it turns out, one of them has an incredible story. It begins with the 1870 census for Ohio, where we found Lawrence's great-great-grandfather, a man named Paul Sandridge.
Inhabitants in Jefferson Township in the county of Montgomery, state of Ohio. Paul Sandridge, age 28, black, occupation farmer, place of birth, Virginia.
According to this census, your great-great-grandfather, Paul, was born around 1842,
which is 19 years before the outbreak of the Civil War in Virginia. So, you know what that means about his status.
He was enslaved.
He was enslaved. Have you given much thought to your, you saw Ruth's, right? We all did.
Yeah.
To your ancestors who may have been enslaved?
All the time. All my life, I think. Without knowing who they were or what they might have endured.
Right.
I've always known and really had a connection to that experience. I've thought about it. I've considered it. And I have used it as fuel to make the most of my life.
We now set out to learn whatever we could about how Lawrence's ancestors experienced slavery. And immediately, we faced a question. If Paul was born in Virginia, how did he end up in Ohio, roughly 300 miles away? Searching for an answer, we eventually focused on Paul's mother, a woman named Lucy Carpenter. This led us to the archives of Amherst County, Virginia, where we found the estate records of a slave owner named Eaton Carpenter. They suggest that Eaton shaped the fate of Lawrence's family.
I, Eaton Carpenter, do make this to be my last will and testament. It is my will and desire that all my slaves that I am possessed of at the time of my death be emancipated and set free. It is my will and desire that all my estate, both land and perishable property, other than the slaves, be sold by my executor upon such terms and in such manner as he shall think best, and the proceeds of the sales thereof be applied to the removal and settlement of the slaves to some of the free states. The money arising from the proceeds of the sales of my land and perishable property shall be divided equally amongst them all to buy lands to settle them upon. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing.
So, what do you make of this guy? Old Eaton Carpenter.
Old Eaton, well, it makes me wonder what his relationship was to these people. That's the question.
Yeah. And it makes you think.
He loved them. He cared for them. Yeah. And was probably related to some of them.
I think those are reasonable assumptions.
We believe that Eaton Carpenter was likely Paul's great uncle, but he may have been his grandfather, or simply a right-minded man who wanted to free his slaves. We can't be certain. What we do know is that in the wake of Eaton's death, Paul and his mother and siblings journeyed north to Ohio, a free state, where they took up farming. We also know that Paul would do more with his life than farm. In April of 1861, when he was about 20 years old, the Civil War erupted. Roughly 19 months later, with the outcome still very much in doubt, the Union finally began recruiting African Americans into the Army. And Lawrence's ancestor heeded the call.
27 USCT, Paul Sandridge, Private Company C, where enlisted? Portsmouth. When mustered in? January 19th, 1864. Where mustered in? Columbus.
Your great-great-grandfather enlisted in the Union Army.
And fought.
And fought.
God bless you.
What's it like to know that?
That's fantastic.
180,000 black men joined the United States Colored Troops to fight for the freedom of all their unfree brothers and sisters.
Right. My great-grandfather was one of them.
That's right.
Wow.
How about that?
That's amazing. That's really amazing.
Paul would quickly be forced to prove his worth as a soldier. Just months after he enlisted, his regiment was sent south to join what became known as the Petersburg Campaign, a sprawling series of battles fought across southern Virginia. The campaign lasted for almost a year and caused more than 70,000 casualties. It was some of the most brutal combat of the entire war.
Oh my goodness.
So, Lawrence, I want you to think about something. Paul's military service took him back to Virginia where he had been enslaved. How about that?
Fantastic.
The state in which he was born and enslaved until he was about 11 years old.
Oh, man.
Yeah. What do you think that was like for you?
He had skin in the game.
Yeah. He's old enough to remember if he's 11.
If he was 11, he remembers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was ready to give his life.
Yeah.
He was ready to stand up and take one and give one. Yeah.
That took a nobility
That's
of
right.
soul.
And you know, real self-sacrifice, like real act of service.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's beautiful.
It is.
That's really beautiful. Yeah.
Paul would pay a heavy price for his convictions. On October 27, 1864, he was shot through the ankle during a battle with Confederate troops. 4 days later, he found himself in a hospital in Alexandria, Virginia. He'd remain there for months, likely in considerable pain. But suffering did not dim Paul's spirit. To the contrary, we found his signature on a remarkable document, a petition protesting the way the Union was treating black soldiers.
Would you please read that transcript section?
We, the undersigned convalescents of L'Ouverture Hospital, learn that the government has purchased ground to be exclusively for the burial of soldiers of the United States Army and has also purchased ground to be used for the burial of contrabands or freedmen.
Mm-hmm.
We are not contrabands, but soldiers of the U.S. Army, fighting side by side with the white soldiers as American citizens. We are now sharing equally the dangers and hardships in this mighty contest and should share the same privileges and rights of burial. We ask that our bodies may find a resting place in the ground designated for the burial of the brave defenders of our country's flag. Paul Sandridge.
What's it like to see that?
It's magnificent. It's absolutely magnificent. And very American. Deeply American.
It is.
Yeah. That's what it is.
He put his life on the line.
Yes.
He went back to where he's enslaved.
That's right.
He didn't have to do that.
Didn't have to do that.
Volunteered to do that.
That's right.
And then when he susses out the fact that there's this racial discrimination,
He's like, we're
takes a stand.
not standing for that.
And that's your great-great-grandfather.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
This story has a happy ending. Paul's petition made its way to the Quartermaster General of the United States Army and led to real change as black soldiers began to be buried alongside their white comrades. What's more, Paul survived his wound and returned to Ohio, where he married and started a family. He would live to be 80 years old before passing away on May 27th, 1921. And his pension record suggests he worked almost right up until the end of his life.
Until he was 80.
Mm-hmm.
He kept trying to be a man and be whole.
And to be productive.
Right. And useful.
Yeah.
Wow. I love it. With a bum leg, right? With a bum ankle.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Believed in himself. Believed in the future. He would not capitulate.
Right.
To adversity.
At 80 in 1921.
Yeah.
102 years ago.
Yep.
Damn. That's great. That's great.
Please turn the page.
Hello.
Look on your right.
No. You found his headstone?
Yes.
What?
That is your great-great-grandfather's headstone.
In Ohio or in Virginia?
In Dayton.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
He's buried in the Lower Miami Cemetery in Dayton, Ohio.
Interesting. I'll have to go visit.
And on the left, I don't know if you've ever been to the African American Civil War Memorial in D.C.
I have not.
On the left is your great-great-grandfather, Paul Sandridge's
See
name
him right there in the center.
etched
Look at that.
into the wall.
That's crazy.
Isn't that cool?
That's wow. That's awesome.
What's it been like to learn Paul's story?
It's just, it's pretty special. It's very special. I didn't expect any of this at all. I know about these stories. I've heard these stories, but I didn't think that I would be connected to one of them.
We didn't either.
I didn't think.
You know, we were just trying to find.
Yeah, we was trying to find Fishburne, right?
Yeah, right. We try to find the boy's daddy. The paper trail had now run out for Lawrence and me. That's yours?
Oh wow.
It was time for us to see our full family trees. Wow,
There
look
you
at
go.
this, baby.
Oh man.
This is your family tree, brother. Now filled with ancestors whose names we had long hoped to learn. For each of us, it was a profound sight. This is so deeply moving. I mean, stunningly powerful. You're related to all these people. What's that mean to you?
It means everything, man. It means everything. It means I have a history where before, just when I walked in here today, I didn't.
My time with Lawrence had come to an end, but his journey was not yet over. He was soon on his way to Los Angeles to meet two brand new members of his family.
Oh my God.
His half-siblings, Lisa and William Bohannon, the younger children of his biological father.
This is when he was at his happiest.
The whole, thing with the records and the DJing, that was his thing.
It was. We would wake up before Saturday morning cartoons to jazz playing in the house.
Exactly.
Wow. Handsome devil.
For all three, it was a magical moment.
Right, that's his grandma.
This is Dad.
A chance to forge bonds,
Man, see?
share stories, and celebrate the man who tied them together.
I love this.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this. Hey.
Just like Lawrence, I too had a magical moment awaiting me. The day after my meeting with Cece, I went to a family reunion. Good afternoon, everyone. Told everyone what I'd learned. So, the family story was passed down that we were Brady's. We were Brady's, property of the Brady's. Samuel Dunlap Brady purchased Jane, Henry, and Edward on April 28, 1860. That's where the myth of the Brady family came in. Isn't that incredible? So, all you Gateses, you can have your driver's license changed. We have a special fee for that. Your birth certificates. Your new surname is Kelly. Isn't that amazing? People were so close in the story. The room was filled with my closest relatives. My older daughter and granddaughter, my brother, my nieces and nephews, and dozens of my beloved cousins. Each of us a direct descendant of one incredible woman. So now we have a continuous paper trail for Jane Gates going back between 1830 and her death on the 6th of January, 1888. We know that she was owned by 3 different white families, starting with the Stovers, then the Stotlers, and then the Bradys between 1830 at least, and her freedom in 1862. And that is the wizardry of Cece Moore. Please, give it up. It's hard even to begin to imagine what Jane would have thought of all of this. But my guess is that she would have been proud to see that her legacy had proved to be so large and so joyous. That's the end, for now, of my search for Lawrence Fishburne's family and my own. Please join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet talk show host Joy Behar and actor Michael Imperioli, two Americans who are about to learn the secrets of their Italian ancestors.
I mean, it's almost incestuous what we're talking about.
You look
here.
out the window and there's an object of your desire.
Whoa.
My grandmother must have known this story, but I guess this is not something they wanted to talk about. Wow. That's so wild.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years, while DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
Oh, look at that.
I'd never heard this from anybody.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of everything we found.
Fourth great-grandparents.
They are your great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wow.
And a window to the hidden past.
It's kind of incredible. It's almost like, the ghost of the family. It's very moving.
They're schlepping, they're walking miles and miles and miles.
Yeah.
This is what people do to get out of poverty.
Both Joy and Michael descend from Italian ancestors who came to America with little more than the clothing on their backs. In this episode, they'll explore the sacrifices those ancestors made on both sides of the Atlantic and discover family bonds that run much deeper and much stronger than they ever could have imagined. Joy Behar is utterly fearless. As a co-host of The View, America's #1 daytime talk show, Joy is willing to say anything to anyone, a trait that has earned her legions of admirers as well as a few enemies.
You know, I like you. I like you.
Well, thank you. I
But
like you too.
I think that right here you're being delusional.
But to hear Joy tell it, she's not trying to provoke. She's simply drawing on a gift that she was born with. Joy grew up in a tenement apartment in Brooklyn, surrounded by a large extended family, and she fit in by making them laugh.
I learned all the Shirley Temple numbers. I would tell jokes. I was like the TV. They wanted somebody to entertain them, and I was an only child in this humongous Italian family. So I accommodated them because I guess I loved all the attention.
They said, finally, God sent an act.
She's got an act, the kid. Did it.
Despite her enthusiasm, it took years for Joy's act to find a wider audience. After college, she married and tried teaching high school, but found herself drawn to show business. So she took a job as a receptionist with Good Morning America and began to perform stand-up at night. Did you draw on your family for material?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? First of all, they were funny. The women in particular were funny. So I always had material like that. I talk about them a lot. I'm writing plays now, and I'm putting them in my plays. I keep them alive any way I can.
Did they like your material? Did they think you were funny about them?
Yes, they did.
Oh,
they
that's
did.
cool.
I mean, I don't know. They pretend. I used to be like right in front of everybody. I'd say something. We'd go to a funeral, let's say, a wake. I went to so many wakes. I should have frequent flyer mileage. I went to so many wakes. They dragged me to wakes when I was 6 years old, 7 years old. I'd see dead bodies all done up, nice makeup job, wearing, the corpses were dressed better than they are in the Senate right now. And I'd come home, and we'd have the pasta after the wake. and then I would do 10 minutes on what happened at the wake. You know?
Oh, that's great.
And I mean, the whole family was like, they'd hear crazy stuff come out of their mouths all the time. Like, you know, that we'd be at the wake and they'd say, oh, he looks good. And I was 6 years old. I said, he doesn't look that good. Or somebody said one time, he looks just like himself. Really? Who should he look like? He was a faccia bruta yesterday. He's going to look like Tom Cruise today. So they supplied the material right there at the wakes.
Despite this wealth of material, Joy struggled for decades to find success as a comedian. But then, one evening, she took the stage in front of the legendary Barbara Walters, who at the time was trying to cast what would soon become The View. Joy had no idea what was at stake, but her life was about to change forever.
So this friend of mine called me up and he said, look, we're doing something for Milton Berle at the Waldorf Astoria. It's his 89th birthday party. Could you come up and do 10 minutes? And I said, okay, because Milton Berle, I got excited. No money involved here. And I got on stage and I did this whole bit about how, you know, a man can get a woman no matter what age he is, no matter what condition he's in. Like, look at Milton Berle. He was 89. The wife's like 55 or something. And I made the comparison to Salman Rushdie. Salman Rushdie, who had a fatwa on his head. They were ready to kill him. He was in hiding for 10 years. He got married 3 times while he was in hiding. So I said, you know, who came to the, was it an Avon lady? Who was it? Anyway, I did that bit and a couple of other things. I sat down. I said to my husband, how did it go? He said, well, everybody was laughing except Barbara Walters. So I said, oh, well, who cares? I'm not going to work for Barbara Walters. This was always an audition to get more work.
Right.
P.S. I get a call several months later from the Barbara Walters people. They would like me to try out with these other women to see if we can do the job, and then I got the job.
Wow. Did you ever ask Barbara why she didn't laugh? Or
she said, I was studying you.
Oh.
Yeah.
My second guest is actor Michael Imperioli, who came to fame as Christopher Moltisanti, the hot-headed nephew of Tony Soprano.
Next time you see my face, show some respect.
Christopher is one of the most iconic characters in the history of television, but he bears little resemblance to the man who brought him to life. Michael is calm, self-effacing, and seems incapable of violence. Even so, I was not surprised to learn that he's long had an affinity for men like Christopher. Indeed, Michael told me that even as a child, he had artistic interests that hinted at his future.
I started doing writing little like plays and things like that.
Yeah?
Some of them were very dark, actually, even at a really young age.
Really? Like, do you remember any of the plots?
Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. I guess I should say it. I remember, and I didn't perform this for my family, though. When I was like maybe 6 or 7, there was a movie about prostitutes on TV and pimps and stuff, and I wrote a play about it. Because it was very fascinating to a little kid. It's like, what is this? Is this world? What is this about? You know, and from a kid's point of view, you see it in a very limited way. You don't really understand what it is, but I knew it was dangerous, and I knew there was something very forbidden about that, which made me really want to explore it.
Of course.
Michael's desire to explore would shape his life, driving him to skip college and head directly to New York City to study acting. The decision initially seemed unwise. His classes led nowhere, and Michael spent years waiting tables, struggling to find even small roles, often doubting his own talent. But eventually, he landed an audition for the part of Spider, a small-time hoodlum in Martin Scorsese's legendary film Goodfellas.
Thank you, Spider.
And suddenly, Michael's fortune shifted in ways he never could have imagined.
They called and said, you know, you got the part. At the time, when you auditioned, all the actors read Joe Pesci's part. So I didn't audition for this character, Spider. I was reading Joe Pesci's lines, and I had read the book, so I thought I was auditioning for
that part.
Tommy.
Right.
So they said, no, you got this part, Spider. I'm like, oh, it's just a small little thing in the book. I was kind of disappointed, And then I realized I'm going to be acting with Robert De Niro.
You're right. How did that change your career?
My teacher, Elaine, she always used to say, your acting ability will increase exponentially after your first good review.
I like that.
And I never really knew what she meant. But what it really meant was the thing about confidence. Like once you do something well, the confidence makes you trust yourself more.
Michael's performance in Goodfellas eventually led to an audition for The Sopranos. He's been a star ever since, playing a wide variety of roles, both on stage and screen. But Michael remains best known for his criminal characters, and as an Italian-American, he's well aware of the stereotypes that have surrounded such characters in the past. In fact, it's his hope that The Sopranos helped to mitigate those stereotypes.
Before the show got on the air, there was a lot of noise about, another mafia thing, Italian-American stereotype. But what happened was, The Sopranos is very beloved among Italian-Americans. They really relate to it. It kind of feel like, even though their family might not have been mafia criminals or anything like that, but the family aspect, the food, the culture, the bonds, the ties, the characters, they relate to, and it's very, very, very beloved. And I kind of let that speak for itself. Like they don't, you may get some people like, when I played Governor Andrew Cuomo in Escape at Dannemora. So before we shot, they arranged for me to meet him. And the first thing he said to me was, I've never seen The Sopranos. My father never watched The Godfather. I said, I know where you're going, and I'm just going to say you should watch The Sopranos because it's a great work of art made by Italian Americans, and we're all really proud of it, and it really has contributed a lot to the culture at large, and you should see that. And he said, fair enough.
My two guests both see themselves as products of their Italian roots, but each came to me with fundamental questions about those roots. It was time to provide them with some answers. I started with Joy, and with the passenger list for a ship that arrived in New York from Naples in 1903. On board was Joy's maternal grandfather, the very first member of her family to leave Italy for America.
Vincenzo Carbone, 23. Oh my God, to even think of your grandfather at 23 years old.
Yeah.
Single, occupation, peasant. Oh, that's a little
cold.
Nationality, Italian. Race, South. What does that mean?
So the race, they were Southern Italians.
Yeah.
Different race than Northern Italian.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
Last residence was Santa Eufemia, which I've heard of that. It was in the mountains somewhere. Final destination, New York, of course.
That's the moment your grandfather stepped foot on the United States.
I see.
What's it like to see that?
Well, you think about, the trek, the traveling, the voyage. He must have been in steerage.
Where everybody's vomiting. The reason you get seasick is you lose the horizon. So there's no horizon in steerage, right?
Oh, my God.
And not exactly luxurious toilet facilities.
No, it
down
must
there
have been very rough.
Vincenzo was likely well acquainted with rough conditions. His birthplace, the town of Santa Eufemia, was part of Calabria, a region of southern Italy that had long suffered from a power imbalance with the wealthier, more industrialized north. In Vincenzo's day, it was one of the poorest places in Europe, and Joy identifies with all that her ancestor did to leave it behind.
The Italians are one of the most patriotic Americans in this country. And one of the reasons is because they were treated so badly in Italy, in southern Italy. And I give them a lot of credit. I'm proud of them.
Yeah.
But it's not where you end up, it's where you started from that counts, that how far you can go. And They took major risks. If you lived in Florence and were born to the manor and had money, you didn't have to take a risk. So I give my grandfather more credit than I would give somebody in Florence.
Yep. So you would have done what he did, which is split.
I would have. I have the spirit in me, I think, that I would have done that.
Vincenzo eventually settled in a Pennsylvania mill town, but he wasn't done taking risks. In 1907, after just 4 years in America, he returned to Calabria, where he married Joy's grandmother, a woman named Francesca, or Frances, Zagaria. Then, within months, Vincenzo got onto a boat once again and headed back to Pennsylvania, leaving his new bride behind.
He left her in Santa Eufemia and came back to
And he came
Pennsylvania.
back solo. So why do you think he left her behind? Any theories?
Oh. Well, he must have come here to get work, and he didn't feel like he could support her maybe at first. And like a lot of immigrants, they come here from parts of South America, let's say. They make a living, or parts of Asia. They work hard, and then they send for their children, and then children go to college. I mean, that's how it works.
Sure. Or he didn't have enough to pay for the fare.
That's possible, too.
You stay here, and
yeah,
then
and
we'll
I'll
work it
come
out.
back and get you.
I mean, we don't know, but we suspect that your grandparents didn't have enough money to come over together.
It's such a, when you describe their life, it's so hard.
Yeah.
Such a hard life.
I mean, hard scrabble. Bottom line.
Really, the toughest.
After returning to America, it seems that Vincenzo was in fact able to earn enough money to send for his wife. By 1911, Frances was living in Pennsylvania, and Joy's mother would be born later that same year. Yet tragically, the family's happiness would not last.
Frances Carbone, occupation housewife. Date of death, October 24th, 1912.
Yeah.
How sad is that?
1 year.
Death was in Osceola Mills, Pennsylvania. Acute nephritis, a kidney disease.
Kidney disease.
So my mother was born in 1912, and that was the year she died.
Your mother wasn't even 1 year old when her mother died.
Oh my God.
And I don't know if you
Awful.
know, but nephritis can be a complication of childbirth.
From childbirth. I did not know that. So my poor mother was alone with her father.
Did your mother ever talk to you about how losing her mother affected her? I mean, she was too young to remember it, obviously.
No, she never discussed it, really. In fact, I didn't know about Frances until I was 17 years old. My mother sat me down when I was 17, and she said, listen, I have to tell you something. And I thought, what is she going to tell me? And then she told me, your Grandma Antonia, who you were raised with, is not your biological grandmother. Your real biological grandmother died when I was born.
Joy told me she believes that her mother never fully processed the loss of her own mother. And it's easy to understand why. Within months of Frances's death, Vincenzo took his infant daughter back to Calabria, where she would spend the next 13 years, growing up in the world that her father had tried so hard to escape.
Did she talk to you much about that time?
No. She used to tell me things like, oh yeah, she told me like, she'd make up like stories that were so pathetic. She said, my father wanted me to learn the piano, and we would bring fruit to the piano teacher, and I like to bargain with, and then she would learn a little bit on the piano because they had money, so they brought fruit.
Sure. But
Stuff like that.
But that's smart,
Yeah,
but sad.
yeah. But it made you think like, oh my God, they had nothing.
But could she play the piano?
No, not enough fruit.
We don't know why Vincenzo chose to remain back in Calabria for so long, but it would appear that he never lost his desire to immigrate. And in 1925, after remarrying, he set off for America one final time, bringing Joy's mother along with him.
Vincenzo Carbone, 45, occupation, laborer, whatever that is. Name and address of relative and country whence alien came, wife Antonia. That's the step-grandmother.
Yep.
Whether going to join a relative or friend, residence 506 Metropolitan Avenue, Brooklyn, purpose of coming to United States, permanent, intends to become a citizen. Yes.
Yes, there's your mother at 14 years of
Right.
age, returning to the United States with her father. What do you think that moment must have been like for your mom?
I think it must have been traumatic. First of all, I'm sure she didn't speak any English at that point. When I was growing up, she spoke perfect English. But as a child, I don't think she did, because she was in Italy. So she comes to this country. She has no way of, no education. They still have no money. The only thing she knows how to do is sew. She was an incredible seamstress, by the way. She would make slip covers and bridal gowns, and she was incredible. But at that age, they put her to work in a factory right away. See, I could start crying now from this. That makes me sad. That my poor mother at 14 is thrown into a factory already.
Right.
She had no chance. No chance. And couldn't go to school. There was, no way to go to school. No way to do a life that was really successful, I guess.
Joy's mother would spend much of her life working as a seamstress in Brooklyn. But she and her father had nevertheless accomplished something marvelous. They had transplanted themselves at enormous cost to a new country. And on June 22nd, 1926, Vincenzo crowned that transformation by becoming an American citizen.
So what's it like to see all this effort documented?
It's very touching, frankly. And, I know that I didn't come from, I was not to the manor born. I realize what my background has been, and I feel that I'm standing on the shoulders of people here, that they worked and struggled, and here I am.
But they believed that things would get better, that there was a future.
Yes.
And
Well, that's what America does.
Right.
That's the beauty of this country, that it does say to people in these dire circumstances, they say, the Statue of Liberty, give me your tired, your poor. And they believe it around this world, and
Yeah.
they come here.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice story, in a way, that America opened its arms to all of these people.
Yeah.
And it's because they did all this that I can be here, that I can have a successful life. It's because of what they did, and I appreciate it.
Much like Joy, Michael Imperioli was about to see how his mother's family struggled to make the transition from Italy to the United States. The story begins with Michael's great-grandfather, Raphael Segno. Raphael is something of a legend within Michael's family, famed as a patriarch and a community leader who ran a tavern in Mount Vernon, New York. But the passenger list of the ship that brought him to America describes a man whose future was far from guaranteed.
Age 19, single, occupation shoemaker. I didn't know he was a shoemaker. Able to read or write? No. By whom was passage paid? Himself? Whether in possession of money? $12. Whether ever before in the United States? No. Like 19 years old, $12 in his pocket. Wow.
What's it like to see that?
I really admire the courage, the courage to... It's a very different world, and here, now you have access to so much information all the time, so like, the idea of going to another country, you can go on the internet, look, see what it looks like, even start communicating about communicating with people. You were really stepping out into the unknown.
Totally.
I mean, you're just hearing word of mouth what it's like. Maybe seeing a thing in a newspaper, maybe not. I mean, hearing what it's like from other people who have been there.
Whose cousins have gone there, whose siblings.
It's really kind of incredible.
Raphael arrived from Italy on March 26, 1903. Though he'd been trained as a shoemaker, he started a new life for himself. By 1914, he'd married Michael's great-grandmother, a fellow Italian immigrant, and was running his tavern in Mount Vernon, a small city just north of the Bronx. His brother, Patsy Segno, ran a grocery store next door. It seemed like the family was living the American dream. But as we dug deeper, we found newspaper articles suggesting that the situation was a bit more complicated than it appeared.
Raffaele Segno, 38, is alleged to have fired a shot at Pasquale Tremonti last evening. The dispute is said to have arisen because Segno's wife's sister, Santa Salzano, and Louis Tremonti, son of Pasquale, have obtained a marriage license. Segno and his wife said, object to the marriage. They must have really objected to the marriage.
Have you ever heard anything about this?
No, I've never heard this. So my great-grandfather, Raphael, fired a shot at Pasquale.
Well, I want to show you a little bit more about this confrontation. Would you please turn the page?
Oh, this is exciting. This is really exciting.
Michael, this is the same newspaper article we just showed you, only this time we've highlighted a different section. Would you please read that transcribed portion?
Segno went to see Tremonti yesterday, and they discussed the matter. There were words exchanged. Tremonti charges that Segno invited him out into the woods to finish the thing, but he wouldn't go. Segno is alleged to have then fired a shot at him. Police officers were shown a hole in the window where the bullet was alleged to have gone through. Gun could not be found. Segno gave himself up at headquarters, but denied firing any shot at Tremonti. So they wanted to go in the woods to have it like a duel.
Yeah,
that
right.
was the honorable thing to do, I guess, back then. Pistols at dawn or something like that. That's what it seemed like. But I've never, now, they must have known, my grandmother must have known this story, but I guess this is not something they wanted to talk about. Wow. That's so wild.
We don't know exactly what motivated Raphael to shoot at his neighbor. His objections to the marriage aren't recorded. But even though it seems highly likely that a shot was in fact fired, Raphael somehow managed to smooth everything over.
Family dispute over marriage is settled. A charge of assault made by Pasquale Tremonti against Raffaele Segno of 159 West 6th Street was withdrawn this morning when it was announced the disagreement had been patched up and that the men are again friendly. It was reported a shot was fired, but both men claimed they knew nothing of any shot. It's so Italian. Because, they settled it within, the family.
Right.
Having it public like this was probably very much not what they wanted.
Oh, no.
And probably not would have happened in Italy, because I would imagine the culture there would prefer things to be settled within the family.
Right.
This is a taste of what America was like, is that, you do something wrong, it becomes public, they write about it in the paper. They patched it up, things became friendly. God knows what happened and how they patched it up, but settling it within the family, omerta, nobody talks about the family. That was not just a mafia thing, that was the way they handle things within communities.
While Raphael may have been able to keep the police out of his family's private affairs, he was facing trouble at his tavern that couldn't be so easily resolved. In 1920, after decades of debate, the 18th Amendment outlawed alcohol in the United States. And suddenly, Raphael was forced to confront a truly daunting challenge.
How do you think your ancestor fared? All of a sudden, the government took away his business.
I'm assuming, it became a speakeasy, possibly? I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, let us turn the page and see. This is a newspaper article published on February 14th, 1923. Would you please read that transcribed section?
Blaze on West 6th Street. There are 2 stores in the building. One, a grocery store operated by Patsy Segno. The other, a soft drink establishment run by Raphael Segno, his brother. This was formerly a saloon. Shortly after the fire broke out, reports were heard that the blaze was caused by the explosion of a still. Wow.
Have you ever heard anything about that?
No, I never heard about this.
What's it like to read about it in black and white?
Well, they were adapting, right? They were like, well, they got to. I love that they call it a soft drink establishment. Like they were just making sodas.
Might that have been a euphemism?
Yeah, right. That's hilarious.
During Prohibition, many taverns did convert to what were called soft drink establishments, where people could congregate over non-alcoholic beverages. But there were also plenty of places that continued to serve alcohol illegally. And it seems likely that that's what Raphael decided to do. According to this article, he and his family were storing liquor in their cellar, which led to a fire. And this wasn't an isolated incident. In 1922, Raphael's sister-in-law, Patsy's wife, was indicted for serving whiskey to a federal agent.
So they did it probably in the grocery store as well. You were able to get a glass of whiskey. Wow. This is fascinating.
It is. What's it like to learn this?
Man, I had no idea. You know, it's thinking about it now, it's like it's such an obvious thing. Like if you owned a bar and then Prohibition comes, it's like either you're going to close it and do something completely different, or you're going to, do it illegally. Right. But this is so fascinating and incredible that this information, that you found this. So wild. What I'm really curious about is how much like my mother knows about this stuff. Like, did she know any of this? I'm really curious. Right. Because I never heard these stories.
All told, Raphael's properties were cited at least twice for Prohibition violations. And in 1924, a federal judge filed an injunction against him. Yet not only did he manage to keep all these legal troubles from his descendants, it seems that he also overcame them. Indeed, when Raphael passed away in 1947, almost 15 years after the end of Prohibition, his obituary describes the patriarch that Michael had long thought him to be.
Raphael Segno, who conducted a tavern at 161 West Sanford Boulevard for more than 40 years, died today at Mount Vernon Hospital at the age of 62. Born in Italy, son of the late Gennaro and Josephine Rea Segno. He lived here for 47 years.
Yeah. Your great-grandfather continued to run that tavern until the end of his life. What's it like to see that? To think about that great amount of continuity.
Continuity and tenacity.
Yeah.
And just like not giving in, not giving up, and just by any means necessary, providing. Providing for the family. Because that's really what it was about. It wasn't, from what I know, that wasn't like they were amassing all these riches and properties and things like that. It was really just, he had 6 kids, and that's what he did to...
Man was trying to make a living.
Makes me have a lot of affection for him, more than I had, I didn't really know much about him.
We'd already traced Joy Behar's maternal roots back to Santa Eufemia, a town in the Calabria region of Italy. Joy's mother spent much of her childhood here, but Joy had no idea that the town had also played a role in her father's family. The story begins with Joy's paternal grandfather, a man named Philip Occhiuto, and with a record we found in the National Archives.
Philip Occhiuto, my grandfather, age 45, occupation machinist. I was born in Santa Eufemia, Italy on the 5th day of October, 1879.
That's your grandfather's declaration of intent to become an American citizen. But does anything on that record that you just read stand out?
No. Everything is about Santa Eufemia.
That's it. Santa Eufemia. That's the same place your mother's family came from. Isn't that wild?
That is wild.
Did you have any idea?
No, I wasn't sure that they were in the same town, but everybody who probably came to my neighborhood in Williamsburg, a lot of them must have been from that. They come on, I'll get you an apartment. A lot of that must have gone on. They helped each other.
Knowing that both sides of Joy's family came from the same town, sent our researchers back to the archives of Santa Eufemia, this time to search for records of the Ocultos. It did not take long for our search to pay off.
The 6th of October, 1879, at the City Hall appeared Severio Oculto, age 28, blacksmith, resident in Santa Eufemia, who presents a baby child, male, and he declares that the baby child was born at the hours 1:15 on the 5th of the above-mentioned month in the home place in Via Ferrai, 15, to Maria Rosa Arena, his wife, spinner, resident with him. Lastly, he declares to give him the name of Filippo Bruno. Who is this person?
That's a record of your grandfather's birth.
Oh, wow.
Philip was born on October 5th, 1879. His parents, your great-grandparents, were Severio and Maria Rosa.
I see.
Have you ever heard of those names?
No. I know that Severio was my uncle, but I didn't know he was named after his grandfather.
There you go.
I see.
So now you've climbed another branch of your family tree on this side.
Yeah.
And there's something else I'd like you to notice on this record. Do you see where the family was living when your grandfather was born? The street address.
Via Ferrai, 15.
That's right. Please turn the page.
I'll go there when I go to Calabria.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That's
there it
Via
is.
Ferrai. The street where your grandfather was born. That's what it looks like today.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the houses have been rebuilt since your grandfather's time.
Yeah, well, certainly.
But the size of the structures and the surrounding landscape are all likely very similar. And look at number 15 on the right.
Yeah.
That was your family home.
There it is.
Just across the street is number 8.
Yeah.
That's a very important address for your family because that's where your mom's father lived.
What?
Your grandfather, Vincenzo, was born at number 8.
What? They were living across the street?
The families were living across the street from each other. I mean, just across the street.
I mean, it's almost incestuous what we're talking about.
You look out the window and there's an object of your desire right there.
Whoa.
We don't know whether Joy's ancestors were next-door neighbors for a few years or for centuries. There are simply no records to tell us. But as we pored over the archives in Santa Eufemia, we uncovered documents that allowed us to trace the Ocultos back to Joy's 4th great-grandfather, a man named Severio Oculto. He was born in the mid-1700s. That's close to 300 years ago.
Can you imagine what it must have been like at that time? Doctors knew nothing. They touched things and then touched you and operated on you with dirty hands. There was no cure for diseases. There was no antibiotics.
They bled people with
They
leeches.
bled leeches. I mean, and they lived, some of these, I wonder how long they lived. We don't know that.
Well, normally, if we could find an ancestor from the 1700s, all we ever know about them are their names, right?
Yeah, that's all they ever recorded.
And the most basic details, like when they were born, when they died, when they married.
I see.
If we're lucky, we can learn their occupation.
Yeah.
But unless an ancestor was famous or was from royalty, they didn't leave much of a paper trail behind.
Yeah, they were snobs too.
So we really don't know much about their lives. But we learned something very interesting about your 4th great-grandfather, Severio. And I want to share it with you. Please turn the page.
Oh. It's like a mystery involved.
Joy, this is a newspaper article published in the Edinburgh Advertiser on March 25th, 1783. Would you please read the transcribed section?
The 5th of March at noon, all the ulterior Calabria felt an earthquake that lasted 6 minutes, a thing astonishing. The shocks were repeated 32 times and lasted until 1 o'clock after midnight when they felt the strongest. They continued the 6th and the 7th. The sea raging to break the boundaries of nature and a deluge of water falling from the heavens conspired the destruction of that unfortunate country. The people enveloped in the thickest darkness saw nothing but lightning, heard nothing but thunder, darting destruction and death amidst the tempest through the clouds. Of 375 villages which that province contained, it appeared that 320 were lost. My God.
This article reads like a novel, but it's largely accurate. In 1783, when Joy's 4th great-grandfather, Severio, was likely in his early 50s, Calabria was hit by a series of devastating earthquakes. Within minutes, Entire towns were reduced to rubble.
You ever hear anything about this?
No.
More than 30,000 people were killed.
Wow.
And even if you survived the earthquake, you weren't safe because the tremors caused landslides, rock slides, and even tsunamis, one of which alone killed 1,500 people who had sought refuge on a beach.
God.
Let's see what happened to your ancestral hometown. Please turn the page.
All right. My God. Well, imagine those houses were not built to withstand earthquake. They're not even today built for.
You got it.
Yeah.
Joy, this is a newspaper article. Would you please read the transcript?
March 11, 1783, the accounts from Calabria and Messina continue to give great alarm here. On the 6th of March, another violent shock of an earthquake destroyed a number of towns and villages in Calabria that have already been either totally or in great part destroyed. Amongst the principal ones are Santa Eufemia. Exact returns of the mortality have not yet been received here.
Santa Eufemia was destroyed in the earthquake.
They must have built some back because they were all ended up there.
They did. Accounts indicate that about 945 people, 30% of the population, died.
Done.
And we wanted to see, of course, how Severio fared.
Yeah.
But please turn
My
the
fourth
page.
great-grandfather.
Yeah, let's see. Please turn the page.
Oh, we're going to find out. The mystery unfolds.
Joy, this record is part of Severio's grandson's marriage record. It was recorded in Santa Eufemia on June 9th, 1842. Would you please read that translated section?
The undersigned curate archpriest of the Church of Santa Eufemia, having looked up the book of deaths of the persons who died during the earthquake of the year, certifies the death of Severio Ocuto. Oh, poor guy. He died in an earthquake.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary way to die.
It's really hard to envision all of this, to think about all of this. This is going to haunt me. This will haunt me, all this.
There is a grace note to this story. Though Severio perished, his son Giuseppe somehow managed to survive. Giuseppe is Joy's third great-grandfather, and it's difficult to comprehend how he found the strength to keep going.
Could you imagine what it must have been like for him to lose his father and his entire village?
Not easy.
Well, you came that close to not ever being here, because if he hadn't survived, there'd be no Joy.
Yeah,
Your third great-grandfather.
That's right. His son survived.
He's
That's true. I
26.
wouldn't be here.
No, you'd be poof.
Poof.
Joy who?
Okay.
But what's it like to learn this, to think that you are here today because this ancestor was able to survive in what basically sounds like the apocalypse?
Yeah. They had hard lives, all of these people. Every one of them that's in this book had a hard time.
But I mean, your survival was
It's
dependent on their survival.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is correct. So you come from a hardy stock,
Yeah.
of survivors. They're not going to give in.
Well, Joy, anyone who's watched you for 5 minutes on The View knows that about you.
I guess so.
We'd already seen how Michael Imperioli's great-grandfather, Raphael, built a life for himself in America, while not always staying within the bounds of the law. Now, turning to a different line on Michael's mother's family tree, we encountered another independently minded character, Alberto Luzzi, Michael's maternal grandfather. Alberto was born in New York City in 1914, the son of Italian immigrants. He essentially grew up on the streets, and his childhood sounds like something out of a movie.
His life as a kid reminded me like the Little Rascals or like the Bowery Boys, like this, gang of little kids like wandering around Manhattan, getting into trouble and, stealing like pastries and whatever they were doing. I remember him telling a story about the cop. There was like the local cops that they were always kind of getting in trouble, but one of the kids was older, not brothers, but some guys that they ran with, and they would actually the cop would put the gun down and fight the kid. Like that was like how they would kind of resolve like a beef in the neighborhood. And if the guy beat the cop, somehow that would be like, okay, or the idea of that is just bizarre. Like that's how they settled stuff in the neighborhood.
Alberto's troubles largely stemmed from a single source. When he was a young boy, his father, Giovanni Luzzi, had a job cleaning train cars for what would become the New York City subway system. It was difficult and dangerous work, and it led to a terrible tragedy.
Certificate of death, full name John B. Lutzy. Date of death, April 23rd, 1919. My grandfather was 5. Age 38. Occupation, car cleaner, Interborough. Interborough was the subway.
Yep.
The chief cause of his death was shock, crushing of body. Contributing causes were dragged by train, accidental. I had heard that story from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And it always was very disturbing, thinking of, great-grandfather being, because I knew my great-grandmother, she was alive.
No, a horrible way to die.
I mean, yeah, and he was so young.
Giovanni was struck by a train in the Bronx while working on a stretch of elevated track. And though the story of his death had been passed on, the details of his life had been forgotten. We set out to recover them, starting in Oriolo, a mountain town in Calabria. Giovanni was born here in 1879 and likely spent his entire childhood here before marrying and immigrating to America sometime around 1905.
This is fascinating.
Do you feel a connection?
I do, yeah. My grandfather always talked about Calabria, which I guess he finally went to when he was an adult. But he used to make, he called it Calabrese toast, Calabrian toast, which was bread with olive oil, salt, pepper, and paprika. My grandmother would make it for him because he didn't cook. But even something simple like that, he didn't really make much. But
that was home.
Yeah, I mean, Calabrians, he always said this. I'm not making this up, but he always said Calabrians are known for having hard heads, hard-headed, stubborn, which he certainly was, my grandfather. A certainly stubborn, individual, no doubt.
Like Joy Behar, Michael came to me knowing that Calabria has a troubled history, and that many of the immigrants who left the region did so to escape poverty. But as we dug deeper into Giovanni's story, we found something surprising. His birth record indicates that his father was not a peasant, he was an attorney.
Unbelievable.
And you just met your great-great-grandparents.
Who I never knew his name. I never knew anything about him at all. The fact that he was an attorney really kind of shocks me. And they call my great-great-grandmother, Julia, a gentlewoman.
That's right. They were part of the local gentry in Oriolo.
Wow. So gentlewoman means?
A woman of class, society.
The family had
not a peasant.
Had some money.
Yeah. A lady of leisure. This is not how you pictured your ancestors back in Italy.
No. I had no idea. No.
What's it like to see that?
It deepens my pride, which I've always had, of being Italian American and of, my relatives who came here, and it just deepens that connection and that pride. It makes me want to run to Italy. That's what I feel like right now. I want to run over to Oriolo in Calabria and just find this street and just look up some people there if I can.
We don't know why Michael's great-grandfather chose to leave Calabria. Given his parents' status, he likely had a comfortable life in Oriolo. And his parents weren't the first in the family to do well. Moving back 2 generations, we came to Michael's 4th great-grandfather, a man named Giorgio Lutzy. Giorgio was born around 1775, and records indicate that he was a farm manager, which means he likely ran an estate for a wealthy landowner. It was a most desirable position, offering an array of opportunities to earn money.
And there was even a saying in Italian from the time, make me a farm manager for a year, and if I don't get rich, I'll be damned.
So farm manager was a thing. That was like a thing to aspire to.
That's right.
Wow.
A good thing.
And then you can see, not a surprise, a lawyer would be further down the line, right?
His grandson was a lawyer.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But think about this. Your Luzzi family may have not exactly been wealthy, but they certainly had status in Oriolo for generations. Yet your great-grandfather moved to the U.S. to clean train cars, right?
Right.
But if he hadn't done it, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Sitting here. No, and he probably knew that, he was going to have to do labor.
Sure.
Coming here. I'm sure he wasn't thinking it was just going to be some smooth, sailing.
Right. Michael, what does it mean to you to have this history restored?
I've always been, kind of in awe and had a lot of admiration for, the ancestors that I knew about that came here.
Mm-hmm.
The courage, like we talked about, that it took to come into the unknown. But seeing this other picture and this continuity, especially learning about the life there, and it just fills out this picture, that I've had the same kind of picture in my mind for many, many years, and now that's changed for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
in a very good way. And also for my kids to learn all this, and the rest of my family, who most of them I'm sure don't know anything.
Right.
And never would have. So I'm very, very grateful to you for enlightening us. It's incredible.
The paper trail had now run out for Michael and Joy. It was time to show them their full family tree. These are all the relatives.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, look at all these people.
Now filled with the names of ancestors they'd never heard before.
Thank you so much. This is an incredible gift.
This is terrific.
For each, it was a moment of wonder, offering the chance to connect with long-lost family members on both sides of the Atlantic.
To see these details that we thought were lost to the ages are here, documented, records going back, 200
years. Isn't that cool?
It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
It means everything to me. It just confirms a lot of the feelings that I have about my heritage. I always feel Italian. I mean, I can't wait to bring this book home and show my daughter and say, look, this is our family. This is it.
That's the end of our journey with Joy Behar and Michael Imperioli. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet novelist Amy Tan and poet Rita Dove, two writers who are about to discover the drama hidden within their family trees. What would your mom say? Would this have moved her?
Yes, it would have. I think she would have started to cry, as I'm trying not to now.
It just shows you how deeply connected we are to the past. It also makes me want to write more stories about my family.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years.
Oh, how did you find this? This is fantastic.
While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
I'm just stunned that they never talked about this.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries.
Oh, my mother would have been so happy to see that.
I have their names. I have places where they lived. And it just feels enormously full.
My two guests have written masterpieces based on family stories. Now, the size of their families is going to expand exponentially. In this episode, Amy and Rita will meet ancestors whose names they've never heard before and hear stories whose plots they could never imagine. Amy Tan is one of the most celebrated writers of our time. Her 6 best-selling novels have been translated into more than 17 languages, and they've sold millions of copies. One has been adapted into a Hollywood film, while another has been turned into an opera. But all this success flows out of a terrible personal tragedy. When Amy was 15, her older brother died from a brain tumor. Less than a year later, her father succumbed to the same condition. And perhaps understandably, Amy's mother lost control.
My mother went crazy and she became suicidal. She thought that she had magical thinking. She believed even after they were dead, she could bring them back. She thought we were cursed, and she went looking for the reasons. So my life changed in a way. It was very unstable. We moved to Switzerland, which sounds great, and it was in a way. But it was with this instability as to what we were going to do with our lives.
As it turns out, this instability would last decades. Amy attended 5 different colleges before finally earning her degree. Then, after trying her hand in education, she became a business writer, crafting speeches for executives. She was almost 35 years old when she realized that she'd been put on this earth for something more.
I thought, what is the meaning of my life? And there was no meaning except to make the money. My clients were great. They really respected me. But I needed to do something other than this. I was working 90 hours and I decided I'll work 50 billable hours. And I used that extra 40 to do something more meaningful. And that's when I started writing fiction. And I gave myself a goal that I would be published in a good literary magazine, a little one, not the New Yorker, by the time I was 70. So I made it. I made it.
Amy has more than made it. After deciding to become a writer, she began working on a set of stories that would become the Joy Luck Club, a fictionalized account of her mother's life. The novel was an instant sensation, and it put Amy on the path she's still following today. But only her mother knew just how creative Amy actually was.
My mother read it, and she was a little mad that people thought it was just, that it wasn't imaginative. She knew that most of what was in the stories were emotionally true, but the stories themselves, the narrative, many things were just made up.
But that's why it's called fiction.
That's right. And my mother knew that, and she was so proud of it. A lot of people say, how did your family feel? Was she angry? And I said, are you kidding? She loved this book so much. She said, next book, write my true story.
My second guest is Rita Dove, the first African-American poet laureate of the United States. Rita's talents have brought her success that most poets can scarcely imagine. She's been honored by 2 presidents and received more awards than I can count. But her accomplishments have not left her jaded. Rita still radiates love for her craft, a passion that she says dates back to some of the very first lines she ever wrote.
It was Easter, and they said you can do something creative for Easter. You can paint something, do it, whatever you want. And I wrote this poem about an Easter bunny who had one droopy ear, he had a failing. And I didn't know how it was going to end, but I kept writing. And then because it rhymed, in a certain way, I found the ending. And that joy, the way the whole page opened up, I thought, oh, I love this.
Although she may have discovered her calling at a young age, It would take years for Rita actually to embrace poetry as her profession. This was partly due to the way she was raised. Rita grew up in a household where work was taken very seriously. Her father was an industrial chemist, and Rita initially set out to become a lawyer. It wasn't until her junior year in college that she realized she needed to change course.
Suddenly I thought, no, I want to write, and I'm going to write until I can't afford any food anymore. Then I'll figure something out. But first, let's try this. So I went home at Thanksgiving, I think it was, and told my mother first, of course, in the kitchen. I'll never forget it. And she stopped making dinner and said, "You better tell your father yourself." And I went into the living room where my father was reading the paper, and I said, "Dad, I decided I want to be a poet." I didn't even say writer, I said poet.
Uh-huh.
And he hesitated. Put down the paper. Hesitated again, and then he said, "Well, I don't understand poetry. Don't be upset if I don't read it."
Huh.
Which I thought was, in a certain way, the greatest blessing he could have given me. Just to say, this is not my wheelhouse. Go for whatever you need to go for. I also know I could write whatever I wanted. I didn't have to show it.
Now free to pursue her dreams, Rita would ultimately find fame by writing about her roots. In 1986, she published Thomas and Beulah, a collection of poems inspired by the lives of her mother's parents. The book won a Pulitzer Prize and has become a classic of American literature. But it emerged organically, almost unplanned, after many conversations between Rita and her mother.
We would just talk, and then sometimes she would mention a memory. Sometimes I had specific ideas, like what was a favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
Then, she was the first one to get that book after, my husband and me. And she said, "Yeah, those are the stories. That's all right."
What would your grandparents have said? What would they have thought of this book?
Ooh, wow.
You waited till they were gone.
Oh, that's a great question. I've never thought about it before. I'm sure my grandmother would have understood the embellishments.
Uh-huh.
She made hats for church ladies. So I saw her, making these things up as she went along and making them grow. So I think in the end she would have been pleased, but she also would have said, this is, I see what you did here.
Yeah.
Whereas my grandfather would have just been happy. He would have said, that's sweet. That's good, sweetheart.
Both Rita and Amy have turned their family stories into art. Now we're going to see what they may have missed along the way, uncovering details and dramas that somehow have eluded them. I started with Amy Tan, and with her mother, Du Ching, or Daisy, as she would later be called. Born in Shanghai in 1916, Du Ching's life story sounds like fiction. She was orphaned as a child and grew up in the home of an adoptive family. Then, when she was just 19, she was forced to marry an Air Force officer named Wang Chuo, and she immediately regretted it.
She married him, and from the first night, he brought home other women to be in the marriage bed. He did that for all of their marriage. He gambled away her money. He held the gun to her head when he wanted to have sex with her, and she wouldn't do it. He was a pilot, and so he was like a movie star. He could do everything, and people respected him for that. So she had no say.
Sounds like being trapped in a nightmare.
Yeah.
Du Qing's salvation would come from an unlikely source. In 1940, when she was 24 years old, she met Amy's father, a young engineer. The two would begin an affair, but first they had to evade Du Qing's powerful husband, which took a great deal of ingenuity. Indeed, newspaper articles from the time detail how after filing for divorce, Du Qing moved to Tianjin, a city in northern China, where she lived with Amy's father under an assumed name.
This is in the newspaper.
It's in the newspaper, Shenbao newspaper.
The gossip column.
Your mother ran away from her husband and moved in with your father, and to help keep it a secret, she even changed her name. Did you know that?
No.
And look at the photo. That is a photo of your parents in Tianjin in the 1940s. They look so much in love.
They do.
What do you think it felt like when they were finally able to be together?
This was fate. Fulfilled. She is finally loved. She hasn't been loved since her mother died. She now belongs to somebody.
Unfortunately, Du Qing's happiness would soon face grave obstacles. In 1947, her husband tracked her down and had her charged with adultery, a crime punishable by imprisonment. That same year, recognizing that their future in China was hopeless, Amy's father immigrated to the United States. The couple was now an ocean apart, but we made a discovery that shows how deep their ties remained. Amy, I'm not sure you've seen these before.
No, I haven't.
Our researchers found these letters in the court archives in Shanghai. They are love letters.
Oh.
Your father wrote them to your mother in November and December 1947.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Would you please read what your father wrote to your mother?
After leaving you for too long, I feel unbalanced. I am lonely and living without meaning. I feel hopeless. Both within my physical being and inside my heart, I need you dearly. Oh dear, my honey, come here soon. Regarding your coming to America, the only way is to enter school to study. There is no other way to proceed. It is estimated by February of the following year that you'll be returned into my arms. Oh. Honey. My honey. They're so romantic.
Amy's parents were not only romantic, they were also somewhat naive. Despite the passionate letters, Du Qing would soon be on trial in Shanghai. And newspaper reports of her testimony describe a life with her husband that's difficult even to contemplate.
He prohibited me from eating during the day and sleeping at night. I wasn't allowed to laugh or cry. I was forced to attempt suicide with a gun or a knife. I was treated like a prostitute. It's so shameful that I would rather not talk about it. When testifying to this point, tears streamed down her face, and she was sobbing silently. Judge Zhong tried to persuade the defendant to reconcile and return home with her husband. Du insisted that she would rather die than go back to his house, and Du remained in custody pending for future hearings. Whoa. She couldn't laugh or cry. She couldn't eat during the day. Just makes me very sad. I didn't know about all the forces against her.
She must have been terrified.
Yeah.
Under Chinese law, a woman could only obtain a divorce for domestic violence if she could prove that she'd been abused. And even if she could do that, special protections existed for military officers. So Du Qing stood a very real chance of going to prison. But that didn't stop her. And in March of 1949, after years of fighting, the judges finally ruled in her favor.
Due to the sincerity expressed by B, no further charges will be pursued against B from now on. Judgment was made in front of the prosecutor on duty, dated March 31st, 1949, Shanghai High Court.
Victory.
Yes.
The adultery case against your mother was dismissed, and her divorce was upheld. Double victory.
Yep.
What's it like to read this? This is her Freedom Papers.
Wow. And I think it was something she did, persistence-wise, that made this happen. She never gave up. And this is the day she was released.
That's right. Turn the page. I'm going to show you something. This is a list of passengers traveling on a Philippine Airlines flight from Hong Kong to San Francisco on August 27th, 1949.
Daisy Chan Tu, 32, single student, permanent address, Lincoln University, San Francisco, California. Ooh.
About 5 months after the adultery case was dismissed, your mother arrived to the waiting, loving arms of your father in San Francisco. And she came on a student visa, just like your father had suggested. What's it like to see that?
Yeah. Lincoln University. No. She never stepped foot in there, I tell you.
While Du Qing had no intention of attending school, she did have some very specific plans. Just 15 days after arriving in America, she married Amy's father. Then she settled down in San Francisco and started a family. A family she'd nurtured despite the terrible ordeal that lay behind her.
I mean, she was so strong. She didn't give up. And she survived. She was always a survivor. And this is the result of that. The happy ending for a while.
The happy ending.
Yeah.
Could you please turn the page? Would you please read the transcript section?
Tan Daisy, whose life inspired. Sorry. Dan Daisy, whose life inspired her daughter, Amy Tan's novels, The Joyland Club, The Kitchen Wife, passed away peacefully at home, San Francisco, with her loving family by her side on November 22nd, 1999. Daisy was an amazing cook and a prolific teller of family tales. She worked as a nurse with Kaiser Permanente Medical Center, which provided the hospice care and support during her final days.
What's it like to see that?
I think she felt she was important, that she made a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I shouldn't be sad about this. It's more with the notion after going through that history, that very difficult history, and to see that it had culminated in, you know, these accolades for her.
Mm-hmm.
And that her life was not for naught, and that it was good that she stayed alive. And she could see that. Amazing woman.
Like Amy, Rita Dove was about to discover hidden facets of the family that had been so central to her work. Rita's maternal grandmother, Georgiana Jackson, was the inspiration for many of her poems. But Rita knew almost nothing about Georgiana's roots. We set out to change that and found Georgiana's father, Damon Jackson, in an 1891 city directory for Washington, D.C. It shows them living in a neighborhood called Swamp Poodle, just 6 blocks from the United States Capitol. Have you ever heard of this place, Swamp Poodle?
No. Has anyone ever heard of it? This is kind of amazing.
Well, it was a very rough place. It was known for rival gangs, speakeasies, and brawls. In fact, in the decades before this city directory was recorded, it had a reputation as one of the toughest neighborhoods in all of Washington, D.C. Your grandmother, Georgiana, was born right there.
Oh, man.
Now, is this how you pictured her childhood?
No. No. She was my grandmother.
Swamp Poodle was demolished in the early 1900s, and few images have survived from the time when Rita's ancestors lived here. But as we pored over newspapers from the era, we got a surprising window into their lives.
Damon Jackson and Joseph Plummer quarreled over 5 cents in a game of crap. Oh, jeez. Jackson seized a hatchet and dealt Plummer 3 severe blows over the face and head with the blade. As Plummer fell on the cobblestones unconscious, Jackson made his escape. Plummer was removed to the emergency hospital, where it was found that his skull was broken. His recovery is doubtful. Oh, no. A hatchet?
I didn't encounter this story in Thomas and Beulah.
No. This is one of those stories no one ever talks about, obviously. Oh, my goodness.
Rita's great-grandfather was charged with assault, but he pled not guilty and found himself on trial, where he argued that his victim had threatened his wife after losing all his money gambling. According to the defense, your great-grandfather was simply trying to protect his home and his family, especially his wife. So what do you think really happened?
Woo, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what really happened.
Guilty or innocent?
I think he's guilty.
Think he's guilty? Would you please turn the page?
Mm-hmm.
Rita, this was published in the Evening Star on May 6th. Would you please read the transcribed section?
Damon Jackson was tried in the criminal court yesterday for an assault with intent to kill and found not guilty.
Your great-grandfather was indeed acquitted. How does it feel to see that?
Oh, I'm thrilled. I think this is kind of wonderful. I mean, if he had not been found not guilty, who knows whether I would have ended up being here at all.
That's true. That's true. The records of Damon's trial no longer survive, so we don't know what inspired the jury to reach its verdict. It's also unclear whether Damon's brush with the law had a significant impact on his life. Just a few years later, now going by the name of Gates Jackson, we found him in trouble once again.
Speakeasies raided. Oh, gosh. Policemen O'Day and Browner yesterday raided 3 speakeasies in what is known as Swamp Poodle and captured Gates Jackson of number 65 Jackson Alley. Jackson was fined $250 with 3 months in the workhouse as the equivalent.
He was charged with running a speakeasy.
Well, there he graduated into, but
business.
Yes.
He's an entrepreneur. Remember, he was running the craps game.
He was running the crap game, but now he's moved out and kind of done a speakeasy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get ahead.
Do you identify with this ancestor of yours? He was a character.
Well, what I identify with is the fact that he was staying alive, that he was trying to make it through in questionable ways, very definitely. But there's an energy, it sounds like, to this person. Both with the incident before, but also with having a speakeasy in this crazy district, and also going by a name Gates. I mean, Gates Jackson has a certain great ring to it. You know,
I think so. Noble.
Yeah. And so, yeah, in a certain way, I'm like, go on, okay, let's see what you're gonna do. The jury's out on whether he was good or bad.
Unfortunately, we had little more to share with Rita about her great-grandfather. He passed away in September of 1909, and his death certificate, which lists his occupation as a laborer, suggests that he died suddenly.
Cause of death? Tuberculous meningitis.
Mm-hmm.
Exhaustion. Duration, 8 days.
Mm.
Oh.
He was only about 40 years old.
No. Yeah.
He had a bacterial infection in his spine and brain, and he was suffering from exhaustion.
Worked to death.
What's it like to see that?
It's very sad. I feel very sad, and I don't even know this man, but he basically came to life in 2 pages or 3, some newspaper articles, and now it's gone. And think of all the lives out there like that.
Turning from Damon to his wife, Mary, we found a far happier story to tell. Mary's father was a man named Thomas Reeder. He was born sometime around 1840. Searching for details about his life, we uncovered an inventory taken during the Civil War that lists him and 3 of his siblings as the human property of a slave owner in eastern Maryland. The document also shows that in September of 1862, Thomas left his plantation, either as a fugitive slave or in the company of the Union Army. And since the Union Army was not operating in eastern Maryland at the time, we believe that Thomas ran away all on his own.
Jeez. Oh my goodness.
Did you ever think that you descended from one who had actually run away from slavery?
I had hoped that I had. Let's put it that way. But to actually be presented with evidence, no. Never would have imagined that.
Well, and we are guessing that he ran away to Washington. Because one, it was close, and D.C. had abolished slavery on April 16th, 1862.
Ah.
And he is gone by September of 1862. So, and we also know that this is where your Reeder family ended up.
Right.
So it makes sense.
It makes sense.
To speculate.
Wow.
What do you think that was like for him? Imagine, to come to a new place as a free man. And he ran away from his family, you know.
Yeah, he did.
The other Reeders are back there, his sibs.
Yeah, he leaves, which is both incredibly daring and I don't know, a little cold too. It must have been so bad that he could leave his family and do this, and to arrive in Washington D.C. at that time, in Swamp Poodle or wherever he ended up, it still must have felt like heaven in comparison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's impossible to determine Thomas's movements with any precision, but we do know that he was living in Washington, D.C. by 1880 and raising children there. We also know that his mother eventually joined him in the city, along with at least 2 of his siblings, allowing us to add yet another branch to Rita's family tree, as well as a host of new names.
So what's it like to meet this whole new line of ancestors?
Well, you see me grinning, right?
Yeah.
I'm just grinning because it does feel it's almost as if the party is just getting started now. You know, they're all here, and there they were. Part of me is it's sad because it's a part of me that I didn't want to think about the fact all these lost people, and though we can't build, their entire story, I have a little bit now. I have their names. I have places where they lived and survived and ran away from. And yeah, it just feels enormously full.
We'd already seen how Amy Tan's mother managed to escape an abusive marriage in China and build a new life for herself in the United States. Now we turned to the man who helped make that life possible, Amy's father, John Tan. John immigrated to America roughly 2 years before his wife and ended up becoming a minister. But he'd had an entirely different career back in China. Records show he attended a university in Beijing where he was a talented engineering student, and that he even invented a radio transmitter that was sold commercially.
Whoa.
Have you ever seen that before?
No. No. I wish I had known more about his accomplishments, early on, because there was a separation between the past and the life that we knew with him. We didn't have access to that because he immigrated. You start your life over once you've immigrated. You leave all that behind, the honors, the university that you went to, and any of these inventions. That's gone. You're starting over again. And that's what we knew.
Blackboard has been erased.
Yep.
Happily, our researchers were able to fill in much of that empty blackboard, mapping John's life in China from Beijing to a university in the city of Guilin, and finally to Shanghai, where, as Amy's mother battled for her divorce, John made the momentous decision to board a ship.
Johann Tan, 30, engineer, nationality China, final destination San Francisco, California, to join friend Frank Liu.
That is a record of the moment your father arrived in the United States of America. What's it like to see that?
I'm there. I'm imagining him, on this boat, getting off, new world, new opportunities, leaving a lot of chaos and trouble behind, leaving a woman he loved behind.
Did he talk about the journey ever?
No, he didn't.
John obtained his visa to visit America by passing a U.S. government exam for a scholarship. But he didn't choose to study engineering. Instead, he enrolled in a divinity school, much to the dismay of his family back in China. Amy believes that he made the decision because he was guilt-ridden about his adulterous affair with Du Qing.
He must have done this because of my mother. His family cut him off. His favorite sister cut him off. My mother wouldn't speak to them, and he chose her. Yeah, so he had to change his whole life and the direction of his life.
Do you know much about your ancestors on your father's side of your family tree?
I know that he was born to a family of 12 living births, and that his father was very religious, and that there was this, sort of a humorous anecdote that they had so many kids, they had their own church. So, yeah, I received one letter from my grandfather. It was in English. It was very formal. And that's about it.
John's parents were both born in southern China in the early 1890s. Unfortunately, we were able to learn almost nothing more about his father, Amy's grandfather. But with Amy's grandmother, a woman named Yang Shu-ying, we got lucky. We uncovered what's known as a Qiapu, a book of genealogy that was kept by her ancestors for centuries. It allowed us to identify Amy's ancestral hometown, the village of Yako in Guangdong province. Your family lived there for 10 generations, spanning about 400 years.
Wow.
What's it like to see that?
Home. I'm home.
You feel a connection?
I do. I mean, look at this landscape. And this is the waters, the lake, or the whatever this is that they took a boat out on. They saw the same landscape. You know, it just connects to. I mean, I just imagine also they love this. They love this scenery and that I love it.
There is one detail in this scenery that would prove especially meaningful to Amy. An ancestral hall built in Yako village. 2 pillars here are engraved with a poem written by the elders of Amy's clan. Incredibly, the poem instructs future clan members to honor their ancestors by pursuing the arts.
The descendants will enlighten the family name and carry on the family heritage through the study of poetry, classics, rituals, and music. There we go.
Amy
I'm
Chan.
carrying on the legacy.
I don't think you had a choice.
No, no, it's embedded in this. Wow.
And they left this sort of message to the future in the form of a poem itself.
Yes.
What do you think it means to them, to your ancestors?
I think they just said, very good. Very good, Anmei. You did good.
According to Amy's family's Chiapu, her young clan in Yako village was founded by a man named Yang Ying Shang. He's Amy's 18th great-grandfather, and he was born in the 13th century. But he's not the founder of the entire Yang clan. That honor belongs to a man born over 100 years earlier.
Yuan Gui.
You've just read the name of the Yang clan founder. And according to this Chiapu, your family tree, Yuan Gui is your 22nd great-grandfather.
Whoa. And what year was that?
He moved to Shangsen from Yangzhou City in the 1100s, in the 12th century.
Wow.
You are able to trace your family lineage back more than 850 years through a paper trail.
Wow. It just shows you how deeply connected we are to the past.
Mm-hmm.
It also makes me want to write more stories about my family.
Well, we've done a little research for you.
Yeah.
What would your dad have made of this?
He would have been very proud and glad that we finally understand that side of the family. He was so focused on making us American so we would fit in. And so I think he would just say, yes, now you're ready to know this part of the family. You can be Chinese as well. You can go into this with pride and with curiosity now. And the knowledge that these are people who passed on all the things that are important.
Like Amy, Rita Dove was about to discover just how much had been hidden within her father's family tree. The story begins with Rita's grandmother, a woman named Lucy Nettles. Lucy was warm and nurturing, and a beloved figure in Rita's childhood. Yet as we researched her life, we quickly realized that Lucy had suffered a great deal in silence. In the 1900 census for Georgia, we found Lucy as a 3-year-old girl living with her father, Homer Nettles. But Lucy's mother, Virginia, was nowhere to be seen. And the census hints at a terrible tragedy.
Homer, son, black, age 26, widowed.
Widowed. Your great-grandmother Virginia died sometime between 1896, when your grandmother Lucy was born,
Right.
and 1900, when that census was
Right,
taken.
yes.
So Lucy lost her mom.
She lost her mom at that age.
Did your grandmother ever talk about growing up without her mother?
No, she did not. She did not.
Isn't that interesting?
It's amazing, yeah. She did not.
There are no records to tell us how or even exactly when Virginia died. But her loss clearly devastated her family. By 1900, Homer was raising Lucy in his parents' home in Rockmart, Georgia. And he didn't stay there for long.
1903, City Directory, Kansas City, Kansas? Nettles Homer, colored fireman. He went to Kansas?
Homer moves to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard anything about this?
Oh, no, and no one's ever mentioned Kansas as a possibility and the geography of our family. And became a fireman to boot.
Yeah. And guess what? Homer remarried the same year to a woman named Anna Calvert.
He put his life back together in Kansas City. Wow, my goodness.
Homer may have found happiness in his new life, but records suggest that he didn't try to share that happiness with his daughter. The 1910 census for Kansas City shows Homer and his new wife Anna living on their own.
Ah, okay, so...
And you notice who's missing?
Lucy.
Lucy, your grandmother, who would be 13 by now.
Yes.
Where do you think Lucy is?
He's left Lucy behind.
Could you please turn the page? This is a page from the 1910 federal census, the same year, for Rockmart, which is in Georgia, as you know. Would you
Right.
please read that transcribed section?
Russell, Josiah D., head of household, black, age 30. Occupation, laborer, cement plant. Hannah, mother, black, age 64. Occupation, laundress, industry, private family. Lucy Nettles, niece, mulatto, age 13. There she is.
There's your grandmother living with her maternal uncle, whose name was Josiah Russell, and her grandmother,
Her grandmother.
your great-great-grandmother, whose name was Hannah Carter, in Rockmart. So it looks like Homer left his daughter to be raised by her mother's family.
Yeah, left her there.
How do you think this affected the person she became?
She never let a child of hers go. She always took them in, and she had quite a few children. And I always was struck by, even as a younger person, just how family meant a lot to her. That's the person she became because she didn't have that.
Lucy's father, Homer, died on May 1st, 1919, in Kansas City. And we don't know if he ever saw his daughter again after he left Georgia. But by the time he passed away, Lucy was building a family of her own. She married Rita's grandfather, Joseph Dove, in 1911, when he was 23 and she was only 14. A troubling fact that has long haunted Rita.
She told me that, she didn't want to get married,
Right.
but she was married off. And so I thought about that a lot. I thought
Yeah.
about the age 14
Yeah.
and already abandoned by your father. Your mother is dead. And then what else are you going to do? I guess they wanted to get rid of her.
But how do you think she avoided becoming a dark, embittered person with those facts of maternity and paternity?
Well, it's so interesting because she was a very religious woman, and I think that really helped her through.
Uh-huh.
You know, she grew up then very religious in the Baptist church, and her husband, my grandfather, was not very religious. You know,
Uh-huh.
and in fact he was, though he worked and he
Yeah.
supplied money for the family. He also drank and would go off on binges and leave and desert them for a little while. She held that family and all those children together through that faith.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's what helped her through.
Hmm.
And then in the end, too, I mean, some of the children, not all of them, but some of the children, really also helped her through. It's
Right.
family above everything.
Lucy would go on to have 11 children and help move her family from rural Georgia to Akron, Ohio, where Rita herself would be born. When Lucy passed away in 1988, she had at least 20 grandchildren. And as Rita surveyed all that we had discovered about her grandmother's life, she was struck by just how much Lucy and her family had endured.
It really just deepens my compassion for these ancestors who, in their own ways of survival, whether they, headed out for the territories like Homer, or whether they had to sit there and bear those children like Lucy, the ways in which they survived and the ways in which they decided that that story should or shouldn't be told. And what I find interesting is that all of this kind of underscores or explains what I've always felt was a kind of curious way in which my family doesn't talk about things like this, But it's almost as if, well, this is the way they were raised, right? So I'm beginning to understand that a little bit more. And now I got to go to Kansas.
The paper trail had run out for Rita and Amy. It was time to show them their full family trees.
There we are. Oh my.
Now filled with names they'd never heard before. For each, it was a moment of awe.
Oh, this is amazing. This is so amazing. I feel like I am sitting under a tree with immense foliage. It's not going to give out anytime soon.
All the ghosts in my family are here and they're applauding.
My time with my guests was coming to a close, but I had a final question for each of them.
What do you think all these ancestors would have made of you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that my hatchet-wielding ancestor might have said, "You done something," or something like that. And I would hope that for all these women in here, and I'm so grateful to have followed along in their line a little bit, would have just been so happy to see that they weren't forgotten, and that something came of all that.
You have unleashed the best storytelling ever. Tracing, a story has a narrative, and you don't know everything that's going to happen at each turn, and what you've done was revealed the turns for me. and revealed the human nature, the people behind that led to my story. And I'm so appreciative.
That's the end of our journey with Amy Tan and Rita Dove. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet Sharon Stone and Chrissy Teigen, two stars known around the world who know little about their own family trees.
Honestly, without this show, I just would have died without knowing any of this, honestly, because it's been so gone forever.
If someone else told me this was their story, I wouldn't believe them.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years.
I'm so nervous.
While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
Oh, no.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries, and a window into the hidden past.
They're traditionally itinerant people who lived all over Europe for centuries, and you are part Roma.
That's so cool. I don't know why I'm feeling so emotional about people I never met.
They're your family. Sharon and Chrissy both found fame when they were young and left their roots behind. In this episode, they're going to be introduced to ancestors who did the same thing, meeting women and men who set out on their own to build lives that their parents could never have imagined. Sharon Stone may look like a femme fatale, but the iconic actor who came to fame as a killer in Basic Instinct is actually something far more complicated. Sharon is a survivor with a wry sense of humor, and her story sounds more like a fable than a film noir. Growing up in rural Pennsylvania, where her father worked at a tool factory, Sharon's dreams of stardom seemed like fantasies. But she didn't let that stop her. She started modeling as a teenager, moved to New York City, and got very lucky.
I met this fantastic casting agent named Riccardo Bertoni. And Riccardo was a very extravagant Italian, really talked really super extravagant from Italy. Sharon, ciao. He was and he was so great. And he said, I'm going to call you in to be in movie, because he knew that I really wanted to. And I was so poor. I was roller skating to all of my modeling things with my big book. And he called me and said, Julia Taylor's doing a casting for a Woody Allen movie. Come. So I clunk, 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 and I roller skated over. So I'm like 11 feet tall on my roller skates. I'm standing in this long line. And Woody was actually there. And she said, sort of set up a podium in front of him, taking all the pictures. And when she took mine, she went like this and handed it back. I didn't know what she was doing. And then she was listening. And then she said, Woody wants you to come and sit there and talk to him. And I was like, right. So I went and sat down next to him, but he didn't talk to me. And so I sat there for like 20 minutes, and then I just sort of clomped off. And then I got a call, and he cast me as an extra. And I went down to a school. It was like an elementary school where all the extras came. And I was just sitting there with my bag of books that I always drug around with me. And I was reading a book, and Michael Pizer, the assistant director, came out, and he said the girl was supposed to play a part, and she didn't show up for whatever reason. And Woody wants to think about casting you. How do you feel about that? And I said, I feel fantastic.
That moment changed Sharon's life. Her part in Alan's movie was small, but it was soon followed by larger roles, including a star turn opposite Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall, a box office smash. Yet even so, Sharon was almost totally unprepared when just 2 years later, Basic Instinct made her a household name.
This was before cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
So, like now, like the beautiful Taylor Swift
Mm-hmm.
can go to a concert with her boyfriend and a couple of bodyguards.
Right.
Because they're cell phones.
Uh-huh.
So everybody really feels like they know her and they feel like we're friends.
Mm-hmm.
But when there wasn't cell phones, people felt like when they saw you, they have to get some.
Right.
And they literally rip the clothes off my body and pull my hair.
How did you cope with that?
The first thing that happened is that I went to a psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm having trouble leaving my house.
Mm-hmm.
I keep going back and seeing if the iron's unplugged and if the stove is off and if I turned off the coffee pot, and I'm having so much trouble going out, and I you know.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, are you the girl on the billboard on the corner? And I'm like, yeah. And are you that girl in that movie?
Yeah.
That's you, right?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah. And she's like, you know, I've had other celebrity clients.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to tell you, I don't think you're having a psychiatric problem. I think you're having a security problem.
Absolutely.
And I said, what do you mean? She said, you need to have an armored car and a driver who's armed.
Huh.
And I was like, oh.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Sharon may have solved her security problems, but greater challenges lay ahead. From a pervasive sexism that sometimes put her at odds with producers and directors, to a massive stroke that forced her to take years away from the camera. Yet through it all, Sharon fought back, emerging as one of the most recognizable and beloved actors of her generation. The lesson? According to Sharon, she's simply doing her job the way it's supposed to be done.
You know, I go to work on time. I know my lines, I hit my marks. I sell my movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'm professional, I behave like I know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm grateful to my fans and to the public because I know without them, I wouldn't have a job.
Right.
And I treat them with respect and kindness because I get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't also go out in public. I try not to go out in public looking a wreck because I also understand that I'm a public figure.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the gift that I give to the public for giving me the gift of the way that I get to live.
Mm.
So I feel a lot of people think that's very old-fashioned.
Uh-huh.
But for me, it's a relationship of respect and gratitude.
My second guest is supermodel and social media maverick Chrissy Teigen. Much like Sharon, Chrissy grew up far from the limelight. She was born in Utah, where her father worked on industrial construction projects. And she spent her childhood living in 5 different states. Along the way, Chrissy says she became highly adaptable, as well as something of a free spirit. And those qualities would be put to good use professionally. Indeed, Chrissy's first job as a model, a photo shoot for the Red Bull energy drink, was barely a job at all. But Chrissy didn't care.
I thought it was a commercial. In my mind, I heard a Red Bull commercial, but it ended up being like one of those girls on the beach that handed out cans of Red Bull, wearing those thick flip-flops, a bikini with like the Red Bull logo on it, and you would walk around with a bunch of girls and hand out Red Bulls to dudes, and there was one video involved, so that's why they got to call it a commercial. But I had asked for the day off work to do it, and they were like, you need to make a choice. Do you want to do this Red Bull thing? Or do you want to continue to work here? And I was like...
Or do you want a real job?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm going to do the Red Bull thing. So I got fired / quit my job that day, went off and did this Red Bull thing. And
a star was born.
a star was born.
As it turns out, Chrissy's star would rise very quickly. Just 4 years later, she was featured in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue and saw her career explode. By 2017, she was one of the highest paid models in the world. But true to form, Chrissy didn't take any of it too seriously.
How did you know you had talent? Was there a moment?
Oh, I still don't know. No, I don't think necessarily this took much talent. I think the big thing in the modeling world for me was to let people know that I could speak. And I think that's why Sports Illustrated was such a wonderful thing for me, was because that was the first thing that I ever did where when I spoke, they listened, and it was to your benefit to be able to speak and to interact with people. And
to show you had a brain.
Yeah.
Modeling, of course, is notoriously challenging, both physically and emotionally. But Chrissy has found a unique way to deal with it: social media. For more than a decade, she's been sharing her irreverent voice online, cultivating an enormous fan base in the process. What's more, Chrissy has also used the internet to craft a kind of second career for herself as a cook and food lover, celebrating a lifelong passion and finding a level of satisfaction that had previously eluded her.
Food is everything. Like getting to see my daughter try new foods, whether it is like my mom's recipe or it's a can of SpaghettiOs. It makes me really happy to get to be the first person to serve her that food, or get to see her smile when she eats something, or get to see her frown when she hates something. Food is the only constant in my life that it just doesn't let me down. It doesn't, it's
great.
everything.
Chrissy and Sharon have something in common. Both are self-creations. People who built their careers largely on their own, through a combination of talent, ingenuity, and hard work. It was time to introduce them to ancestors who shared those same traits. I started with Sharon, and with her father, Joseph Stone. Sharon told me that she believes she inherited Joseph's work ethic, and she vividly recalls his tremendous physical strength.
My dad was super fit, like unbelievably muscular. He was a tool and die guy, so he lifted steel blocks all day.
Oh, wow.
So he was just so muscular, it was unbelievable. Even when he died of cancer, ultimately, and even when he shrank away, at the very end, he was just muscle and bone. He looked like a ballet dancer. But he was a really healthy dude.
Did he get it from his mother or his father?
I think he got it because his father died when he was 4, and he grew up in a barn. And my uncle was in the Navy at 14 on a Navy ship alone. I think they got it from protecting themselves.
Sharon's father undoubtedly had a very difficult childhood. In 1934, his father, Sharon's grandfather, died of heart disease. At the time, he was the manager of an oil well in western Pennsylvania, a lucrative job. But following his death, his wife inherited nothing and couldn't provide for their young children. In the chaos, the family was scattered and their stories forgotten. Indeed, Sharon told me that she knew her father's roots lay in Ireland, but beyond that, his ancestry was a blank slate. We set out to fill it in and trace Sharon back to a couple named Mary and Alexander McElhaney. They're Sharon's fourth great-grandparents, and we found them in the 1850 census for Pennsylvania.
Alexander McElhaney, 73, occupation farmer. Great. Place of birth, Ireland. Mary, 70, place of birth, Ireland. Alexander, 30, place of birth, Pennsylvania.
These are your original Irish immigrants on this branch of your family. These are the ones who got on the boat, who rolled the dice,
and moved to Pennsylvania.
What's it like to see that?
I think it's just super cool. I mean, you know, we're a very Pennsylvania family, and I like to know that they came from Ireland to Pennsylvania. I like knowing that it really began there in Pennsylvania for this side of my family. That's very interesting for me. And I feel really excited that they were farmers, that they actually got to have something.
Turn the page. Sharon, this is a record from the Pennsylvania State Archives. It's dated February 10th, 1842, 8 years before the record we just saw.
Yeah.
Would you please read that transcribed section?
Know ye that in consideration of the sum of $81.26 paid by Alexander McElhaney is granted a certain tract of land situated in Sandy Creek Township, Venango County, containing 406 acres to have... It's so great. I don't know why. It really gets to me. To have and to hold the said tract of land unto the said Alexander McElhaney, his heirs and assigns forever. 406 acres.
406 acres for $81.26.
Well, you know, in my family, that would be a really, really big deal. You know?
Oh, yeah. You weren't going to own any land back in Ireland.
Wow. I just love it.
Alexander McElhaney bought his farm when he was roughly 70 years old. We don't know how he saved the money, but that purchase was a watershed moment for his family. Sharon's father would be born less than 5 miles from the farm, and Sharon herself was raised in a nearby town. And when Alexander died at the age of 88, his obituary shows that he passed on much more than land.
As a man, he was distinguished for his truthfulness. It's my dad. Kindness and industry. During his last illness, his constant response to inquiries was, "I have great peace." That's how my dad was. My dad was so sick when he had cancer, and he could vomit on his shoes, and you'd say, how are you? And he'd say, "I'm great. I'm just great." It's that fortitude. Just the same. I have great peace. It's kind of incredible. It's like a family trait.
Yes.
It's like people say, "Where did you get it?" Clearly from Alexander McElhaney.
Turning from the McElhaneys to Sharon's direct paternal ancestors, we encountered another man who embodied her family's best traits. Sharon's great-grandfather, John Stone, was born in 1862. As an adult, he leased the oil well that brought his descendants a measure of prosperity. And records show that even in his youth, he had a great array of talents.
While in his teens, he studied photography and conducted a small picture business, at the same time working in a bakery. I didn't know that.
Before getting into the oil business, your great-grandfather ran his own photography business.
That's so early to be in photography.
How about that, huh?
Wow.
Art.
Wow. Cool.
You feel a connection?
I feel that it seems like my relatives were all kind of like high steppers.
Mm-hmm.
Like they stepped in, stepped out.
Mm-hmm.
They just like, hey, I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stepping out. I'm doing this thing.
Outside the boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, and quirky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stepping out. I'm going to America. I'm stepping out. I'm digging for oil. I'm stepping out. I'm going to try this photography that nobody knows what it is. You know, they just stepped out and tried all these new ventures. Yeah. Wow.
Like Sharon, Chrissy Teigen was about to discover that she'd inherited much more from her father's ancestors than she could have possibly imagined. But first, we needed to show her exactly where those ancestors came from, a subject that had been the source of much confusion within her family. The story begins with her father's parents and with a photograph that Chrissy had never seen before.
Oh my gosh. Wow, look how beautiful. So chic.
Your grandfather, Henry Elmer Teigen, was born on March 25th, 1915 in Pierce County, North Carolina. Your grandmother, Ruth Helen Schaefer, was born March 18th, 1916 in Wild Rose, North Dakota. They both died when you were very young. And I understand in the last couple of years, you have come to believe that your grandmother, Ruth, was Jewish.
Yes.
Well, that was quite a story, and we wanted to investigate it for you.
Yeah.
We couldn't find any records, though, to indicate that she might have been Jewish. But records are not always accurate. So we turned to DNA. Now, since your father's one generation closer to your grandmother, we looked at his DNA. So if Ruth was indeed fully Jewish, we would expect to see 50% of Jewish DNA in your father. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see how much Jewish DNA your father actually has. Please turn the page.
0% Jewish DNA. You have no idea how proud I was to be Jewish. That is so... Wow.
Where do you think that idea came from?
I have no idea.
Mm.
Is Schaefer not a Jewish last name, though?
It's German, but it's not. And there were some German Jews. But it would be in your DNA. It's a clear category, and your father has 0 Jewish ancestry. I'm sorry. If you want to be Jewish that bad, I bet the Jewish people would welcome you.
It was like, that's why I'm so funny. Like, there's so many. Okay.
Chrissy's disappointment would not last long. In the archives of Washington State, where her grandmother passed away in 1991, we began to trace Ruth's roots for real.
Name, Ruth Helen Hornbaker. Father's name, Richard Schaefer. Mother's name, Minnie Heller.
This is your grandmother Ruth's death certificate. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Well, this document is important because it gives us the names of Ruth's parents. This is how we piece together family trees. They were Richard Schaefer and Wilhelmina Heller. Wilhelmina went by the nickname... Wilhelmina. And Wilhelmina's nickname was Minnie. Wow. And Richard and Wilhelmina are your paternal great-grandparents. Have you ever heard those names before?
No.
Could you please turn the page? Chrissy, on the right is a list of passengers who arrived in the port of New York from Bremen, Germany. You ready for this? June 1st, 1885.
Wow.
That's the passenger list. Would you please read who was on that ship?
Wow. Johann Heller, age 34, occupation workman. Rosalia, age 32, babies, wife. Hermann, Jose, age 6, child. Wilhelmina, age 3, child. The country which they are citizens, Germany. Number of pieces of luggage, 4.
That's the moment they stepped foot on the United States soil.
Wow.
June the 1st, 1885.
Wow.
And she arrived with her parents.
100 years later.
Yeah.
Wow.
Your great-great-grandparents were Johann and Rosalia Heller.
Oh, that's incredible.
Johann and Rosalia were both born in towns that were then part of the German state of Prussia and are now in Poland. As we comb through the records that they left behind, we notice something unusual. Rosalia had a brother named Trogat Franz, who's listed as being an oboist. And it seems that this was a family business. Indeed, documents indicate that at least 3 generations of Chrissy's ancestors were musicians.
Wow.
How do you think this history gets lost? How do you think people forget what their ancestors did?
I would have definitely thought, like, I do feel like our family has a musical connection with vocals. I always felt like our family always been in choirs and things, but would have never guessed instruments, especially with how terrible I am at instruments. But yeah, I don't know how it would get lost, but I also don't know how you would find it because it's been so gone forever.
As it turns out, there was a great deal more to learn about the Franz family. Not only were they musicians, they also appear to have lived nomadic lives, traveling in mostly rural areas. And it seems that several of them were illiterate, which was surprising because Prussia had compulsory education laws at the time. At first, we didn't know what to make of all this. But then we realized that Chrissy's ancestors belonged to an ancient European community called the Sinti, and thus were part of a very specific minority group known as the Romani, or Roma people, a group once denigrated as gypsies.
They're traditionally itinerant people who lived all over Europe for centuries, and you are part Roma.
Wow, that's so cool.
What's it like to see that?
I love it.
These are your people. That's why they were moving around so much. That's why they were illiterate.
Wow.
And guess what? It was rough to be a Roma. For centuries, they were discriminated against and they were even persecuted, just like the Jews were in Europe. They spoke their own language, which is based on Sanskrit, which is the classical language of India.
Wow, Sanskrit?
Yeah, and generally they lived among themselves on the outskirts of larger communities or pursued an itinerant trade within those communities, such as being a musician. They traveled often, usually with families, and they were living constantly on the edge. So do you think this is one of the reasons Rosalia and Johann moved to America, to escape all the persecution for her people?
Yeah, of course. It's so unreal.
Unfortunately, this story was about to darken significantly. When Rosalia moved to America, much of her family remained behind in Europe. We don't know what happened to all of them, but we found evidence that one of her cousins, a woman named Elsa Adler, was living in Poland when Germany invaded in September of 1939. Soon the Roma were being rounded up and persecuted by the Nazi regime. The story was covered in newspapers around the world, but the world did nothing to save them. It's estimated that at least 250,000 Roma died in the war.
This is what your family would have faced had your branch not emigrated, and it's what your relatives, that's what happened to them.
What they saved us from.
That's right. In December of 1942, the Nazis ordered the deportation of all Roma from the Greater German Reich to Auschwitz. At the time, your great-great-grandmother Rosalia's cousin Elsa would have been 50 years old. You know much about Auschwitz?
I mean, more than I'd like to know.
Right. Please turn the page. These are photos of Auschwitz. Most people associate it with the extermination of Europe's Jewish population. And nearly 1 million of the camp's victims were Jewish. But the lesser-known story is of the Roma people, of whom some 21,000 were murdered. Did you have any idea that any part of your ancestry could be connected to the Holocaust?
No.
Records show that Elsa was part of a transport that arrived at Auschwitz on April 1st, 1943. Less than 3 months later, she was dead. But while it's impossible to know what she endured, we found an account written by another Roma woman who was in the camp at the same time. And it sheds light on what may have happened to Elsa.
The children died first. Day and night, they cried. Day and night, they cried for bread. Soon they all starved to death. In our work brigade, in our work brigade, we had to do everything in double time. An SS block leader rode a bicycle alongside us. If a woman collapsed because she was too weak, he would beat her with a baton. Many died as a result of this physical abuse. The SS camp doctor, who was in charge of the gypsy camp, was named Dr. Mengele.
Yep.
He was one of the most dreaded camp doctors at Auschwitz. He carried out experiments on the handicapped and twins. He also used my cousins, who were twins, as guinea pigs. I lost about 30 relatives in Auschwitz. My siblings and my father literally starved to death within the first few months. And finally, my mother starved to death.
What's it been like to learn that this is part of your heritage? I mean, to discover a whole new biological link in your ancestry, and then to discover how they were treated.
It's heartbreaking, but I will say it doesn't feel real yet. I think maybe when I go back and talk about it in therapy or something, maybe it will. But it still feels like we're looking at a book and at stories told of somebody else.
Right, and that's normal.
Okay.
Because it takes a long time to process.
It's like a fairy tale that you hear, and then you'll make more sense of it later.
We'd already explored Sharon Stone's father's roots, introducing her to ancestors who embodied strength and courage. Now we encountered those same qualities in Sharon's own mother, Dorothy Lawson. Dorothy was born in 1933, and she's still going strong today, which is all the more remarkable given the circumstances of her childhood. According to Sharon, Dorothy's parents were simply unable to care for her.
They lived in abject poverty.
Oh.
They had a 2-room house on the railroad tracks and 5 daughters. They had more. One of them was hit by a drunk driver and killed when she was crossing the street with my mom and her sisters, and was killed instantly. My mother had a twin who died, was dead at birth. Just malnutrition. My mother grew up with rickets and scurvy. You know, and finally they took her out of her house and moved her into the local dentist's home when she was 9. And she became their maid, their cook, their laundress, their shopper. Till she met my dad at 16 and got married.
That's tough.
As it turns out, Dorothy is not the only member of her family to survive great hardship. Moving back on her paternal line, we came to a man named George Greggs. George is Sharon's 3rd great-grandfather. He was born in 1842, and he spent much of his life as a coal miner in Pennsylvania. But that's not all that he did.
This is the veteran schedule of the 1890 federal census for Mercer County, Pennsylvania.
George Greggs, address Stoneboro, Pennsylvania, rank private, Company A, 17th Pennsylvania Cavalry. Date of enlistment, August 30th, 1864. Date of discharge, June 17th, 1865.
Did you have any idea that you descend from a veteran of the Civil War who fought on the right side?
From a Yankee. Feels good.
Yeah.
You know, it's a proud moment for me to look at this. I'm a proud American. I'm proud of our democracy, and I believe in our democracy, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm sure my great grandfather was too.
George signed up to fight when he was 22 years old and was assigned to a cavalry regiment. As a coal miner, he likely had little experience riding horses, but he quickly found himself tested. In the early hours of October 19, 1864, Confederate forces launched a surprise attack on the Union Army in the Shenandoah Valley, threatening Washington, D.C. By mid-morning, the Union was in disarray, but a ferocious counterattack, led by the cavalry, turned the tide in what became known as the Battle of Cedar Creek.
Wow.
The victory became national news. That victory helped ensure Abraham Lincoln's re-election to a second term the following month, and your ancestor was there.
Freaking badass. I love that.
When the war ended, George was a hero, but he'd paid a heavy price. His military records show that he left the Army suffering from rheumatism, a chronic condition marked by intense pain in the joints and muscles. What's more, George's mental health suffered too.
Patient is a male, age 75 years, married, laborer, Protestant, residence Franklin, Pennsylvania. Patient began working in the coal mines when about 8 years old and received practically no education. He has worked as a laborer throughout his life until about 6 or 7 years ago when his health began to fail. Throughout his adult life, he drank to great excess and was very abusive towards his family. When was any change in the patient first noticed? 2 months ago. No steady work for 5-6 years. Threatened to kill wife. Struck wife with a club. Carries sticks and pokes people in the back. Imagines he is in the Army and that the cavalry is charging.
This is 51 years after the end of the Civil War, and he's still reliving his time on the battlefield.
Well, that's not uncommon.
No. PTSD didn't have a name.
Right.
But it's clear that
that's what it was.
At least in part, he's suffering from that.
George never found the help he needed. In 1918, after being admitted to a state hospital, he passed away from heart disease. But we had another revelation for Sharon, a far happier one. Looking over the records of George's life, we discovered that he had been born in England and that he immigrated to America as a child. This surprised Sharon because she had long believed that the vast majority of her roots lay in Ireland, not in England. And when we analyzed her DNA, she was in for an even bigger surprise.
Read those percentages.
43% Scotland.
You're 43% Scottish.
I thought I was all Irish.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm Scottish.
You are indeed.
I'm Scottish. 43% Scottish.
Strangely, despite her admixture results, we couldn't find any Scottish lines on Sharon's family tree. There are several possible explanations for this. The most likely is that Sharon's ancestors moved from Scotland to Ireland during the 1600s as part of a wave of migration that produced what we now call the Scots-Irish people, many of whom would later travel to North America. a notion that compelled Sharon to rethink her family's story from the very beginning.
You know, my parents didn't have anybody, and their parents were scrambling to have their own self together. There wasn't time or moments to even think about, was there anybody before them? There wasn't the luxury of imagining who were your ancestors. You know what I mean? It's like, how can we get dinner on the table?
Right.
Can we eat?
Sure.
And it's so important to know who your people are. And it's really nice to be able to find that out. And like how people talk, America, because we're all immigrants, so much we don't have that culture of our grandparents help us raise our children. We don't have that, extended family that is so beautiful when you go to Europe and you have dinner and it's the whole family.
Yeah.
And I always have been attracted to people who have whole families, bigger families.
Right.
I'm like, can I just get in there?
Sure, being adopted into your fantasy family.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, just this sense of consciousness that there is spiritually a bigger family for me. I don't know, it's very grounding.
We'd already traced Chrissy Teigen's paternal roots to Roma communities in Eastern Europe. Now, turning to the maternal side of her family tree, we found ourselves in a very different part of the world. Northeast Thailand. Chrissy's mother was born here in 1961, and her grandparents lived here almost all their lives. But while Chrissy feels very bonded to her Thai roots, her grandparents passed away when she was a teenager, and her impressions of them are limited.
Do you have any memories of your grandparents?
I remember my grandfather being in a car for the first time, and the smile on his face for that. And then, this is so terrible, but I don't even know if it's a fond memory or just a memory of my grandmother, but I remember being so terribly sick on one of my trips to Thailand when I was young, and I was laying on the floor and I had been asleep for days. I don't know if it was terrible food poisoning or what, but I remember just being on my back and looking up and her adjusting her sarong and then seeing the biggest boobs of my life. That's definitely a distinct memory that I have, and I don't know if that's good or bad, but I was just so out of it, and I was looking up and I was like, oh wow, those are some big boobs. Yeah.
What did they make of their American granddaughter?
I don't know. I really don't know. I know they were proud of my mom. But no, I don't know what they made of me, really.
Chrissy told me that her most powerful connection to her grandparents comes through food. She still cooks her grandmother's dishes, passed down by her mother. In fact, in 2021, Chrissy helped her mother publish her own cookbook. Happily, we were able to trace this connection back to its source. A food cart that Chrissy's grandmother ran outside of school in the city of Korat.
Wow.
Have you seen that before?
I have not seen this photo before, no.
Well, that's your grandmother with the food cart she owned and operated. She sold dishes such as pad mi, is that how you say? Fried noodle. Samtam, the famous...
Samtam is, papaya salad.
Papaya salad, and wan yen, dessert. Have you heard much about this?
I have, because I heard on my mom's book tour how involved my mother was in helping her sell food. So
in food prep.
Yes, absolutely.
Must have been a ton of work.
Yeah. I can't even fathom it.
While Chrissy's grandmother was running her cart, Chrissy's grandfather was keeping busy as well. He was a teacher at a time when Thailand was attempting to expand and improve its educational system, especially in rural areas. Chrissy had heard stories about her grandfather's career, but she'd never seen any evidence of it. Until now.
Guess what you're looking at?
Is that his school?
That's his school.
Cool.
This is a photo of the elementary school where your grandfather...
Elementary school.
He was an elementary school teacher.
Cool.
It's located in Ta Khon, a small village in northwestern Sisaket. Can you imagine teaching out there?
Yeah, when I used to go to Thailand as a kid, my mom used to take me to visit different international schools with teachers speaking English and kids from all over the world. And then this is just this is as pure and small and opposite of that as you can imagine.
As it turns out, Chrissy's grandfather eventually left this school for one in Korat, where he taught subjects ranging from agriculture to algebra, while also coaching the traditional Southeast Asian sport known as Sepak Takraw.
What is that?
Kick volleyball. And it's wild. You got to look it up.
That's so
It's great.
interesting. I wonder if my mom even knows that. I'm excited.
And remember when we talked about your grandmother's food cart? She operated it right outside of the school where her husband taught. They
were in cahoots.
Had a monopoly. Yeah. They would sell to parents in the afternoon when they came to pick up their kids and to adults attending evening classes. So
Oh my gosh,
she
they
had
really
3
were.
shifts.
Wow.
So your entire family's history really revolved around that very school.
Yeah. I love it.
Chrissy's grandparents likely had status within their community. Her grandmother's food cart would have fed much of the town, and her grandfather would have been highly respected, both inside and outside of his classroom. But turning back one generation, we saw just how far they truly come. Chrissy's great-grandparents, her grandfather's parents, both worked in the rice fields of their village.
What do you imagine life as rice farmers was like?
Incredibly difficult, tedious work. I mean, we're talking grains of rice for, and in the fields, obviously the humidity, growing in water, the plowing, I can't imagine a more strenuous, difficult job.
Yeah.
And you're talking one grain at a time, literally. It makes you think differently every time you have a
bowl of rice.
Or a spoonful of rice, yes.
Rice growing was indeed an extremely labor-intensive process. Much of the work had to be done by hand, under back-breaking conditions. And though we can't document it, we believe that Chrissy's relatives likely did this work for centuries, if not longer. Even so, surveying the journey that her ancestors took, Chrissy was struck not by the differences between her life and theirs, but rather by all they shared in common: food, faith, and family.
It's funny because some parts of me want to say like how crazy different and like I'm so, outspoken and I'm so crazy and this, that, but I don't really think I've strayed too far from what they were. Like we have the same belief system, the same passions, the same love for one another, and it doesn't feel like we strayed too off course.
Yeah. You were true to your roots.
Yes.
My time with my guests was coming to a close, but we did have one more story to share with Sharon. Turning back to her father's family tree, we discovered that we could trace one of her paternal lines back into the very distant past. The line contains a slave owner in colonial Connecticut But it also contains 2 French kings. And it culminates with one of the most famous men who ever lived.
Please turn the page. You know who that is?
Oh, no. What's his name?
His name is Charlemagne.
No.
Charlemagne is your 38th great-grandfather. The first Holy Roman Emperor was a mean dude.
Charlemagne was my grandfather.
Mm-hmm. Your 38th great-grandfather. He's one of the most important people in history, of course, and he basically created modern Europe with an iron will.
Well, if you want to see someone whose mind is completely blown, here it is.
The paper trail had run out for Sharon and Chrissy. It was time to show them their full family tree.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious sake.
Now filled with people whose names they'd never heard before.
That's incredible.
For each, it was a moment of awe.
This is unbelievable.
Offering the chance to see how their own lives were part of a larger family story.
To be able to tell my kids now at such a young age for them what I spent my whole life not knowing is really cool.
Oh, that's great.
This has been so special.
You know, I think we all kind of wonder, like people say, what are you made of? And it's so grounding to find out for the good and the bad of it, right?
Sure.
Because then you can just see yourself and know, oh, that's what I'm made of.
That's the end of our journey with Sharon Stone and Chrissy Teigen. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet Jose Andres and Sean Sherman, 2 chefs who are using their kitchens to help create a better world.
I think we all have, as humans, we all have pride in giving to others a little bit more than where we came from.
As a chef, I could name hundreds of European recipes off the top of my head in European languages and knew nothing about Native American or Lakota recipes. And the more I went down that path, the more doors opened up and the more clearly I saw the future.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years.
I cannot believe it.
While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
That's amazing.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life.
Let's go, baby.
I don't know if I'm ready.
A record of all of our discoveries.
That's super interesting.
And a window into the hidden past.
I mean, wow, this is almost like realizing that everyone's life is like a movie.
Oh man, that's crazy.
He went from fighting against the native populations to marrying into the Lakota.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that history.
All these people that we've been going through, they all have a very big piece of who I am.
Jose and Sean found fame by cooking the dishes of their ancestors. In this episode, they're going to discover that they share much more in common with those ancestors than recipes, as they learn the stories and the secrets of the people who laid the groundwork for their success. Jose Andres is a celebrity chef like no other.
They're gonna be so tasty.
He's won 4 Michelin stars, opened dozens of successful restaurants, and is also an heroic humanitarian. Indeed, as the founder of World Central Kitchen, a nonprofit focused on disaster relief, Jose has helped bring food to millions of people, many trapped in the most dire straits imaginable. But while his influence spans the globe, Jose's own story begins in a most humble place, a kitchen in Catalonia, Spain, where his mother, a nurse, inspired him with her creativity.
My mom, she will do magic at the end of the month before the next paycheck will come. She will go into the fridge and with the half egg that was halfway dry and the piece of ham or little piece of chicken left from the roast chicken on the 2 weekends before, she will make croquetas, this bechamel where she put everything in with the breadcrumbs that were also left over, and those croquetas will be deep fried. Oh my God, that was the best dish that I could ever eat. But this was not a dish out of plenty. This was a dish out of nothing.
Yeah.
Until the next paycheck will come, and then they will buy again the big chicken and the big steak or the fish. But I never remember those dishes. I always remember the ones at the end of the month.
Jose inherited his mother's tastes and her talents. But for a time, he couldn't figure out how to employ them. The solution came in a very unlikely way. When Jose was 18, he joined the Spanish Navy and was given a job cooking on the Juan Sebastian de Elcano, a traditional schooner that was used to train new sailors.
That changed my life in more ways I can't even imagine.
How?
Because that was a boat that showed me that the winds can come from north or south. The currents can come from east or west. If you have 300 people working together, against all odds, you can
still go
to
move forward
to the place you want.
Ah, that's great. That's beautiful.
And this for me was very important. Was a great form of university. Was a gift that came in the form of being in an adventure very early in my career.
Yeah.
That I learned about places I never imagined, like Abidjan and Camusotro, and meeting people and spending time with people I never had the opportunity to be with.
Yeah.
Because you grow up with your tribe, and it's fascinating when you meet other tribes.
Yeah. Jose would never lose the perspective that he gained on that ship. Following his service, he embarked on a mission to reinterpret Spanish cuisine and share it with the world, starting with a series of award-winning restaurants in the United States. His global perspective ultimately informed his humanitarian work too, as the idea for World Central Kitchen came to him in 2010 when he traveled to Haiti in the wake of a devastating earthquake, volunteered to cook in refugee camps, and learned a profound lesson.
That was the moment that I realized that cooks like me, that we feed the few, in very unique ways, we can feed the many. And also gave me a sense of the dignity that food gives to people. I'm cooking already in these 2-3 camps. And as I'm making this amazing bean dish with food I bought locally because the beans were in season, Haiti has amazing beans. I was making them in the way this Spanish boy learned how to make in Spain. The women were singing and they were helping me. But then when the dish is finished, they come with a translator and they come and say, hey, Jose, we love that you've been cooking with us, but especially these beans, we don't eat them this way. What? At that moment, it's like, okay, well, how do you want them? You want them smashed? It took us 2 more hours. It's not like we had blenders. It's not like we had electricity. We found different ways to smash them like they traditionally will do, but we had to feed 500 people. At the end, the beans were like they wanted. People don't want our pity, people want our respect. And always people tell me, why do you cook local food in the middle of an emergency? Because actually it's the easiest actually is what gives people dignity and is what gives people hope.
My second guest is Sean Sherman, the first Native American chef to win the coveted Julia Child Award. Sean was born on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota, the tribal headquarters of the Oglala Lakota Nation. Much like Jose Andres, Sean also learned to cook in his childhood home. But Sean didn't grow up preparing the dishes of his ancestors. Far from it.
Like a lot of kids in the 80s were a latchkey. You know, my mom was going to school, working 3 jobs, and I was the oldest between my sister and myself, so I was doing a lot of cooking. And I remember just like lots of hamburger helper and, you know, learning how to make some very simple meals, you know, learning how to make sloppy joes with just ketchup and mustard because that's all that was in the fridge, you know. So figuring out things, you know, and, you know, reading the back of taco seasoning packs and mimicking that because we didn't have any taco seasoning packs to make the spices taste like that, you know. So experimenting amazing. And learning how to utilize whatever was available to me, which was very little, but utilizing it to the best I could.
Sean would soon move past his basic recipes. He got his first job in a restaurant when he was only 13 years old and took to it immediately. By the time he was 27, he was an executive chef in Minneapolis and heading towards the very top of the city's restaurant scene. But then, with his path seemingly set out before him, Sean had an epiphany that changed everything.
I realized the absence of my own heritage in the culinary world. I realized that as a chef, I could name hundreds of European recipes off the top of my head in European languages and knew nothing about Native American or Lakota recipes. I could name maybe 5 Lakota recipes that I feel like weren't influenced by outside cultures. So it kind of shot me on a path to understand, and the more I went down that path, the more doors opened up, and the more clearly I saw the future.
Sean's future would include an ever-expanding array of institutions designed to revitalize and promote indigenous cuisine. From food trucks to a high-end restaurant to educational and training programs aimed at Native communities. Along the way, Sean's won a slew of honors, both for his recipes and for his social vision. But to hear him tell it, he's simply trying to honor his roots.
I feel like I've always kind of gone by a guiding quote, be the answer to your ancestors' prayers. And growing up on a tribal community like Pine Ridge, that's been basically one of the poorest areas in the United States since its inception, seeing so much lack of food access, so much health issues, and so much just trauma issues in general, that this work to me is really important, you know? So I feel like there is a calling somewhere in there, and I can only hope that some of my ancestry helped gift me some of the skills that I'm utilizing today.
Be the answer to your ancestors' prayers. I like that.
Thanks.
Sean and Jose share a noble goal. They're using their talents and their resources to help others, trying to alleviate hunger and hardship throughout the world. Now they're going to be able to see how much hardship their own ancestors endured. For Jose, this meant going back 4 generations to his paternal great-great-grandmother, a woman named Horacia Cecilia Ladislas. Horacia was born sometime around 1845, likely near Almeria, a city in southern Spain. As we comb through the records she left behind, we notice something striking. In 1870, Horacia gave birth to a daughter, and on her daughter's baptismal record, Horacia is described as being an exposita.
Exposita is what?
Means she was abandoned. She was abandoned by her parents as an infant.
Wow.
What's it like to learn that?
That's fascinating.
Think about this. Horacia carried the status of an abandoned child or a foundling as we would say in English, her entire life. Even at her daughter's baptism, they're still calling her a foundling, an exposito.
Well, this only tells you that many of the so-called traditions of what we expect about humans, about what is the right or wrong behavior, very often it doesn't work in real life.
Yeah.
That to make a woman be ashamed if something happened is probably never the right thing to do back then and not today. Life, things happen. And I think very often, and more than not to women, the traditions, the social traditions, and what is right and what is wrong, always has played against women.
Always. Yeah, because men were making the rules. We weren't able to identify Horacia's biological parents. However, we did manage to learn a surprising amount of detail about her life. Starting in the archives of what's known as the Almeria Foundling Home. Here, we uncovered a record that describes exactly how Horacia was abandoned.
She was put through the main torno at 8:15 p.m. on the 27th of June, 1845, wrapped in 2 old bags. Wow.
Wrapped in 2 old bags. Have you ever heard of a torno?
Yeah, the torno in many of the convents where las monjas de clausura, the nuns, don't have any connection with the outside world. The torno will be the way to, even to this day, you can go to some monasteries in Spain and still in some of these monasteries, those convents,
right?
And where the nuns will pay the bills making cookies and selling traditional cookies or honey, all the things. And the way you will get those cookies will be through that torno and the way you will pay. And that's the way still to this day.
And it's also where, if you wanted to abandon your child, put up your child, give it to the nuns, you put it on the torno.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Most abandoned children face dismal prospects. Indeed, many did not live beyond infancy. But Horacia beat the odds. Sometime before her 4th birthday, she was taken in by a couple named Maria and Sebastian Vicente. They not only raised her, but they also put aside money so that she would have a kind of trust fund when she became an adult. An extraordinary arrangement that raised the fascinating question: could the couple have been acting on behalf of Horacia's biological family?
Oh my God.
Yes. Why would they adopt this child and give her all this money? We think that it's possible that they knew the birth parents and they were making things right. We don't know, but it seems plausible.
That even they could be the parents themselves?
Yeah, they could be. They could be.
But we'll never know.
3 years later, but we'll never know.
Wow.
According to the scholar we consulted, the documents would make sure not to reveal the details, so the truth is lost to history.
That's good news. Even this happened a long time ago. Obviously, this only shows you that life moves on. Winston Churchill said that success was going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. Even in the hard times, you keep going. But I'm happy that, obviously, I'm thrilled, Obviously, I made it here, so something had to go right at one moment.
That's right, or you wouldn't be here, baby.
Oh, my God.
Regardless of whether or not they were Horacia's relatives, Maria and Sebastian clearly felt a deep love for her. And Horacia seems to have flourished thanks to their efforts. In July of 1864, she even started a family of her own, marrying Jose's great-great-grandfather, a man named Miguel de la Casa Rova.
Wow.
What's it like to think of all Horacia had been through to get to that day?
Fascinating. And she married young, 19.
And married a younger man.
17. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And guess what? After your great-great-grandparents married, they received that money. They received Horacia's trust. They started their family, and they began working as bakers.
No.
They were bakers, baby.
That's amazing.
You came by it naturally.
I was telling my wife the other day, like, one of the things I'm going to do when I grow older is we're going to move to a town. Could be in Haiti, could be in Spain, can be in Dominican Republic, but the town we feel like our contribution can help the town. And one of the things, I'll do a bakery that will do the traditional bread in the place we are, whatever. So it's kind of fascinating.
It is. You descend from bakers.
The bread that keeps on giving.
There is a final beat to this story. In 1893, Horacia's daughter, Jose's great-grandmother, Leocadia, became a teacher, a sign that she was well-educated and now a member of the middle class. What do you think that was like? For Horacia, she gave her daughter what she never had.
You know, my father and my mother, they were nurses. My brothers, none of us went to university, but we done well in different businesses. For me, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's been a huge pride to know that my three daughters, they're going through university.
Yeah.
So I think we all have, as humans, we all have pride in giving to others a little bit more than where we came from.
Right.
And I think this is the best story of humanity, that we all always work hard in a way not only for us, but in a way to try to push the people that come after us forward.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And here we see it many times. We see it with the money that was left for future, and that is the gift that keeps on giving. Everybody tries to push every younger generation forward.
Much like Jose, Sean Sherman was about to encounter an ancestor who created a family in the face of extraordinary odds. The story begins where Sean himself was born, the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Sean's great-grandfather, a man named John Conroy, moved to this reservation sometime in the late 1870s, along with his mother, a Lakota woman named Eulala. But John's father did not accompany them. And in the reservation's archives, we saw the likely reason why. John's father, Sean's great-great-grandfather, was named Thomas Conroy. And Thomas was a white man, born in Ireland.
Did you know that?
I did, yes.
What is it like to see that written down in an official document?
You know, like I've always known about that line of things, about where the Conroy line comes from. My mother had a lot of Irish pride growing up, which is why myself and my sister became Sean and Kelly.
I was thinking that, yeah.
And so I understood that tie. And, you know, and I love Ireland. I've been there a couple of times, and I love that culture. So I'm happy to have that culture in me.
My great-great-grandfather was Irish. There you go. Have you heard much about your great-great-grandparents' relationship?
No, I don't really know too much about that part of it, you know, except for I knew that she had moved away from that. And I can only imagine that it probably wasn't a very pleasant relationship, but I don't know much about it.
According to this record, Thomas and Eulala married sometime around 1855, under what were described as Indian customs. Their son John was born roughly 5 years later in Fort Laramie, Wyoming, where Thomas was working as a blacksmith, likely for the United States Army.
That's super interesting.
Blacksmiths like Thomas were crucial in providing materials necessary to supporting the soldiers and the civilians who lived in the area. So how do you imagine Thomas and Eulala met?
Oh, I would imagine that there was a lot of intermarrying happening during that time period, because I do know that there was a lot of Native community kind of moving around the forts, you know. And also there was a lot of things that weren't pleasant. There was a lot of people that were being stolen and being forced to be wives too.
Right. Well, we're not certain, but according to the scholars, their relationship was not unusual for the reasons that you can imagine.
Yeah.
It would have been fairly common for men stationed in military forts to have some sort of marriage or liaison with an indigenous woman, though these relationships were often short-lived.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't know how long Thomas and Eulala were together, but their relationship overlapped with a terrible period in American history, as the United States government pursued a brutal policy of Western expansion, seizing native lands and redistributing them as it saw fit. All the while, violently displacing and dispersing native peoples. Ironically, Sean's great-great-grandfather Thomas was not only a witness to this period, he seems to have tried to profit from it. In November of 1867, when his son John was roughly 8 years old, Thomas was one of 157 men from Fort Laramie who signed a petition asking the United States government to provide land for their very own Indian reservation.
Did you ever hear about this?
No.
Well, Thomas and the other petitioners described themselves as heads or members of Indian families, quote unquote. So it seems as if Thomas may have been trying to obtain land from the federal government based on his relationship, of course, to Eulala and John. Did you ever imagine you had a white Irish ancestor who tried to start an Indian reservation, quote unquote, for mixed ancestry native families?
I mean, families are complicated, as you would know. But, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Sean, this is the only record we found of Thomas referencing that he had children with a Native American woman. How does it feel to know that?
It feels... I don't know much about this person, really, in my family. I mean, I know the name. I knew a little bit about where he came from, and I understood kind of the circumstance, but I don't know that much about him. But it seems, again, not the best circumstances, and it feels like he's using this situation for his benefit as much as he can.
Thomas's petition was denied, and there's no evidence he ever received any land from the federal government. But in the 1880 census for Laramie County, we discovered that his relationship with Eulala was even more complicated than it first appeared.
Thomas Conroy, white, 50, married, blacksmith, place of birth, Ireland. Alice White, 47, keeping house. Maggie White, 15, daughter. Charles White, 17, son. John White, 12, son.
Any idea of what you just read?
I'm not sure. The date's confusing for me.
Well, Thomas is now married to a white woman named Alice Gilchrist.
Okay.
And he has a new family, a white family, including a white son named John, quote unquote.
Okay.
Records show that Thomas and Alice were first married in 1854, Sean.
Okay.
About a year before Thomas married your great-great-grandmother, Eulala.
Right. But unofficially, because they're saying it was...
Indian customs.
Indian customs.
Right. So they seem to have been separated for a time and then reunited around 1861.
Okay.
Did you have any idea that he had these two families?
I knew that he went on to have a different family, so I don't know anything about that side of it.
Well, they were simultaneous.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see now.
Yeah. The family story is that Thomas and Eulala separated after Eulala discovered Thomas had reunited with his former wife, Alice. Because he marries Alice before he meets Eulala.
Right, and that makes sense,
Now remember, though, Thomas signed a petition to create that reservation for mixed ancestry native families in 1867, about 6 years after he got back together with his white wife, Alice.
Sure.
So what's going on here, man? This is like he was doing a dance back and forth between wives and identities.
Absolutely, but they saw the opportunities that were out there. I mean, they were handing out native land like candy back then, too, so they were doing everything they could to secure some wealth.
Do you think Thomas ever saw your great-grandfather John again?
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah.
According to Sean's family, after Thomas and Eulala separated, their mixed-race son John lived for a time with his white father. John's obituary, published in 1950, supports this story and also details how Eulala eventually took her son back. Have you ever seen that?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, according to this record, sometime after his parents separated, John and his mother traveled through the Sioux territory to be raised with her people. So how do you think John felt at the time? Not only were his parents separated, but he was now going to start a new life without his father.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that it was a massive transition, but I can imagine his mother just really wanted him to experience being Lakota, you know, and to really share the importance of this, especially because she had to have known, too, what was going on at this time period, being an adult and seeing a lot of the aggressiveness happening against Lakota and Cheyenne, because during this time period, there's a lot of bad things starting to happen out there in the West, you know?
Yeah. Can you imagine what your life would have been like if John had been raised by Thomas, his Irish father?
Yeah, absolutely, completely different, obviously, you know. And I'm really, you know, I've always loved that part of the family history that they did go back to Lakota and that they did have that experience, even though they are forced eventually rather quickly back into a reservation system on Pine Ridge. And I think that, you know, we should be having a deeper understanding of all of this diversity, all of this trauma, all of this violence, all of this dark history. And that's how we have to move forward. We have to take that understanding, we have to feel that pain to be able to grow.
We'd already seen how Jose Andres' great-great-grandmother, Horacia, overcame a childhood of immense adversity. Now, turning to another line of Jose's father's family tree, we encountered an ancestor who faced a very different ordeal. Jose's third great-grandfather, Jose Andres Tortosa, was born in Spain in 1802 and grew up during a time of intense political turmoil. Throughout his youth, liberals seeking to create a democracy struggled against the Spanish crown. After a brief success in the early 1820s, they were systematically suppressed. And in 1824, an armed uprising broke out just miles from Jose's hometown, as royal troops battled with rebel forces around the walled city of Almeria.
Jose, your third great-grandfather, was just 22 years old at the time. Now, I want you to guess, which side was he on?
This is fascinating. I wouldn't believe he will be at the time in the more liberal side, probably. I'm only guessing.
Okay, that's your vote?
That's my vote.
Let's see what happened next. Please turn the page.
Uh-oh.
This is from the Municipal Archives of Almeria, 1841. It's an entry from a list of people who took part in the uprising of 1824. Would you please read that translated section?
Don Jose Andres Tortosa, resident of the town of Illar, for having acted with weapons in hand along with the expeditionaries.
Bingo! Your ancestor, your third great-grandfather, was a rebel.
Unbelievable that you can find this. Oh my God.
What do you make of this? Think about this. I'm sure that it would have been reasonable for you to think about yourself as a revolutionary, as an agent of social change, right? And thinking you're the first one in your family, but you weren't.
But it's fascinating because I see myself more as a centrist, right? I'm a business guy in a way. I'm a cook, but now I run restaurants. And when you run restaurants, you're a cook, seems you are more on the leaning right, or but in other ways, I'm like, I believe I want to do well, but I don't want to do well at the expense of others doing badly.
Right.
So call me more liberal, more. And at the end, I always believe that it's the perfect medium somewhere. But what is very important is that used to be there fighting for the right for people to vote.
Right.
Fascinating that this seems that you had to do a revolution to achieve that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But right now, we are fighting for the same thing in America and in other places of the world.
Jose's ancestor was lucky that his idealism didn't cost him his life. When the uprising failed, at least 20 of his fellow rebels were executed, and many more faced imprisonment or exile. Worse still, Almería was just one of dozens of insurgencies that consumed Spain over the next decade, and none succeeded. But José's ancestor not only survived these painful times, he also managed to hold on to his principles. And in 1841, roughly 17 years after he took to the streets, the liberals regained power and recognized their old ally.
The commission named by this city council to report and classify the individuals it deems are worthy of the civic award granted by the regent of the realm by decree of the 25th of August past, following the incidents that occurred in this capital in the year 1824 in order to restore the national freedom. The subjects are Don José Andrés Tortosa.
Jose.
Wow.
In 1842, the Spanish regent awarded your third great-grandfather the Civic Cross for his participation in the uprising.
Oh, crazy. Wow.
This award wasn't the only recognition that José's ancestor would receive for his service. When he passed away in 1884, at the age of 82, his obituary reveals that he was still remembered and celebrated by his fellow citizens, and that he never abandoned their shared dreams.
He goes to his grave with the satisfaction of having caused no harm to anyone in his long life. Although modestly he was a member of the Old Progressive Party and never faltered in the course of its development. May he find the repose which his merits and humanitarian sentiments have earned him.
Your third great-grandfather continued to support progressive politics for the rest of his life. He participated in almost, Jose, every reformist political and social movement in Spain from the 1840s and to his death. What's it like to learn about this long-lost ancestor?
I mean, it feels good. When I became American, on the day we were swearing in, my wife and I, they told us that to be part of America was not only being part of on election day, but was to be part of democracy every single day, with contributions small or bigger, with raising your voice and speaking up. And I guess very much, he embraces also these ideals of America.
Yeah.
To be part of America is just contributing to America be a little bit better. And I guess he tried to do the same for Spain.
We'd already seen how Sean Sherman's maternal ancestors met in Fort Laramie, Wyoming, as white Americans were violently encroaching on native lands in the West. Now, turning to Sean's father's roots, we found ourselves revisiting that painful era. The story begins in 1879, when Sean's great-great-grandmother, a young woman named Lizzie Glode, was taken from her family home in South Dakota and sent east to Pennsylvania to attend what was known as the Carlisle Indian Industrial School. Carlisle was the first of many boarding schools designed to assimilate Native children into white society. And Sean knows a great deal about its dark history. But we were able to personalize that history, starting with a letter written by the school's founder, describing how his first pupils had been selected.
Through the efforts of the acting agent, agency employees, the missionaries, and chiefs, 5 female and 10 male children were brought in. The following is a list of the children brought to Carlisle from Rosebud and Pine Ridge agencies. English name, Daisy Glode, age 15, band Oglala.
Have you ever seen that document?
I have not, no.
Sean, this is the moment that your great-great-grandmother, Lizzie, recorded there as Daisy, was selected to go to the Carlisle School, and she was just 15 years old.
Okay.
How does it feel seeing that?
I mean, I know of a lot of the atrocities that happened there because I visited there and I've seen the graveyard of all of the young Native children that lie there, and that graveyard is a third of the size that it used to be. They moved all the graves because it was taking up too much space on their campus, but there's just a lot of pain that happens in Carlisle, and that whole methodology of assimilation, of course, spreads like wildfire across the U.S. and Canada.
Carlisle's founder was an Army veteran named Richard Henry Pratt. Pratt had fought against Native nations on the Great Plains, and he founded his school with the financial support of the United States government, believing that indigenous peoples could only be integrated into white society if they gave up their traditional cultures. With this goal in mind, Pratt traveled across the West, trying to persuade tribal leaders to send him their own children, without any regard to all that would be lost in the process.
The fathers of these children are chiefs or leading men in their tribes, and while the training and development of their children into manly, self-supporting men and women goes forward, their parents, relatives, and friends will be restrained by the fact and incited to seek for themselves a better state of civilization. They have great affection for their children. Thousands gathered at each agency to see them off, and more affecting tears, grief, and mourning could not be imagined. Chiefs whose names are known all over the country exhibited all the emotions of the kindest natures.
So can you imagine?
So much pain, and, I've seen pictures of, the train cars filled with young Native children. And I can only imagine the grief of the mothers and the grandmothers who have been raising everybody, and I've always understood that this has been a part of the family, that this has lived with us, and knowing what they're going to doesn't help,
I mean, you could tell that even though the chiefs ostensibly acquiesced to send some of their children to the school, this was a devastating separation.
Yeah, I mean, they were left with no choice because either they send the children or they get no food, supplies, or anything that else, whatever's been promised to them, because they're basically prisoners of war at this point.
To separate its students from their native culture, the Carlisle School imposed strict regulations on dress, grooming, and speech. So when Sean's great-great-grandmother Lizzie arrived, she would have been forced to cut her hair, don a uniform, and abandon her native language, or risk harsh punishments. What's more, Lizzie and her fellow students also faced abuse, malnutrition, and disease.
How do you think she managed to persevere?
I don't think you have a choice. I feel like you find your strength. I feel like you go through it no matter what happens, and it's just, that's part of it, and, humor probably comes through a little bit because we, as a lot of people of color, we share a lot of humor because we kind of have to. We have to look at the world through a different lens sometimes when everything's stacked against us,
To laugh to keep from crying.
You kind of have to.
Yeah.
Carlisle's brutal policies caused students so much stress that many tried to run away, simply to survive. Tragically, others died without ever seeing their families again. But somehow, Lizzie endured. Indeed, we found several photographs of her in Carlisle's archives, including one taken near the very end of her stay at the school.
What's it like to think about that?
I know part of what Carlisle was trying, the only proof that they were really showcasing were photos, so they would take a photo of the students upon arrival in their traditional wear, which they're travel worn, and, they had been living in train cars for days, if not weeks, or however long it takes these journeys to happen. And then they cut their hair, they dress them up in civilized clothes, and they were trying to showcase this transformation through this trick of photography, even though this transformation wasn't happening internally, and the trauma, the violence, the sexual abuse, the mental abuse, the physical abuse, all these things are now living in these children despite this costume that they're now wearing.
Any sign of that?
You can see it in her eyes, you can see that this is, these photos are not by choice.
this story does have a grace note. 4 years after entering the Carlisle School, Lizzie was transferred to another Indian boarding school in Genoa, Nebraska. And there, she found an occupation that would prove especially meaningful to Sean. Your great-great-grandmother, Lizzie, worked as a cook.
Nice. There's a good connection there.
How about that?
That's right.
Feeding the students for the school. Did you have any idea that anywhere in your family tree you had an ancestor who was a professional cook?
No, I did not. I did not. No, that's great.
How do you think she felt about cooking?
I mean, I personally love cooking. For me, it's an escape. It's something that I love to do. It's something that feeds people. You get instant gratification off of making something good that people enjoy. And I can only imagine that it was a safe place to be because there's food around you also.
Yeah.
And it's warm. It's better than working outside, which is what I found out rather quickly growing up in South Dakota. I'd rather be inside by an oven than outside shoveling snow or delivering newspapers in 6 feet of snow, you know. So, yeah, I'm sure she found some solace there because I've found it personally.
Turning from Lizzie to another branch of Sean's father's family tree, we found one more story to share. It starts with a question that Sean brought to us. Just months before our interview, he'd seen a photograph of his great-great-grandfather, a man named Thomas Shepard. The photo strongly suggests that Thomas was black, and Sean was hoping to learn as much as possible about his life. Records show that Thomas was, in fact, an African American. He was born in Georgia around 1844, 17 years before the start of the Civil War, which means that he almost certainly was born into slavery. Have you given much thought since you saw that photograph about having an ancestor who was enslaved in what became the Confederacy?
I mean, my assumption was that to be black in the South during that time period would have been the history of things, you know. But that's why I was very curious to see if there was any way to learn more about that branch of the family, to learn more about the struggles that they went through, and to learn, you know.
Well, let's see what we found out.
All right,
Would you
let's
please
do it.
turn the page? This is a record from the National Archives in Washington, D.C. It's dated June 7th, 1867. Would you please read that transcribed section?
I, Thomas Shepard, do hereby acknowledge to have voluntarily enlisted this 7th day of June, 1867, as a soldier in the Army of the United States of America for the period of 5 years, sworn and subscribed to at Detroit, Michigan, Thomas Shepard, his X mark assigned to the 10th Regiment of Cavalry, U.S. Army.
There's your great-great-grandfather at 23 years of age, enlisting in the United States Army just 2 years after the end of the Civil War.
Interesting.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, that's incredible.
Thomas was assigned to the 10th Cavalry Regiment, the Army's most famous unit of all black troops, legendarily known as the Buffalo Soldiers. He likely saw it as an opportunity. At the time, the military offered black men, including many newly freed slaves, the chance to earn money and be treated with a measure of dignity, even though the Army was thoroughly segregated. But Thomas's service would also send him west, where the Buffalo Soldiers were being used to subdue tribal nations.
Wow.
How do you think Thomas felt about all this?
It's hard to know, you know, it's really hard to know. Knowing where he came from, having an idea at least where he came from and what he experienced growing up. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to know how he was viewing what the job in front of him was.
Do you think it's reasonable to assume that the African American soldiers shared the views about Native Americans that their white compatriots in the Army did?
I would have to imagine that, you know, anybody of color working for the U.S. military would have seen through a lot of the hypocrisy that was going on, a lot of the deep racism that was just there, and it was very present and, you know, prevalent at those time periods. And I can imagine there was a lot of mixed feelings about what was actually happening.
Thomas likely had very little time to sort out his feelings. Just 2 months after enlisting, he found himself on an expedition to quell Native resistance to railroad construction. His company was attacked near a fort in present-day Phillips County, Kansas, and a report written by his captain shows that Thomas was among the wounded.
His company fought against over 400 Cheyenne and Kiowa and Lakota at the Battle of Prairie Dog Creek.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's crazy. So that's crazy.
And that's a painting of it.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
And your ancestor was wounded.
Wow.
No family stories about that.
No, but I'd love to dig into that piece a little bit more.
Please turn the page.
Okay, then.
Sean, this is a report from the United States War Department Surgeon General's Office from the year 1871. Would you please read that transcribed section?
Corporal Thomas Shepard, Troop F, 10th Cavalry, Beaver Creek, Kansas, August 21st, 1867. Arrow wound of the neck. Oh, wow. That can't be comfortable.
Can you imagine being shot in the neck with an arrow?
No, I cannot.
I got to ask you, Sean, what's it like to read this? On the one hand, it's your ancestor being wounded. On the other, he's fighting for the United States Army against Native people.
I know. I mean, again, like there's a lot going on. There's a lot of feelings there, and I don't know. Like, and I understand history, and I understand how history works, but it's a lot to process. So
it's a lot to process.
Yes, absolutely.
Fortunately, Thomas survived his wounds. He would be discharged 5 years later, on June 7th, 1872, in what is now the state of Oklahoma, but was then called Indian Territory. Thomas's time in the Army had a profound effect on the course of his life. Although he had been born in Georgia, we found him in the 1880 census starting a family with Sean's great-great-grandmother.
And this is Dakota Territory, so...
Yep. 1880. 8 years after he was discharged.
Right.
He is married with 2 children.
Right.
To a Native American.
Right.
The brother did the right thing. After his service, Thomas stayed out west, married your great-great-grandmother Alice, a Lakota woman, and started a family. Records even show that Thomas was eventually considered, quote-unquote, adopted member of the tribe.
Oh, nice.
So you got to admire this guy. He went from fighting against the Native populations to marrying into the Lakota.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I think it's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that history.
Yeah, me too. He goes, I don't want to get shot in that arrow.
Right.
Do you think he felt bad about his service as a Buffalo Soldier?
Oh, there's got to be a lot of conflicts with that whole situation. Yeah, I can only imagine. So, I mean, there has to be.
Do you think he and Alice ever talked about this?
I'm sure.
Alice
has to.
What were you thinking?
The paper trail had now run out for Sean and Jose. It was time to show them their full family tree.
Unfurl that.
Now filled with people whose names they'd never heard before.
Oh, that's a gift.
For each, it was a moment of awe.
This is crazy.
Offering the chance to see how their own lives
amazing
were part of a larger family story.
All these people that we've been going through, my ancestors, they all have a very big piece of who I am.
This is beautiful. It opens up so many more doors to learn about myself, my family, and the history of things, and also America when it comes down to it, because this is American history.
That's the end of our journey with Sean Sherman and Jose Andres. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots. I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet musician Ruben Blades and journalist Natalie Morales. Both are hoping to learn secrets that their ancestors tried to hide.
There's always a story that you don't know, and she had many stories that I think we don't know.
I love the fact that I'm getting to know my background, because I had no clue whatsoever. I never knew any of this.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years, while DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
Wild. That is incredible.
And we've compiled everything into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries.
Holy macaroni.
And a window into the hidden past.
I was afraid you would find this.
My goodness. I've seen this show before, and I've seen people in this position, and I tell you, it's really astonishing.
My guests came to me knowing that their ancestors were born in countries all over Latin America. But the names and the stories of those ancestors had been lost. In this episode, that's going to change, as Natalie and Ruben will see for the very first time where their roots really lie. Ruben Blades is a living legend. The beloved salsa music superstar has written dozens of hit songs, sold millions of records, and won more than 20 Grammy Awards. He's also found fame as an actor and had a significant impact as a politician and social activist in his native Panama. But in person, Ruben is modest and soft-spoken, and he credits his success to a series of happy accidents, beginning in his childhood, when he grew up listening to an eclectic mix of music, largely because there was no other option.
There was no television, so we had the radio on in the house all day. And because it was Panama, we could hear music from all over the world. The DJs were not constricted by certain type of music. They just played whatever they wanted to play, and nobody cared. That the fact that there was a song in Spanish, a song in English, a song in French, different rhythms. So after a while, you get to start singing on top of the songs. My mother sang, but we didn't have a piano in the house. She was a piano player and a singer, but we didn't have a piano in the house, and we couldn't afford a piano at the time. And so I sang things that I heard on the radio, and I realized that it made me happy.
That realization sent Ruben on a circuitous journey. After writing songs as a teenager, he recorded an album for a salsa label in New York City, but it didn't sell, and Ruben found himself back home, studying to become a lawyer. Then came the watershed moment in his life. In 1973, just as he was about to graduate, political turmoil in Panama compelled his parents to move to Miami, and Ruben chose to follow them, a decision that at first seemed like a mistake.
When I was in Florida, my family was having a lot of trouble. My father couldn't get a job. My mother got a job at Birdine's, which was a store there. And I felt useless. My diploma meant nothing, and I didn't know what to do. And then I remembered Fania Records, which was like the Motown of salsa at the time. And I called Fania and I said, hey, I wrote a song that Richie Ray recorded, and Ismael Miranda recorded this song, and I did an album. And is it okay if do you need a singer, a writer? And they said no. and right before I hung up, and this, remember always this, think before you hang up. One more question, sir. Is there any work there? And they said there's a job in a mailroom. And I said, okay. What do you have to do? And then they told me what it was. I said, I can do that. And I said, how much does it pay? $125 a week. I said, I'll take it.
Rubén didn't stay in the mailroom long. He was soon collaborating with some of the biggest salsa artists of his day. And within a year, his career was launched. Of course, he still faced obstacles. Many of his songs had strong social messages, which were not always popular with his producers. But after coming so far, Rubén knew his audience. And above all, he knew what he wanted as an artist.
I was not interested in being famous. So I wasn't interested in okay, I'm going to write what's a hit. What is a hit? Oh, I need a hook and I need this. I was never thought of that way. I wrote stuff that I thought would interest people because they interested me. Mm-hmm. And I always felt we all go through the same thing. So I figured if I'm interested in it, you will be interested in it. So I wrote about stuff. And then this is what happened. At my age now, I'm still singing material that I wrote 45 years ago because the stories continue to occur. Mm-hmm. So if I wrote a song about somebody's having a situation, a problem, or whatnot, now their sons are in the position of their fathers and mothers, so they make the song theirs.
So you write music about the human condition?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My second guest is Emmy Award-winning journalist Natalie Morales. Much like Rubén, Natalie has Latin roots and a peripatetic childhood story. Her mother is Brazilian, her father Puerto Rican, and she spent her first 18 years moving wherever her father's military career demanded. Along the way, Natalie became fascinated with the news, even if being on camera herself seemed highly unlikely.
My dad is an avid 60 Minutes watcher, so it was always in our house, and my dad having also, he served in Operation Desert Storm, mm-hmm. and so that was, a current event that was actually happening in my life.
Right.
But I never thought of a career in journalism because I didn't see that for myself. I didn't see people like me necessarily doing, reporting.
People like you meaning?
People like me. I mean, I guess, growing up, there weren't a lot of Morales. Mm-hmm. There wasn't a lot of Latinas mm-hmm. on television. And beyond that, I think just women in general had mm-hmm. a hard time. Like, I did not see a lot of women in that role until later on in college. Mm-hmm. And that's when I saw, the Katie Courics of the world, Barbara Walters. And that put a spark in me. And I think by the end of my second year in college, I was like, that's what I'm doing.
Once Natalie had made up her mind, nothing could stop her. In an industry where many journalists struggle to find work, she rapidly moved from a reporting gig in Hartford to an anchor spot at MSNBC, an astronomical rise. But Natalie's first day on her new job wasn't at all what she expected. Just as she was about to go on air, a major news story broke in the Middle East. And suddenly, Natalie had to improvise.
They handed me a batch of scripts, and then right when I sat down, they said, see all those scripts? Throw them out. And I had an incredible producer in my ear, Lisa Pena. I'll never forget her. And she just was very calm, guiding me through it. Natalie, now you're going to talk to Andrea Mitchell. I'm like, the Andrea Mitchell? I'm going to throw to Andrea Mitchell? Okay. And then when we come out, you can ask her a couple of questions, take your time with her. Mm-hmm. And then we had the spokesperson for the Palestinian Authority on with us. I mean, these are people that I never thought I'd be speaking with in my first hour of live news television. Yeah, it was
Trial.
I still sweat when I think about it. Trial by fire.
Happily, Natalie survived that trial and has never looked back. Over the past 3 decades, she's found success as a reporter, an anchor, and most recently, as a talk show host. But for all she's accomplished, Natalie remains very much a product of her upbringing and the values instilled in her by her parents.
You know, every day I go out there, I'm a reflection of who they are. I mean, they are going to make me get emotional. I mean, my parents are the hardest working people.
Mm-hmm.
My mom put herself through college. Her mom pretty much gave her up to be raised by her paternal grandmother because she wasn't ready to be a mother yet. Mm-hmm. And my mom became one of many children that that was raised by her paternal grandmother, and in a very loving home. But she never really had that upbringing of having a mother hug her and love her and be patient with her.
Mm-hmm.
And thank God I did. I have that.
Yeah.
And I give that to my kids now.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad he is as strong and macho as they come. He's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, Mario Morales. And I like to think I get my strength from him, and I get a little bit of my edge from him, and probably a little bit of my Latin temper from him too. But, they both have taught me that nothing comes free in life. You have to work hard for it. Mm-hmm. You have to every day wake up, prove yourself over and over again. Mm-hmm. And I think as a journalist, I think more so than ever, like I thought, at some point I could just coast in my career, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never.
No.
Jobs come and go, but you're always proving yourself day in and day out.
Meeting my guests, it was clear that while each felt a deep connection to their roots, they also had fundamental questions about their ancestors. It was time to provide some answers. I started with Ruben Blades. Growing up, he was very close to his father's mother, his paternal grandmother, a woman named Emma Aispuru. But he knew nothing about his father's father, so he developed a kind of fantasy life about him.
My father's dark, so I had this idea that my grandfather was like one of these black laborers that worked on the canal. Then I remember being told that he was an accountant. And I thought, an accountant? That was kind of like a letdown. It's like an accountant. I thought it was like, this is this working guys. I wrote a song called West Indian Man.
Uh-huh.
And it was idealizing my grandfather, like this working guy in the canal.
Did your grandmother ever say anything about your father's father?
Never said a word other than he was she didn't want to have anything to do with him.
Mm.
So that was it.
According to Ruben's family, his grandfather's name was Ruben Nathaniel Blades, and that was all the information they could provide. We wanted to learn more and started by comparing Ruben's DNA profile to millions of other profiles in publicly available databases, looking for matches to relatives of this mysterious man. We expected to find a large number of matches, but what we actually found took us by surprise. Would you please read the number in red on your right?
Whoa, 0.
0. So you know what that means. That means that Ruben Nathaniel Blades is not your biological grandfather.
Whoa.
And thus, biologically, my friend, you're not a Blades.
Whoa. No idea about this.
This discovery, of course, raised a new question. Who was Ruben's biological grandfather? There were no records to tell us. Fortunately, we still had DNA. Ruben's father passed away in 2023, but he'd taken a DNA test the year before. And because he's one generation closer to his father, we focused on analyzing his results. And this led us to an incredible conclusion. Ruben's biological grandfather is a man named Ricardo Miró, a name that Ruben recognized instantly.
Ricardo Miró is like the biggest poet of Panama.
You got it. I told you biologically you're not a Blades. You are a Miró.
Holy crap. Oof. Incredible. This is gonna be a bomb in Panama. Well, it's a bomb for me, but I'm saying, gee whiz.
Ricardo Miró is Panama's most beloved poet. Born in 1883, he came of age during a time of unrest and wrote a series of poems celebrating the natural beauty of his homeland and the unique character of its people. His best-known work, a poem called Patria, or Fatherland, is still widely read in Panama's schools, even to this day.
I know that I'm going to be thinking about this more clearly later on, but it's almost like unbelievable, especially given the fact of who this man is and what does he represent in Panama. And in Latin America, but in Panama especially.
Oh, yeah.
And again, you make a connection, of course. You know, there you go. Your grandfather was Miró, and you were writing all these songs, and you're writing all these things. You know?
Like you had no choice.
It's like, of course it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And you know, now I look at him, it's like amazing.
You see resemblance?
Somehow, I do. A bit, yeah. My goodness. This is incredible.
We don't know anything about the nature of the relationship between Ruben's grandparents, but we did uncover a clue as to how they may have met. Records suggest that when Ruben's father was conceived, his grandmother Emma was helping run a photography business and teaching drawing in Panama City, while Ricardo Miró was working nearby, serving as the director of Panama's National Archives.
Oh, wow. They probably met at some kind of exhibition of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Gallery exhibition or a painting exhibition or a photographic exhibition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that they had good reason to meet, not only to meet, but to be attracted to each other.
Absolutely.
They had similar interests.
Absolutely, they did. Emma was a very educated woman. As a matter of fact, Emma was one of the women, not a lot of women graduated from school at the time when there wasn't a university in Panama.
Right.
And Emma had finished her school. So she was a very cultured woman, and of course, he was a cultured man. So,
right.
You know, it makes perfect sense.
We wanted to learn more about the roots of Ruben's newfound grandfather, but we hit a wall. Ricardo is reportedly the grandson of a man named Gregorio Miró Arosemena, who was the president of Panama from 1873 to 1875. However, Ricardo's father was born to a single mother, and at this time, his paternity cannot be confirmed. So Ruben's connection to Gregorio may be more rumor than fact. Even so, the very possibility was tantalizing.
I'm so amazed by all this information and the fact that it wasn't shared by anyone before.
Right.
I mean, I can't tell you.
How would this have made your father feel?
I think my father would have been happy to know who his father was. I think he would have been very, very happy to know. I don't know if he did know. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think he would have told me. But I think my father would have again, being my father, what I know of him, he just took life as it came.
Right.
He was not a person to dwell on stuff. He would have not condemned his mother at all. He would have not said anything bad about his mom.
Right.
You know, because he loved her and she loved him, and they both helped each other all throughout our life. I mean, my grandmother was with me all the time. So I think he would have been happy to know. Who wouldn't? You know? But I think he would have been accepting.
We had one more detail to share about the Miró family. The fact that Rubén is Ricardo's grandson also links him to another renowned Panamanian poet, Ricardo's aunt, Amelia Denis de Icaza.
No.
Yep.
Holy, wow.
The first woman to publish poetry in Panama. This is your family. A very distinguished family.
My goodness.
And you can't make this up.
No.
In your wildest dreams, you couldn't have imagined.
No. It may sound now like, oh, so normal or so, of course, you know, but it's not at all. You don't make that connection at all. I'd never even dreamed of anything like this.
And each day, Rubén, that connection will seem more natural, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
So savor these emotions and sense of wonder.
Yeah. I'm more than savoring it. It's like a delusion. My goodness.
Much like Rubén, Natalie Morales came to me with questions about her paternal grandmother, a woman named Monserrate Ramirez Asensio. As a child, Natalie spent a good deal of time with Monserrate, but she knew very little about her life and nothing at all about her roots. The reason? Monserrate was simply not forthcoming.
I remember once being sick, and she just kind of held me and just cradled me, and that was the first time I really felt love from her. But otherwise, I felt like she was hard to get to know. She was very uptight, and you couldn't open the refrigerator door without asking her permission first. I have a feeling like she probably had a very hard upbringing, and I don't really know much about her, and it's sad because I never really felt like I got that side of her history.
Natalie's intuitions were correct. Her grandmother did not have an easy upbringing. Monserrate was born in the city of Cabo Rojo, Puerto Rico, in July of 1919. As a child, she helped support her family by working in the local needlepoint industry. It was a painstaking job, but Monserrate came from a long line of ancestors who had also worked in punishing conditions. Her father, a man named Nicanor Ramirez, grew up on a sugarcane farm and began working in the fields as a teenager.
That was backbreaking work. He would have risen early in the morning to spend long hours every week in the sun doing heavy manual labor, hacking at sugarcane stalks with machetes. Natalie, you've got two sons.
Yeah.
Can you imagine them at that age?
Hell to the no. Our kids are so privileged and so lucky.
They go, what?
They're like, sugar cane, they've eaten it, they've had it. We went to Puerto Rico once, they've tried it, but no, I don't think they know what goes into, the little sugar packets that you get at home.
Digging deeper, we saw that Monserrate's father endured more than field labor. Nicanor lost his own father when he was 7 years old. And then, in 1918, his mother, Ramona Perez Zapata, succumbed to what was called the Spanish flu, a catastrophic global pandemic.
Oh my goodness.
Did you know you had lost family in the 1918 pandemic?
I did not know any of that, no.
Well, about 50 million lives, it's estimated, perished worldwide. And on the island, it's estimated that 1% of the population died
Wow.
Can you imagine? It must have been terrifying.
Terrifying.
Because it hit you at any time, and if you got it, you were going to die.
Yeah. Tough life. Very tough life.
Yeah. Ramona left behind 4 children, including your great-grandfather, Nicanor.
Mm-hmm.
By this time, he was 28 years old. How do you think he felt? He'd lost both of his parents before the age of 30.
I mean, I think life was just much more difficult back in those days.
Mhm.
You know, I think it was, yeah. I mean, to lose your father when you're 7 years old and then lose your mother. Yeah, I don't think you have a real childhood when you lose parents like that.
We now tried to see what we could learn about this family's deeper roots, and we didn't have to travel far to do it. Natalie's ancestors lived in the same region of Puerto Rico for centuries, and the archives of the region's churches were a treasure trove for our researchers.
Wow.
Look at that
I
handwriting.
can't even believe that you could read this.
Yeah. So this is from the archives
Wow.
of the church San Miguel Arcangel in Cabo Rojo. Would
Yes.
you please read that translated section?
In the year of our Lord, 1823, on the 24th of January, I, the parish priest of this holy parish church, solemnly baptized a male child who was born on the 8th day of this month, who I named Jose Nicanor, legitimate son of Don Antonio Ramirez and of Doña Maria del Rosario Ramirez.
You just read the baptismal record for your third great-grandfather from over 200 years ago. Natalie, what's it like to see that?
It's incredible. First, I can't see anything. I can hardly make that out, but it's incredible to look at this and to then imagine what would become and where I am today.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have DNA from that guy.
Wow. Yeah. Unreal.
Unfortunately, this story was about to darken significantly. As we combed through the archives, we uncovered a census from the year 1872, and it records the human property of Natalie's third great-grandfather, Jose Nicanor Ramirez y Ramirez.
Town is Cabo Rojo. The name of owner, Jose Nicanor Ramirez y Ramirez. Name of the slave, Inocencia, natural of Puerto Rico, residing in Barrio Llanos Tuna, laborer, age 22. Name of slave, Wenceslas, laborer, age 20. So, slave owners.
Slave owners. Did you ever
Well,
imagine?
when you think about the island and the history of the island, I was afraid you would find this.
Well, we did.
Sadly.
Natalie is correct. Slavery has been woven into Puerto Rico's history since the early 1500s, when Spanish colonizers, who had already enslaved much of the island's native population, began importing sub-Saharan Africans. By 1872, there were over 500 slave owners on the island, and Natalie's ancestor was one of them.
What's it like to learn that you descend from a man who owned other human beings?
It's heartbreaking. It is. But this is what history looked like back then, I guess.
Yep. This all happened in the same town where your grandmother, Monserrate, was born and raised. Do you think she knew?
This would have been her great-grandfather, right? I don't know. I imagine knowing the history of the island and knowing the slave trade on the island. I imagine you think, and if your family was in agriculture or in the sugarcane crop plantation, as her family was, it was probably in the background. Yeah.
Moving further into the past, we uncovered another story, a truly surprising one. It concerns Natalie's 8th great-grandfather, a man named Antonio Ramirez Dariano. Antonio was born in Puerto Rico in 1653 and joined the Spanish militia during what was known as the Golden Age of Piracy, years in which pirates terrorized the Caribbean. As a soldier, Antonio was charged with defending his island from these pirates, and he seems to have done his job admirably. Indeed, his service is described in detail in a series of eyewitness accounts.
Captain Antonio Rodriguez Borrero declared killed many enemies and pirates. They forced the enemy's retreat without having taken provisions. He saw and said Antonio having used his weapons with such zeal that Antonio Ramirez de Arellano assisted in everything as a courageous soldier. Wow.
How does that make you feel to read that?
I think this is going to make my dad really happy. It explains a lot about the military service and upbringing that he came up with, too.
Yeah.
His desire to serve. And
far deeper than he could ever have.
Knew. Yeah, absolutely.
And your father, as you've suggested, is a kind of in-your-face kind of dude.
Yeah. He's going to be like, oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you don't know about Antonio Ramirez de Arellano.
After leaving the military, Antonio went on to hold multiple government positions. But ironically, though he built his career battling pirates, Antonio himself was related to a legendary pirate, a man named Roberto Cofresi. Roberto is a folk hero in Puerto Rico, celebrated for allegedly giving some of his treasure to the poor. There are poems and songs about him, and even a statue of him stands in Cabo Rojo.
What?
He is your third cousin, 6 times removed. Your 8th great-grandfather, Antonio, was Roberto's 2nd great-grandfather. So the pirate fighter connects you to the pirate.
Okay.
He's a famous pirate.
Wow.
And there he is.
Okay. And where is this? This is amazing.
It's in Cabo Rojo.
Cabo Rojo. Oh my gosh.
Isn't that cool?
That is so wild.
And although not a
really
direct ancestor, he's part of your extended family tree on this line on your father's side.
Incredible.
How does it make you feel accumulating this knowledge? I know that you're still processing it, and you will be for a long time. But where there was nothing.
Nothing before.
You're back to your 8th great-grandfather and a pirate fighter and a pirate.
This is, it's an incredible story. And it's great that it's my story.
Turning back to Ruben Blades, we focused on a question he'd raised early on in our interview. The possibility that his father might have had some African ancestry. We hadn't found any evidence for this in Ruben's grandfather Ricardo's roots, but we were able to trace his grandmother Emma back to a man named Ciriaco Corioso. Ciriaco is Ruben's 4th great-grandfather. He was born in 1743 in what is now Panama and was then part of the Spanish Empire. His baptismal record indicates that his mother was a free woman of color. Clear evidence that at least one of Ruben's ancestors was brought to the Americas from Africa.
That's amazing. That just cements my thought always that Panama, we have a fusion of backgrounds. You know, in this particular case, I had no idea that my background went that far. That we have blacks in our family, of course.
Right.
It's the Caribbean, it's Panama. It's like, you know, it's a mixture of everything, of course. And I'm glad that I can say that because that's one of the ways that you disperse the notion of racism. It's like accept the fact that people are people and that they're all part of ours lives every day for as long as we can imagine.
Right.
You know, it's really amazing.
While Ruben embraces diversity, his ancestors lived in a very different world. Colonial Spain had a rigid social order based on race. And within it, Ruben's ancestor was labeled a quadroon, meaning that he was a quarter black. And this would have major consequences on his life. In 1778, when he was 35 years old, Ciriaco tried to become what was called a public notary, a lucrative office within the colonial government. It was not an easy position to get. Applicants had to petition the King of Spain, a process in which one's place in the racial order mattered tremendously.
Do you think he got the job or not?
I hope he did.
Okay, let's see. Please turn the page. Ruben, this record is also in your ancestors' application. It is dated on the 5th of July, 1778, the same year as the record we just saw. Would you please read that translated section?
In view of this dossier and according to the compiled laws of the Indies, it is established that mulattoes and mestizos cannot be scribes or notaries. Therefore, given the testimony that Ciriaco Hipólito Correoso is of quadroon color, the disposition of said law precludes him from being a notary public as he requests. Therefore, in conformity with it, his pretension is despicable.
His pretension is despicable. Isn't that cold?
It's super cold.
That is cold.
This is what's despicable, is what they're doing to this guy.
To become a public notary, applicants had to present a dossier showing that they did not have any ancestors who were not of pure Spanish descent. So people with African, Moorish, or Jewish heritage were rejected. And Ciriaco, of course, could not meet this test.
What's it like to see that in black and white?
It's an unfortunate reality that has followed us to this day. Because I'm sure that there are many, many ways that this type of thing, in spite of our laws, continue to be applied to people just by the way they look.
Absolutely.
And you know that it happens.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, I feel for him because this is a person that's trying to advance his life and do something with it, and it's being denied because of the same kind of stupid reason that we still find in these days that prevents people from presenting all they can be because of this type of ignorance.
Fortunately, this was not the end of the story. Ciriaco's father was a man named Domingo Correoso. He likely came from a prominent Spanish family, and though he never married Ciriaco's mother, Domingo acknowledged that Ciriaco was his son, and he seems to have found a way to get his application reevaluated.
Let's see what happens next.
Oh man, this is getting better now. This is getting better. I didn't want them to win.
Ruben, this is another record from the year 1778. It is signed on behalf of Carlos III, the King of Spain.
Therefore, giving you dispensation as you have requested of the defect of...
It's cold, man.
It's cold. Let me start again. Therefore, giving you dispensation as you have requested of the defect of being a quadroon as you are, it is my wish and will that you shall be, for the rest of your life, my public notary.
How about that?
Who did this?
The king.
The king.
The king. Your ancestor succeeded. His father used his connections to get the judgment overturned.
This is incredible.
What's it like to see this story?
I love to see things like this because, I mean, I can imagine what happened afterwards. You know, because first of all, if he did his job right, which I hope he did.
He became a prosperous man.
Yeah, and then he showed the fallacy of the fact that if you're a quadroon, you cannot be efficient.
Right.
And I hope that helped move the reasoning that, you know, we shouldn't be doing this type of thing.
Right.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably not. But Panama, you know, again, Panama is always, because it's
more
Panama.
Fluid.
Yeah, it's more fluid.
We had one more story to share with Ruben. Turning to his mother's ancestry, we traced his maternal roots from Panama to Cuba to Louisiana, where Ruben's third great-grandfather, a man named Louis Ambrose Garridel, was born in 1793. Louis is a fascinating character. During the War of 1812, he volunteered to serve in a local militia and fought in the legendary Battle of New Orleans. helping to repel a British army from American soil. But later in his life, Louis did something that was not so honorable.
Name of slave owner, L.A. Garidel. One female age 55 black, one female age 40 black, one female age 30 black, one male age 5 black, one male age 3 black. Slave owner.
Slave owner.
Whoa.
By 1850, your third great grandfather, Louis Garidel, owned 9 human beings.
Wow.
So think about this. On your father's side, your 5th great grandmother was a free woman of color.
That's it.
On your mother's side, your 3rd great grandfather owned people of color.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
It's like, and not only that, this is the thing that you find all the time, is this yin yang scenario.
Yeah.
You know, you have like a guy who's has the courage to fight and whatnot for his freedom, but then he doesn't find any contradiction in having and taking the freedom away from other people.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. You know, I guess it made sense at the time for them, but it's very disappointing.
Louis lived within the city of New Orleans, and we suspect that the people he enslaved were household servants, which means that he likely knew his human property very well. But there's no evidence he ever tried to free any of them.
Well, it's always, you know, you always hope that everybody in your background was like, did the right thing.
Yeah.
That's an impossible dream.
It is. But how do you think Louis was feeling, owning other people and living with them in his home?
He must have felt comfortable about it. You know, I guess in his time he thought that was the thing to do.
Yeah.
But
well, at the time it was a thing to do.
Yeah, but it's still annoying to me personally. You know, you wish that you didn't have that. But it's a fact.
I had one final fact to share with Ruben, a far happier one. When we compared his genetic profile to that of every other guest who's ever been in our series, we found a match. Evidence of a relative that Ruben never knew he had. A distant cousin whose identity illuminates Ruben's fundamental genetic diversity.
Oh, wow.
Please turn the page and meet your DNA cousin.
You are kidding me.
That's Ava DuVernay, the filmmaker.
We exchanged emails some time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
And she doesn't know, so you can email her tonight and tell her that you're cousin. She will love that.
Oh my goodness. I certainly will.
We'd already traced Natalie Morales' father's roots in Puerto Rico, revealing her ties to sugar planters, soldiers, and a notable pirate. Now, turning to her maternal ancestry, we encountered another compelling character, Natalie's 3rd great grandfather, a man named Domingos da Silva Oliveira. Domingos was born in Brazil around 1835, the son of a municipal judge. But he didn't follow in his father's footsteps. Instead, he became a farmer, and according to his obituary, he left behind a significant legacy.
A sectarian of liberal ideas, he enjoyed much prestige during the empire. He had deserved political influence, but he never wanted to hold any office. He always dedicated himself to farming, and although he was not wealthy, he lived independently. He had contracted 3 marriages, and from these 3 marriages, there were 13 children. Seems like a humble person.
Yeah, but who was prolific.
Prolific in many ways.
That means you have a zillion cousins in Brazil.
Marriage and children. Yes, he was prolific. Yes.
13 by 3 wives.
Yes, yes.
What's it like to read that?
You know, it's interesting because a lot of the traits that I read, I'm like, that's like my mom. That's like my mom. That's like my mom. That he had upright and just character. He seemed like a humble person. While he deserved political influence, he never wanted to hold any office. This is my mom. She's so humble, hardworking, and just doesn't need to be recognized.
Right.
That's my mom.
Regrettably, As we looked closer into Domingos' life, we saw that there was more to him than just his good qualities. Brazil was colonized by Portugal in the early 1500s and became the center of slavery in the entire New World. It's estimated that almost 5 million Africans arrived on its shores, and at least one of them ended up on Domingos' farm.
Another slave owner in the family.
Slave owner. Your
Oh,
third
boy.
great-grandfather, Domingos, was a slave owner.
Yes.
So on both sides, what's it like to learn that?
Interesting. He was of liberal ideas, but yet he was a slave owner.
Right.
So, but maybe everybody around him at that time maybe was in Brazil. Who knows?
Yeah, there were.
Not that there's justifying, but
It was as common can be in Brazil.
I mean, it's a sad piece of history. It really is. It's a sad piece of my family history, but it's a lot of people's family history, unfortunately.
We now set out to see what more we could learn about this branch of Natalie's roots. And we got very lucky. In Galaura, a small town in south-central Brazil, we uncovered a baptismal record for Domingos' father. It lists his parents, Natalie's fifth great-grandparents. And we learned that his father, a man named João de Silva de Oliveira, was born in Portugal.
João is your original immigrant ancestor
From
on
Portugal.
this line from Portugal. You got it.
That's incredible. Wow.
He came to Brazil from Portugal sometime in the mid-1700s.
Yes.
There you have it.
That's my direct line
Yeah, and
to
so
Brazil.
so many people in either Puerto Rico or Brazil would never
Yes.
have any idea where their family came over.
Right. And who was the first?
But
So
you
here
do.
he is.
There he is.
First.
What's it like to learn
João
that?
de Silva de Oliveira. That's fantastic. This is like a gold mine.
This record also lists João's parents, Natalie's 6 great-grandparents, as well as the different parishes in Portugal where they were born.
We've marked their location on the map on your left so you can see where your roots are. Those are your
Wow.
ancestral towns.
Wow. That's wild. So interesting.
Have you ever been to any of those places?
I've been to Lisbon, but I've never been to, I've got a lot of places to go to now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it feel to see this tangible connection to Portugal going back to the 18th century?
You know, to see it and to see names attached. Of course, you hear, and I've done my genealogy, and I know that I have Portuguese and Spanish roots, but
Right.
you know, you never know who was the first.
Yes.
And to know who was the first.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. Wow.
We now trace Natalie's roots back more than 3 centuries on both sides of her family tree. And we still had further to go. We were able to document 4 of her maternal 10th great-grandparents, all from Portugal, as well as 4 of her paternal 10th great-grandparents. And that's not all. When we looked at Natalie's DNA, we were able to glimpse yet another crucial component of her ancestry. She is 5% African.
Ah.
And the 5% African is equivalent to approximately what you would inherit from a great-great-grandparent of full African descent.
Huh.
So you know what that means? On the paper trail, we saw that you were related to enslavers. And your
Yes.
DNA is telling us that you are also related to the enslaved.
So fascinating. Wow.
Also, you're 12% indigenous.
Mhm.
That's the equivalent to approximately what you would inherit from a great-grandparent of full native descent. So the African would be great-great-grandparent.
Mm-hmm.
The native would be great-grandparent.
Hmm.
The equivalent.
Interesting.
So there probably wouldn't be that one person. It would be little bits of
Bits and
DNA
pieces. Yes.
that would come down cumulatively.
So fascinating.
How does it feel to learn about that, to
It's-
think about that?
It's eye-opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very fulfilling. Like it really does complete the picture somewhat for me. Yeah.
You're a lot more complex walking out of this house than you were walking
sure.
in.
Before I came in, who are you? I'm like, I think I'm complicated, but I don't know. Now I'm much more
You're
complicated.
really complicated.
The paper trail had run out for Natalie and Ruben.
Oh boy.
It was time to show them their full family trees.
Oh my gosh.
Now filled with names they'd never heard before.
Oh my goodness gracious.
This is unbelievable.
For each, it was a moment of awe.
Well, you know I'm going to spend time looking at this.
Offering the chance to see themselves and their families as part of a much larger world.
People think of America, I think, just as North America. You know, there's also South America and the Americas. And my history is very much the America's story.
Right.
And I think my genes, my genealogy pretty much says it all.
It does. It's a multicultural, intercontinental, intra-American
affair. It is.
It has cemented my belief that I am a mix of different nationalities and different races. I always thought so. I always wished for it. And I'm glad that I know now. That is very, 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 to know is very good. It's liberating, I think. Because you say, okay, well, I'm Panamanian and I know that there's all kinds of different backgrounds in Panama. But once you know, then I think that's very good because it gives me an argument when I speak against racism or stupidity of any kind.
Right.
It gives me a tremendous pleasure to be able to present rational arguments against stupid biases.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very, very happy that this is clear.
That's the end of our journey with Ruben Blades and Natalie Morales. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet actors Kristen Bell and Dax Shepard, two stars who fell in love.
I made eye contact with him and I was like, oh, weren't you at Shauna's birthday dinner? He was like, yeah. And then there was like a little bit of lightning that there was like, oh, yeah, I didn't realize how cute you were.
We started talking and I thought, well, how did I miss this? This is like the most charismatic human I've ever met in my life.
We had a ton of overlap.
Yeah.
And I remember he went like this. I was chewing gum and he said, do you have any more gum? And I went like this. I was trying to be cute. And I was like, nope, only this. And he took it out of my hands and put it in his mouth. And I was like, I'm picking up what you're putting down, sir.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists comb through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years.
Whoa!
While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
That's a little shocking.
I'm gonna cry.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of everything we found.
I wasn't expecting that.
Wrong side of history, friend.
I think this is someone who wanted a little redemption.
Yeah.
I can relate.
Kristen and Dax have been together for almost 20 years, and they may think that they're as close as they can be. But in this episode, they're going to discover that they have far more in common than they even imagined, and see each other more completely than ever before. Kristen Bell has a golden touch. Over the past 2 decades, she's become an icon and won fans of all ages by crafting an array of indelible characters, starring in cult classics,
I love people. I'm a people person.
blockbuster film franchises,
I wish it could be like this all the time.
and prestige TV series.
I'm not just a big, beautiful, utterly perfect cartoon giraffe.
The common thread? Kristen has the ability to take any role, hero or villain, embrace it, and make us laugh. It's a talent she's been honing for as long as she can remember.
I think it started out with mimicking. I have always been really auditorily sensitive, and so I would hear a chime from the television and just immediately mimic it, or the chime from a subway station or a bus, or the tornado signal in our area. And that kind of stuff was almost like a tic, not like a diagnosable tic, but when I'd watch television, if I hear someone with an accent, I almost have to mumble it to myself to hear those sounds fall out of me. And so that started with me mimicking voices on the radio and from television, and then I would do those for my parents and they would giggle, and then my body would kind of light up. I felt it was a happy experience, and I also felt like a sense of purpose, and I was like, how can I morph this into something else?
The answer to Kristen's question was not immediately obvious. She grew up in the suburbs of Detroit, where acting for a living seemed like a far-fetched dream. Nevertheless, Kristen ignored the odds. She started taking voice lessons when she was a child, got an agent in grade school, and when the time came for college, she chose the theater program at NYU with an eye fixed on Broadway.
I dreamed of New York. The only thing I cared about was getting to New York as quickly as possible. And then at NYU, you're not supposed to audition, you're supposed to study your craft. And I was very focused on studying my craft, but I was also a rascal, so I was definitely auditioning all the time. And that's when I booked Tom Sawyer, which was my first Broadway show.
How did your teachers react?
Look, they weren't thrilled, okay? Neither were my parents, but I felt really confident. I said to my teachers, are you or are you not training me to be a professional actor? I felt like that was a checkmate question, and they were. But I said, this is the chance. And I said to my parents, yes, I will have to drop out of school, because I dropped out the beginning of my 3rd year. But I said, what I want to do with my life, I don't have to have a degree for.
Did that work?
No, they still weren't thrilled. No one was thrilled. They were supportive, but everyone was really hesitant, because that's a big, if you're about to get a degree and you say, no, forget it, I'm just going to go start to work and see if I can be a struggling actor. No one who cares about your well-being is really like, great job. But thankfully, it worked out.
The decision, of course, worked out spectacularly. Just 3 years later, Kristen was cast in the hit series Veronica Mars, and her days as a struggling actor were over. She's been in the limelight ever since. But for all she's accomplished in front of the camera, Kristen says her greatest success has occurred off-screen, in her long-standing relationship with her husband, the actor and comedian Dax Shepard.
Dax kind of opened my mind, my marriage opened my mind to that the world is so much more gray than you think it is, and there's so much more compassion to be had for the gray, because we're all just monkeys passing the time before we die, right? We're staying busy.
That's true, yeah.
And there's a lot of mistakes that are made, but mistakes don't have to be filled with guilt and shame. They can be celebrated as learning experiences, and you can be honest about them. And I feel like I've become a lot more authentically me since I've met my husband, because he's been such a huge safety net of like, it's okay if you do things that you regret.
Right.
But most of all, what I think I've learned is that like life can be, if you choose, really about having fun with someone.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing to say.
Yeah, it can be. Like, look, we fight just as much as any other couple.
Sure.
But there's a trusting foundation underneath it that we've got each other.
Yeah.
And I believe he'd say the same.
Turning from Kristen to Dax, it was easy to see why they're so well matched. He shares her values, her Michigan background, and above all, just like Kristen, Dax is funny. He can find humor in just about any situation. But for Dax, it's a talent born of necessity. His parents divorced when he was 3 years old, leaving him to be raised by a young mother in the face of some daunting challenges. Jokes were a survival mechanism.
There was some chaos in the house, a lot of stepdads. And so my role was attempting at least to regulate the energy in the room. So if I could say something pretty funny before things boiled over, that I know that I've been doing that for a long time.
So you were the peacemaker.
Yeah.
And you were trying to give everybody a gift.
And ultimately give me a gift so that all hell didn't break loose.
Dax's comic gift would propel his career, leading him from the improv stage to starring roles on sitcoms and films.
Oh, I like money. Wow, okay.
To his current role as the co-host and co-creator of Armchair Expert, the extraordinarily successful podcast. Dax's sense of humor would also serve him well romantically. He met Kristen at a low point in his life, but still had the presence of mind to be entertaining.
I had broken up with a woman that morning. So I was not in the market for anything. I was, in fact, quite distracted by the breakup.
Yeah.
I do remember she was there because she was telling the story about getting a 20% off Bed Bath & Beyond coupon in the mail and how ecstatic she was about that. And I remember thinking, this is pretty adorable that this movie star is this excited about 20% off. And then I learned maybe she was from Michigan at that time, and that made sense. I'm like, okay, we're both frugal, but there was no real connection. And then probably 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, I went to a Detroit Red Wings game playing the LA Kings here in LA. And she too went because she's obsessed with the Red Wings. And I was with a friend, and we're halftime, we're going to get some concessions, and he starts talking to her. They know each other. And while they're talking, she says, hey, you were at Shauna's birthday party a couple weeks ago. And I go, oh, yeah. And then we started talking, and I thought, well, how did I miss this? This is like the most charismatic human I've ever met in my life. And we started talking, and we have never stopped talking or not been together for almost 17 years now.
During their years together, Dax and Kristen have worked with each other on films, launched a business, and most significantly, are raising 2 daughters. An experience, according to Dax, that has fundamentally transformed them both.
My story prior to having kids was my father left and I was the victim. And then about a year and a half into having our first daughter, I realized, oh no, he was the victim. It's so much more powerful on this side than it was on the child side. Being a parent is so special and meaningful.
Yeah.
Kristen would say the same thing. We've been overly lucky in life. We've been to so many spectacular places and met spectacular people. And this is the single experience that I would not trade for anything in the world. This is the thing.
Dax and Kristen clearly share a profound bond. And when we looked at their roots, we saw that their family trees also had a great deal in common. Both have ancestors who were optimistic, even in the face of tremendous obstacles. It was time to bring their stories to light. I started with Kristen Bell, and with her maternal grandfather, a man named Bernard Friguier. Bernard was a beloved figure in Kristen's childhood, a source of immense affection, despite the fact that he'd endured a great deal of suffering.
He had a personality with us kids. The only side I saw of him was loving and joyful and playful and kind of ready for anything. He would always let us like sit on his lap and we would watch TV together, read the TV guide. He had a fake knee. He'd always let us trace his scar. He had his thumb ripped off and it looked like this, and he would let us sit there and play with it. Like, he was very loving. But I remember hearing from my mom about he had quite a bit happen to him during his lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
But I never saw that side of him. He either bottled it up or worked through it in therapy, and I don't think it's the latter.
Our researchers soon understood what Kristen meant. Her grandfather's warmth belied experiences that would have broken many people. The story begins in the National Archives, where we found Bernard joining the United States Army just months after Pearl Harbor.
Date of entry into active service, March 27th, 1942. Oh, wow, he was 22.
Mm-hmm.
At Fort Benjamin, Harrison, Indiana, military occupational specialty platoon sergeant.
What do you imagine that was like for your grandfather, joining the Army at such a dark time?
I would imagine he was terrified. I think he was married to my grandmother at this point, and I imagine that, I mean, because I would be terrified, but I don't know. I guess I would love to ask some of my family what his thoughts were about it. Maybe he felt an honor and a duty to do it.
Did he ever talk about this stuff?
Mm-mm. Not with the kids, no. Not with the grandkids. I think he did later in his life to my mom and my aunt. But this is all new to me.
Bernard's service records tell a harrowing tale. His battalion spent over 600 days in combat, many of them on the front lines, fighting across Western Europe. Reports filed by his officers detail horrific conditions and extensive casualties. But they also reveal that Bernard proved himself a hero by rescuing a wounded comrade in the heat of battle, an act of bravery that earned him a Silver Star.
Did you know about that?
I didn't know specifics. I knew that he had risked his life to save a couple people, and that's why he's got some medals hanging up.
Yeah.
But I didn't know the specifics.
On February 18th, 1944, your grandfather actually saved the life of a fellow soldier under heavy mortar and artillery fire.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of him.
Bernard himself was wounded in combat and was lucky to survive the war. But as we dug deeper, we were struck by just how much he'd already survived before he even put on a uniform. In the archives of Cleveland, Ohio, Bernard's hometown, we found a death certificate for his younger brother Joseph, who was killed in a car accident right in front of his family's home.
So this was my grandfather's little brother.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
And he died at just 5 years old of a fractured skull.
Yeah.
It's heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
How do you think it affected your grandfather?
I don't even know how I would begin to describe that. It's horrific enough to think of seeing that happen to a stranger, let alone happen to another adult, let alone happen to another child when you're a child. I can't even begin to think of how he would have processed that. I guess the string of his life seems to be a lot of these traumatic events leading him to be this very grateful person when he was older.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a lot to take in.
In the wake of his brother's death, young Bernard suffered another loss. His father, a man named Frank Fergier, abandoned the family. Frank is Kristen's great-grandfather, and neither she nor any of her relatives knew where he went or what became of him. His fate was simply a mystery. But we solved it, revealing that Frank eventually moved in with his sister near Hackensack, New Jersey, where he worked as a porter and maintenance man at a local hospital, before passing away in 1966, more than 30 years after he last saw his children.
At the time, your grandfather Bernard was 45 years old and living in Ohio, 430 miles away. Your mom was 13 years old,
Wow.
so she never met her grandfather.
Mm-mm.
What's it like to learn this?
You know, it seems like I don't, you know, just putting the pieces together, if I'm looking at it from above, I think Joey's death really affected him. And I think that stands to reason when you think about losing a child and how it can uproot your entire existence.
Mhm.
That level of pain. Parents aren't supposed to see their kids pass away before they do.
As it turns out, Frank had seen a great deal of suffering long before he lost his son. He was born in 1889 in a village in Poland, where his parents were farmers. And in the Polish State Archives, we found death records for 4 of his siblings, all of whom died before their 3rd birthday. We also saw that Frank's mother passed away when he was just 13 years old.
Heavy. Heavy, 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 heavy.
What's it like to see that?
I mean, this is very informative. And the deeper you go, the more you understand. You do that with characters that you're playing too, or any individual you try to have an interpersonal relationship with. Now I kind of understand why Frank, you know, made a lot of decisions that might not have been on the up and up.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, that's so sad.
We had one more detail to share regarding Kristen's great-grandfather. The passenger log of a ship that arrived at Ellis Island in September of 1910. On board was Frank, traveling on his own at the age of 21 years old, leaving his widowed father and his homeland behind forever.
Oh, wow.
What do you think that was like for Frank? Saying goodbye to his father back home, not knowing if he'd ever see him again?
He must have been gutsy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess a lot of 21-year-old young men could be gutsy. He clearly wanted to have a different life than his father. Yeah, wow.
After all that we've learned about Frank,
Yeah.
what do you think Frank would have made of Kristen?
Well, I would hope that he would be able to see that the generational trauma has waned a little bit, and that unfortunately he got the short end of the stick having to go through all of it,
Yeah.
but it yielded some really happy results
Mhm.
with me and my life and my kids.
You want to say poor guy.
Yeah. Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And I hope he'd be happy to know that we're happy now.
Like Kristen, Dax Shepard was about to see his mother's family trace back from the familiar figures of his childhood to ancestors who lived in a far more forbidding world. The journey began in Sturgis, Michigan, at a roadside motel once owned by Dax's maternal grandfather, a man named Joel LeBeau. Growing up, Dax spent many happy hours here.
It was a very fun place to get lost and snoop around and go into utility closets and look at the ice machine and all this stuff. And my mother just adored my Pippi, we called him. Very self-made, taught himself pipe fitting, built a pretty good business, saved money, got homes, flipped them, had rental things, all to save up to buy this motel.
Wow.
And that was really his legacy.
He was an industrious dude.
Incredibly hardworking, industrious man who also loved the opera and loved plays.
Oh, yeah?
And was pretty cosmopolitan.
Huh.
It was his Frenchness. He was very proud of his Frenchness.
Monsieur LeBeau.
Yeah, totally.
We now began to trace Joel's French roots, but it took us a very long time just to get out of Michigan. Indeed, this branch of Dax's family tree has lived in his home state for over 2 centuries, starting with his 4th great-grandfather, a man named Alexei Cousineau. Alexei was born in 1792, likely near Detroit, and he lived through a time of tremendous upheaval. When he was 20, tensions between the United States and England exploded into what became known as the War of 1812. And Alexei volunteered to serve in a local militia, a decision he likely soon came to regret.
The 16th of August, 1812, he was captured a prisoner of war at the stockade at the River Raisin by one Captain Elliot, a British officer under the surrender by General Hull.
Your ancestor was captured, taken as a prisoner of war.
Brits! Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, how about that?
I'm going to have to rethink all my friendships with my English friends. I've got an axe to grind now.
Alexei would be held prisoner for over a year. And then, upon his release, he would face another ordeal, farming. He settled near LaSalle, Michigan, on what was then the American frontier. To make a living, he first had to clear his land out of dense forests and contend with fierce winters. But in the end, he persevered. Indeed, Alexei lived to be roughly 80 years old, long enough even to be photographed, allowing Dax the chance to meet his ancestor face to face.
Well, you know what you see immediately is he's lost his teeth.
Right.
Right? We don't have dentures yet.
No.
You can visibly see the man probably doesn't have any teeth. It was rough living back then.
Oh, yeah. You see any resemblance to your mom?
No, thank God. I mean, this is a very old man with no teeth.
Do you feel more connected to Michigan knowing that your family's lived there since the Garden of Eden?
I'm deeply proud of being from Michigan for whatever reason. I don't know, it's just peculiar. I love it.
Yeah.
And I think it's really cool that a family member of mine's like one of the originals, the OMs, original Michigander.
Moving on from Alexei, we finally left Michigan and found ourselves in Velwier, a small town in western France. Dax's ninth great-grandfather, a man named Toussaint Beaudry, was baptized here in 1639, and his family may well have lived in the area for centuries. But that was about to change. In 1664, when Toussaint was 25 years old, he booked passage on a ship bound for Canada. He was taking an extraordinary risk.
Wow.
That's 44 years after the Mayflower.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Skip, you and I would not cross the Potomac on this boat. I mean, can you imagine boarding that thing?
No.
Oh my Lord.
I would have been terrified the whole time, plus seasick.
And probably days with no wind that you're sitting there wondering if you'll ever resume your... Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
When Toussaint boarded his ship, France was a rigidly class-based society where he likely had few opportunities for advancement. So almost certainly he came to the New World hoping to improve his life. Unfortunately, those hopes would take time to materialize. 2 years after he arrived in Canada, we found Toussaint performing an unusual job.
He was employed as a domestic servant.
Oh.
At a hospital in Montreal, and was working on the hospital's small farm with 11 other men.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Working at a hospital?
Yes.
Farming
for the,
the patients, presumably.
Patients and the staff.
Yeah, weird.
Do you think he found that work satisfying, worth the long, perilous journey across the Atlantic?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
He most certainly got here and got that job. Oh, well, I could have done this back in France, and the food was better.
Toussaint seems to have shared Dax's point of view. Within a year, he left his hospital job behind and found a new occupation, trading and transporting animal furs for export.
These furs were in huge demand in Europe. So he was industrious. He wasn't content to stay in that field outside that hospital.
Yeah.
He said, there's gold in them there woods.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shoot it and skin it.
Yeah.
And that's what he did.
Yeah, entrepreneurial.
Can you relate?
Well, yeah, and it certainly explains my Pippi's aptitude for business and entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that work, Dax.
Forget it. I'm looking at this just going, no way could I have done any of this.
We don't know how long Toussaint spent in the fur trade. There are no records to tell us. But by 1672, he'd returned to Montreal, married a woman named Barbe Barbier, and started a family. Barbe is Dax's 9th great-grandmother, and she and Toussaint would have at least 9 children together. But their happiness would not last.
On 24 January 1694, Barbe Barbier, wife of Toussaint Boudry, was buried in our church in the presence of almost the entire parish.
Your ancestor died in childbirth in 1694. She was 40 years old.
Wow.
The child was a boy named Simon, who was born 3 hours prior to her death. He died about 8 months later.
Oof.
What's it like to learn this?
It's hard to imagine. You know, I often think about Lincoln having lost, 2 children while he's in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
I can only imagine the expectations were much different.
Oh,
I mean, this must have maybe even felt like he was one of the lucky ones if he only lost 1 of 9 children.
Yeah.
That was the brutal part of being alive then, I think.
Dax's ancestors would soon face another brutal blow. Toussaint himself would pass away just a year after his wife, leaving their children alone. They likely struggled mightily just to survive, but somehow the family endured, and their descendants would eventually make another immense journey to Michigan, roughly 600 miles from Montreal and more than 3,000 miles from Toussaint's birthplace in France.
Does seeing all this change your sense of yourself, knowing that you have inherited all this amazing tradition and these experiences?
Yeah, it has me, I don't know what this says about the power of story, but it has me, I want to go to the place in France.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I would like to sit there and think, well, what would you imagine was on the other side of that Atlantic that you would leave here? You must have a pretty active imagination.
We'd already traced Kristen Bell's maternal roots back to Poland, revealing her great-grandfather's tragic secrets. Now, turning to Kristen's paternal ancestry, we encountered a very different kind of secret. The story begins in a place called Castleton in Liddesdale, with a letter written in the year 1772. It provides a detailed description of Kristen's 7th great-grandfather, a man named William Bell.
You ever hear of this brother?
No.
Well, please read what we've transcribed for you.
The above-mentioned William has always borne a very good character, and so far as I have known or observed, very deservedly, being always looked upon as a religiously well-disposed, sober, honest, and industrious man, a faithful and good worker, which cannot fail to recommend him to the favorable regard of every good man, where he and his family may come.
What's it like to see that?
That's cool, because he was a stand-up guy.
You stand-up guy?
We like hearing good reviews.
Mm-hmm.
We like good reviews, good resumes. We like hard workers. That's fun to know that other people recommended him with good character.
Ever hear of the parish of Castleton in Liddesdale?
No.
Where is it? Take a guess.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania? That's a good guess. Please turn the page.
You didn't give me a reaction like I was right. No. Oh.
Take a look at that map. We've indicated the parish on the map on the right. Do you see where it's located?
Scotland. We're Scotch.
Yes,
We're
Scotland.
Scotch.
Kristen has deep roots in what are called the Borders, a rural region between Scotland and England. But there's a reason that she knew nothing about these roots. The letter we'd found was essentially a character reference, written at her 7th great-grandfather's request, because William intended to move his family across the Atlantic.
The Bells were making arrangements to leave their home. Please turn the page.
Bye-bye.
Kristen, this map shows the place where your Bell ancestors first settled in North America. Argyle Township. See that?
Uh-huh.
It was a Scottish settlement on the eastern bank of the Hudson River in what is now upstate New York. Did you know that that's where your family settled when they migrated from?
I did not.
The Bells arrived, we believe, sometime around the summer of 1772.
Wow. That was ripe time for America.
Kristen, of course, is correct. The Bells landed in the colonies just 3 years before the outbreak of the American Revolution. And records suggest that the family was running an inn on their property when Patriot forces seized a British fort in Ticonderoga, New York, less than 50 miles away, meaning that Kristen's ancestors were suddenly faced with a very big decision.
Which side did the Bells choose? Your family very patriotic and rah-rah?
Maybe. This is just a stab in the dark, but I feel like since they got here, they settled here, we're gonna go all in. We're gonna be patriots.
Okay. Please turn the page. We're fast forward to 1787. This is an affidavit written on behalf of William Bell in 1787, 4 years after the Revolutionary War ended.
Wrong side of history, friend.
Would you please read the transcribed section?
We, the deponents, doth testify and declare that we were personally acquainted with William Bell Sr. before and during the unhappy dissensions in America, and to the best of our knowledge and belief, know him to have been and is a loyal subject to the Crown Government of Great Britain. Also are knowing to his being employed in forwarding dispatches from His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief in Canada to His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief at New York during the unhappy dissensions in America whilst he resided in the United States. Likewise, that he has suffered greatly both in person and estate on account of his loyalty to His Majesty. He was a spy.
He was a loyalist and a spy.
William, you tricky duck.
We do not have complete records of William's wartime experience, but according to scholars, he likely worked for the British by tracking the Patriot armies and reporting on their whereabouts. He also likely served as a guide for British soldiers.
Some people pick the wrong side. Maybe you didn't know any better. Also, look, if you're looking back at 1776, it did seem like a group of punks were trying to take over. Like they were, they were uprooting everything that anyone had ever known about any sort of hierarchy to create this country. So it doesn't surprise me that people would have been like, no, let's go with the norm. Ask the boss. King George.
William was not alone in choosing to side with the British Crown. It's estimated that 1/5 of everyone in the 13 colonies was a loyalist. Nevertheless, Kristen's ancestor was putting himself in grave danger.
What do you think? Successful spy? Unsuccessful spy?
I'm going to go unsuccessful.
Okay, please turn the page. This is an excerpt from a book titled Old Fort Edward Before 1800. And would you please read that transcribed section in the white box?
On August 29th, 1780, Joseph Hawkins, Thomas Yarnes, and William Bell were apprehended by the order of 3 of the justices of the peace of Charlotte County. A minimus was made out, and they were committed to the Albany jail.
Your 7th great-grandfather was apprehended by the Patriots, and imprisoned for helping the British.
They got him.
But William was lucky.
He was? 'Cause
Yes.
usually snitches get stitches.
He could have been hanged, but he wasn't.
We don't know why, but the Patriots decided to show William mercy. After being jailed for 5 months, he was released on the condition that he and his family move out of town. Records show they resettled in British Canada, where they would remain for generations. Kristen had no idea she had any connection to Canada, but given the circumstances, she wasn't surprised that her family had never discussed it. And as we combed over this branch of her roots, we discovered something else the family had chosen to leave unmentioned. Kristen's 6th great-grandfather, a man named Guysbert Sharp, was a slave owner.
Did you ever in your wildest dreams imagine that you had an ancestor who had owned another human being?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the roots of this country. And there were a lot of bad decisions made. There were a lot of really, really poor decisions made that continue to be made for many, many, many years and have aftershocks to this day.
Right.
So I guess I would have been shocked if they hadn't. I would have been shocked and proud, but it's not shocking.
We had now traced Kristen back centuries, meeting an array of characters, some highly complicated. I wondered what her family would make of it all.
What's the first thing you're going to tell Dax?
That my 7th great-grandfather was a spy.
What's the first thing you're going to tell your children? Because after all, your 7th is their 8th.
You think my children are going to listen to me explain this book to them? You have a very high opinion of my children. They are not allowed to touch this until they are a little bit older and can sit down and listen to at least a paragraph that whatever I'm talking about. But I will tell them in due time. And I would hope that they'd be interested. But I will say how I've changed is I'm now more interested in this. And I think that feeling or that curiosity began with my desire to be on the show. As I entered my 40s and became an adult and was like, what is my history? What, collectively or individually, I want to learn more. Somehow, as your mortality creeps up on you, you have this sense of yearning of wanting to know what happened before. But kids aren't built like that. At least I wasn't, and I don't think my kids are. So I don't think they'll be interested in this for a few years. But when they are, I'd be very excited to show it to them.
Turning back to Dax, we encountered a story that will likely fascinate his children, if and when they finally are allowed to hear it. It begins with Dax's father, David Shepard, who passed away in 2012. David married young, struggled to support his family, and battled personal demons throughout his life, leaving his son to wrestle with fundamental questions about who he really was.
He could be very alpha and fight a guy at a gas station, and then he was a very non-judgmental, loving protector.
That's an unusual combination.
Extremely.
Where do you think that came from?
That's a great question. I think probably it's who he would have been if he could have been. I think his nature was probably really sweet. And I think he had the role of the big guy, and then, as I think we'll learn, he's half honcho, and the honchos were nuts.
Dax was not exaggerating. His father was the son of a woman named Euless Honcho, and Euless came from a very troubled family. 2 of her brothers, Calvin and Oliver Honcho, were violent criminals. A fact that has long intrigued Dax. Turning to the archives, we found more than a dozen newspaper articles about the brothers, dating back to 1952, when a 17-year-old Oliver launched his first crime spree.
South Carolina policeman stopped Honchel and another man to check a 1951 license plate on their souped-up automobile. And in it, the trooper found burglary tools and a German submachine gun. Oh, here we go. Detroit police also wanted Honchel for questioning on a number of burglaries. This brings me such joy because I have done some digging on my own, and I've read many news articles about the Honchels. This is a new one.
Oh, really? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That, of course, is your great Uncle Oliver.
Yeah.
And great Uncle Oliver robbed a drugstore, then kidnapped the druggist. When did you first hear about great Uncle Oliver?
Oh, these stories flew around nonstop, and I met a lot of these people. Like, we went to Grandma Honchel's farm. Cal Honchel was living there. He had been in and out of prison numerous times. He had killed a man when he was young, shot a bunch of others. So they were around. I would be up at the farm, and Cal would be walking around in tighty-whities with a pistol in his waistband.
Wow.
So it was bonkers, and it was around.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, and my dad was, pretty scarred by growing up, and it gave him a certain take on the world, which is like, there are jackals about. Like, be aware.
It's easy to understand how Dax's father felt. His uncles committed at least 2 murders, a kidnapping, 2 car thefts, multiple robberies, and spent many years behind bars, all of which raised a compelling question.
You're dating Kristen, love of your life. When do you,
Tell her about the Honchels?
Something I need to tell you.
I have to be honest, she was amused by it as we are. Like, it is out of a Bonnie and Clyde movie.
Yeah.
And I think she also felt like, you've done all right. You've kind of tamped down. You're 12.5% Honchel, and I only see it occasionally. And now when our little ones go crazy, we go, oh, there's that Honchel flaring up.
We now set out to explore the Honchels' deeper roots. Dax knew that the family had spent generations in Kentucky, and we identified the man who brought them there, Thomas Ingram Jr. Thomas is Dax's 4th great-grandfather, and records filed after his death contain some surprising details about his life.
Thomas Ingram died on the 23rd December, 1862, and at his death owned 150 acres of land, which he held for 40 years.
Thomas died in Kentucky when he was about 96 years old.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa, 96.
96.
That was almost probably a record.
You know what that means? It means that he was alive for both the American Revolution and the Civil War.
Oh, wow.
He witnessed a period of extraordinary change in American history. What would you say to this guy if you could?
It's good you're going. You're not going to want to see what comes next.
He's going to say,
I got to be honest, if I'm only forecasting from what I knew about Calvin Honchel and his brood,
yeah,
I don't have high hopes for anyone. I'm almost shocked there was someone in that line that was a landowner and made it to 96.
Yeah.
So now, the real mystery is, when did it turn?
We don't know when or why this family turned. But as we look closer, we found a few more surprises for Dax. Records showed Thomas Ingram was born in Delaware, a place that he had never associated with his roots. They also show that Thomas ultimately owned land in Bath County, Kentucky, a place that Dax knows very well.
I love this area of the country immensely. I really, really like this area.
How do you imagine Thomas got from Delaware to Kentucky back then? It was about 600 miles.
A horse, yeah.
Please say
weeks on a horse.
Yeah. Let's see. Take a look at that map on your left. Settlers to Kentucky generally took one of 2 major routes, either along the Ohio River, outlined there in blue, you see that?
Yeah.
Or through the Cumberland Gap, indicated there in red.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know which route your ancestors took. A majority of the early pioneers took the Cumberland Gap route. That's known as the Wilderness Road.
I'm sure you've driven through here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This still in a car is harrowing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Blue Ridge Parkway and all these mountains. I mean, I can't imagine passing that. Oh, that's an endeavor. I mean, you're brave.
We believe that when Dax's fourth great-grandfather made this journey, he was accompanied by his father, Thomas Ingram Sr., who arrived in Kentucky around the same time. The two men were likely drawn by the promise of abundant land, as both became farmers. And as we pored over the records that they left behind, we saw that Thomas Sr. ran his farm with the labor of at least one enslaved person.
So your fifth great-grandfather was a slave owner.
Wow.
He enslaved a black man named Peter. Did you ever imagine that you had an ancestor who owned other people?
You know, I wasn't terribly optimistic that we hadn't, given the Kentucky residence for so long. That was certainly what people south of the Mason-Dixon did.
Yeah.
I was hopeful they had it because I thought of them as all poor. But yeah, here we go.
How does it make you feel? What's it like to learn this?
Well, I'm mixed, right? I have a popular opinion and probably an unfavorable one, which is like, one is it's abjectly horrible. You know, I today can't comprehend it. It's horrific. But I also recognize I don't understand. I just don't know. I don't understand what it was like. I'm a little reticent. Well, this is dicey. This just seems as crazy and unfathomable to me as the losing multiple children and just carry on. It just seems like not just another time period, but like another reality and another planet.
No, that's a good way to put it.
I can't find purchase in the mindset.
Yeah.
I can try to apply my current mindset to it, and then I have a very easy verdict, which is that man was a psychopath. But I guess I'm reticent to say that man was a psychopath because I don't know. I wasn't alive then.
Unfortunately, Thomas is not the only enslaver in Dax's family tree. We identified two other men on his father's side who also owned human beings, and there may well have been more. Even so, Dax accepted this part of his history, with an appreciation for the fact that he'd been lucky enough to move past it.
I mean, egotistically, I could be sitting here and finding out that I had 7 generations of royalty, and I might be going, well, what the heck happened on my end? And I'm actually looking at this and I'm going, lucky me, man. I've got one of the best versions that this family's ever seen.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
My God, do I have a lot of gratitude.
Yeah.
Hearing this and evaluating my life.
But you got the good parts.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And it's made me kind of abundantly grateful.
The paper trail had run out for Dax and Kristen.
Whoa.
It was time to show them their full family trees.
Oh my goodness.
Now filled with names they'd never heard before.
Isn't that amazing?
For each, it was a moment of awe.
This is wild.
Offering the chance to see their shared families in an entirely new light.
It's wonderful to get context about the people that were here before you and to attempt to look at their choices, if you can, with some compassion and some empathy.
There's stuff to be proud of from here, and there's stuff to be ashamed of from here. There's stuff to feel, it's all right here. But the best part is you haven't even met the best part of this whole tree. Is like below me.
Two boxes under you.
I was smart. I went out and combined this whole stew with some premium Bell blood and ended up with some girls that far surpass any quality I have.
That's the end of our journey with Dax Shepard and Kristen Bell. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. In this episode, we'll meet Deborah Messing and Melanie Lynskey, two actors struggling to make sense of their family trees.
I've always been really curious. No one could agree on where certain people were from. And that always seemed very odd to me.
I mean, there's always been this huge gap in my history.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists combed through paper trails stretching back hundreds of years.
How did you even find this?
While DNA experts utilize the latest advances in genetic analysis to reveal secrets that have lain hidden for generations.
Wow, all the dirt's coming out now.
And we've compiled it all into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries.
What?
And a window into the hidden past.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing.
Chaim was a rabbi?
Chaim was a rabbi. Did you have any idea he taught the Torah?
Are you kidding? I had hopes, but they were like such hidden hopes because it just seemed impossible.
This has just been the greatest gift. I mean, you gave me.
Deborah and Melanie both descend from ancestors who took chances that most people would never dream of taking. In this episode, we'll meet those ancestors and see how their radical decisions forever reshaped their family trees. Deborah Messing has a very simple secret to success. She loves what she does. The Emmy Award-winning actor, star of the beloved sitcom Will and Grace, has been in the limelight for 3 decades and is still driven by a passion for her work. It's a passion that was ignited in an instant on a childhood trip from her hometown in Rhode Island to see a show on Broadway.
Well, my parents constantly drove down to New York from Rhode Island because we had family in Brooklyn. And every time we would go down, we would see a play. And I distinctly remember, they said I was 7, we went to see Annie. And we were 5th row center. And apparently, as soon as all the girls were there singing It's a Hard Knock Life, I levitated out of my chair and I turned to my mom and I said, kids can do that? Kids can do that? I want to do that. I want to be up there. And my mother's like, okay, dear. Okay, dear.
Since that moment, Deborah has never wavered from her goal. She began auditioning for school plays as soon as she could. And she told me that growing up, she felt happiest and most at home on the stage. But even so, Deborah was never completely at home in Rhode Island. And that took a profound toll.
I was only one of 3 Jews in my community. So I definitely felt like an other.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely knew that I was different.
Mm-hmm.
And, we had a swastika painted on my grandfather's car when I was young. After Halloween, we had, these big globe lights at the end of our driveway, and they were constantly destroyed with a bat over and over and over and over and over again. And there was really no one else around who I could talk to about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I I never let anyone really, really in
Mm-hmm.
when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm. I understand that.
Yeah.
Deborah's sense of otherness would linger far longer than she ever imagined possible. After majoring in theater at college and earning a graduate degree at NYU's prestigious Tisch School of the Arts, she landed in Hollywood, confronting the very same stereotypes she thought she'd escaped long ago.
I was told in my first film that I did that my nose was ruining the movie by the director. He screamed it. It was my first scene ever in a movie.
No.
With Keanu Reeves.
Huh.
And I was playing his wife, and the first scene was us coming together, profile to kiss. And I walked into the frame, and he said, "Cut! How quickly can we get a plastic surgeon in here? Her nose is ruining my movie."
Oh my God, that's terrible.
And he just sat back, and he just was like,
What did you do?
And everybody, well, the crew all laughed first, and then they realized he was serious.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Bella, you have to do me a favor. Your character is supposed to be very, very beautiful. Don't ever show your profile in the entire movie, okay?" And I just said, "Okay." And he left, and I have no memory of finishing it. I mean, I know I did.
That's horrible.
It was absolutely mortifying.
Right.
You know, I mean, I came back and I said, "Okay, I'm just built for theater. Anyone can be beautiful in the theater. There's enough distance, you know, in costumes." And I was like, that's where I'm supposed to be. And then I got my first TV show.
Right.
And she was Jewish. And so I looked appropriate according to those people.
My second guest is actor Melanie Lynskey, famed for her star turns on Togetherness, Yellow Jackets, and The Last of Us. Like Deborah, Melanie found her calling as a child, but under vastly different circumstances. When she was 6 years old, her family moved from her native New Zealand to spend a year in London, and Melanie felt utterly lost.
I was very shy. I was away from my grandmother, who was my anchor, my support person. This bracelet she put on my hand when I was a baby, and I've never taken it off.
Wow.
And she was, you know, my everything. So being away from my nana, living in a strange place, I felt very unmoored. And for some reason I tried out for a play, and the moment I got on stage and I could be in somebody else's body is what it felt like.
Mm-hmm.
Someone gave me lines to say, and suddenly I wasn't standing in front of a group of strange kids trying to not sound like the biggest dork in the room. I was just suddenly like, oh, here's what I'm doing in this moment. And I felt confident and free of myself. And it became addictive.
This realization sent Melanie on the path she's still following today. But the journey was not a smooth one. After some early success in New Zealand and a brief stint at college, Melanie moved to Los Angeles to find work, and instead found herself struggling.
I was nervous. I was self-conscious. All I thought about was what my tummy looked like, what my face looked like.
Mm-hmm.
It was emotionally very challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wasn't a super robust person,
Mhm.
and I just felt different from a lot of the young actresses I was seeing, and lonely, and it was hard, and it took a while for things to really get going.
Did you ever think it's not going to work out? Or did you say, I'm going to give myself X amount of time, and if I don't have a role, back home to New Zealand?
I think I trusted my internal voice, that I would know when it was embarrassing, I guess, or that I would know when it was too much for me. Because still, even though it was challenging and hard, there were moments where I was like, look at my life. I would go to audition at Warner Brothers and just being on a movie lot.
Yeah.
It was crazy coming from New Plymouth, New Zealand. I would be like, this is magic.
I still think going to a movie set's magic.
I do too. Yeah.
You know, you go, wow.
I know. You just can't quite believe that you're there.
Eventually, Melanie would find a way to fit into Hollywood. After a decade of small parts, her career took off when she began to earn larger, more complicated roles, embodying a range of characters who were capable of anything, even murder.
There. Have I satisfied the necessary conditions for you to talk?
It's a change that Melanie has thoroughly enjoyed.
I like to subvert people's expectations of what a woman is supposed to be. I think especially middle-aged women are just kind of dismissed a lot by society, and so it's really fun to play these people who someone would just let a door close on. It's happened to me in my life. But are actually people who could literally kill you. It's really fun.
My two guests have both pursued their dreams, even when it seemed that the world did not always want them to. And both have made choices that defied the odds. Now it was time to introduce them to ancestors who had done the same thing. I started with Deborah Messing and with her paternal grandparents, Millie and Morris Messing. Deborah knew them both, and they left a deep impression, in part because of their very different personalities.
My grandmother, she sang all the time. She danced all the time. It didn't matter where we were. She loved the attention.
Do you think she had anything to do with your desire to be on stage?
I'm sure. I'm sure that when I was, tiny and I was singing and dancing, I'm sure that, she got a kick out of that and was like, this is our family. This is what we do. Of course, you have it in your blood. And
you're going to be like grandmama.
Yeah. I'm sure of it. And Morris, Papa Morris, was just very straight-laced.
Huh. Did they talk much about their roots?
Never. No, and I've asked my father many times.
Well, let's see what we found. We're going to go back 87 years. Can you please turn the page?
87 years. Certificate and record of marriage, groom Morris Messing, age 22, birthplace Poland, father's name Chaim. Mother's maiden name Esther Middledorf, bride Millie Rothblatt. Bride's age 21, birthplace London, England, father's name Isaac. Mother's maiden name Rebecca Leiter. The above named groom and bride were joined in marriage in accordance with the laws of the state of New York at 62 Pitt Street, Borough of Manhattan, City of New York, the 30th of May, 1936.
That is your grandparents' marriage certificate. Have you ever seen that before?
I have not.
What's it like to see it?
It's pretty great.
And it's full of information.
It sure is.
This record indicates that Morris and Millie were married in Manhattan in May of 1936, and it provides the names of their parents, Deborah's great-grandparents. It also reveals that Morris was from Poland. Trying to learn more, we turned to Morris's naturalization papers, filed 7 months after his wedding. They reveal his birthplace, which would prove a tongue twister both for Deborah and for me.
I was born in
Peshetswav. Peshets? You can do it. You can do it.
Peshetswav.
That's right.
Poland. On September 5th, 1913. My race is Hebrew.
My race is Hebrew. Isn't that interesting?
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I emigrated to the United States of America on December 1st, 1923, on the vessel Minikada.
This is your grandfather's petition to become a citizen of the United States. Have you ever heard of Peshetswav?
I think my father had mentioned it at one point. I remember him saying the word and me saying, what?
Yeah. Przemysław is a small town in southeast Poland. Its Jewish population dates back to the 16th century. But sometime in the early 1900s, the Messings decided to leave the past behind, likely in search of opportunities that they could not find at home. The move would demand enormous sacrifices. Morris's older sister Golda came first, leaving for New York in 1913. His brother Bernard followed 7 years later. And finally, Morris and his parents, Chaim and Esther, as well as 2 more siblings, arrived in 1923, reuniting a family that had been apart for a decade.
That must have been just incredibly emotional. The hardship of being separated for 10 years.
10-year period, anything could happen, you know. Have you heard any family stories about their first few years in New York, fresh off the boat, so to speak?
No.
Please turn the page. Deborah, on the right, there is the 1925 state census for New York. Would you please read that transcribed section?
Residence 52 Pitt Street, City, New York, Chaim Messing, head of household, age 50, occupation, fruit market. Own account. Esther, wife, age 47, occupation, housewife. Bernard, son, age 20, occupation, high school. Samuel, son, age 18, occupation, high school. Morris, son, age 12, occupation, school.
So that's your grandfather Morris, his parents, and siblings, just 2 years after arriving in America. And at the time, they all lived at 52 Pitt Street in the Lower East Side of Manhattan.
So a one-room apartment, probably.
Yeah, you can see the building right there.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
What's it like to see that these are your people starting their lives afresh in America almost 100 years ago?
It's really moving. I mean, they're leaving everything that they've ever known and going to a new country, just with no guarantees of anything except just hope.
The Messings' hope would be rewarded. By 1925, Deborah's great-grandfather Chaim was living on the Lower East Side of Manhattan and supporting his family by working at a fruit market. At the time, the neighborhood was the epicenter of Jewish life in New York City, home to almost 300,000 Jewish people. And we found something that suggests Chaim was an integral part of his new community. Wow.
Deborah, you're looking at your great-grandfather's headstone at Beth David Cemetery in Elmont, New York. Would you please read what we've translated for you?
Here lies a man upright and honest, departed in full vitality in the way of the righteous. Our teacher, Rabbi Chaim, son of Mr. Yoel, passed with a good name. Our teacher, Rabbi Chaim. Chaim was a rabbi?
Chaim was a rabbi.
What? What?
Did you have any idea? He taught the Torah.
Are you kidding?
Yep. He was an actual rabbi. And you had no idea?
No.
Did you descend from a rabbi?
No. This is the same guy that was the fruit vendor, right?
Yes, that's right.
So he was...
Well, you know, man's got to make a living.
Rabbi. Wow.
We don't know anything more about Chaim's work as a rabbi, but the fact that it's mentioned on his tombstone suggests that it was important to him, and that may have influenced the crucial decision made by his wife Esther. When Chaim died, Esther had only been in America for 6 years and may well have been tempted to return to Poland. But she chose to remain in the new home that she and her husband had built for themselves.
Here lies our esteemed mother, performing acts of charity and kindness all the days of her life, Esther, daughter of Mr. Baruch.
Esther outlived Chaim by 36 years.
Wow.
She died at the age of 91.
Wow. Okay.
In 1966 in New York City, 2 years before you were born. And she was buried at Beth David Cemetery in Elmont, the same place as Chaim is.
Oh my goodness.
Are you going to visit?
Yeah. Now that I know.
We had one more detail to share with Deborah about her great-grandmother. As we combed through the archives in Poland, we noticed something surprising. Esther was the co-owner of a small property in her hometown. And this discovery allowed us to show Deborah something that very few Jewish Americans can ever see.
Guess what you're looking at?
Is this the property now?
That's your great-grandmother Esther's property today.
No way. Wait. Okay, this one says Mucha Auto. So is this like an auto body shop?
Well, there's several stores, but all we know is that a pizzeria is there.
I see the pizza over here.
Oh, yeah. And several stores.
Well, I love pizza.
Yeah, me too. Polish pizza. The best. We don't know who currently owns it. All we know is that a pizzeria and several stores now stand on your family's land. What's it like to look at that?
Oh, my gosh. I have chills. I never imagined I would be able to see anything that would give me any sort of visual about the family all, way back when.
Mm-hmm.
It's really marvelous.
Like Deborah, Melanie Linsky was about to see a part of her family's history that she had long dreamed of seeing. But this journey begins much closer to home. Melanie's maternal grandfather, a man named John Monty, was placed in an orphanage soon after his birth and spent his entire life trying to learn about his biological parents. Melanie was hoping that we could find the answers that had eluded him. We started with one of the many letters that John had written during his long search.
Dear Mrs. Corcoran, a social worker from the New Zealand Children and Young Persons Service, Naomi Baker, has suggested I write to you in relation to some gaps in my earlier life. I made contact with you as what would appear to be a last resort in my quest. Sorry. I knew this was going to happen when we got to my granddad. I am now 69 years of age, was born in Masterton in 1926, was baptized at St. Joseph's Church at Upper Hutt in 1927, and according to St. Joseph's convent records, I arrived there as a 5-year-old in 1932. The orphanage was destroyed by fire in 1946. I also wrote to the solicitors of the people who adopted me, whose information was most negative, and who said if there was any confidential stuff on there, they would not be able to supply it. The district court in Wellington has not replied to my representations, so you see I may be forgiven in thinking some sort of iron curtain has descended and nobody has any record of me. Yeah.
What's it like to read that?
It breaks my heart. I know it was like a huge, huge thing for him to not know who he was, even.
Thanks to his dogged efforts, Melanie's grandfather did eventually obtain his own birth certificate, and it contained a precious piece of information: the name of his biological mother, Jessie Helen White. And this led him to another discovery.
This is a letter dated March 9th, 1996, which your grandfather received from a woman named Yvonne Barreau. Would you please read the transcribed section?
Dear Mr. Marnie, I do apologize for taking so long to answer your letter of inquiries about your birth mother. Jessie was private secretary to my father, Stafford Wellington Ripley, that's quite the name, who was one of the partners in a very old established legal firm. She was with him for many years right up until she died. It came as a terrible loss and shock to him. He always referred to her as his first lieutenant, and she was a splendid secretary and grew to know the law as well as he did. I remember her as a tall, well-built woman, held herself very well, and I think a very seriously minded person who never laughed much, but had numerous friends and enjoyed going to the theater and was a woman of great integrity. You could be proud of her. She visited a brother who lived in Wanganui quite often and was fond of his children. She was a splendid secretary and a very proud and nice woman, a mother you could be proud of. Yours sincerely, Yvonne Barreau.
What do you think your grandfather felt when he read that?
Oh, I think it would be complicated. Just that she was so nearby, and I think the thing about she visited a brother, I mean, Wanganui is so close to New Plymouth. It's an hour and a half. So visiting her brother in Wanganui and being fond of his children.
Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking.
This was as far as John's search had taken him. He died knowing his mother's name and a few details about her life, but nothing more. We tried to go further. Our researchers constructed a family tree for John, but one prominent box remained empty. We could not find a single document naming his father. Luckily, we had another tool. DNA. When we compared Melanie's mother's genetic profile to millions of other profiles in publicly available databases, we were able to identify 3 very strong matches, and each of them appeared to be related to Melanie's mother through one of her father's parents. Our experts then began to build out the family trees of those matches and found that they all descend from one man, the same man, a man whom we believe to be your grandfather's biological father. On the next page,
Oh, my hat.
on the next page, we're going to see the same family tree, only this time we will have added in the name of the man we believe to be your biological great-grandfather. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Please turn the page.
Oh my goodness. Archibald Allen.
Archibald Allen.
Wow.
Have you ever heard that name before?
Unfortunately, this is where things got complicated. When we tried to learn about this man named Archibald Allen, we came up empty. We couldn't find a single record of his life anywhere. It was as if he didn't exist, other than in DNA databases. But then we noticed something intriguing. A wedding announcement for someone with a very similar name.
Wow.
Well, it's not an exact match, but in 1915, a man named Archibald Allen Sharp married a woman named Susanna or Connie Brett in the same city where your great-grandmother Jessie was living when your grandfather was conceived roughly 10 years later.
Wow.
So what do you think?
I mean, is it him? It seems like how many people are called Archibald?
Archibald wasn't the most common name, even at the time. But still, similarities in names can be coincidental. We needed more evidence. And as we looked at the records that Archibald Sharp left behind, we found it.
Oh my
Please
God.
turn the page.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
You're looking at the death record for Archibald Sharp, the man we just saw getting married. He died in Australia in 1966. Would you please read the transcribed section?
Oh, Christian name and surname of deceased Archibald Sharp, known as Archibald Allen.
So you know what this means.
Yeah.
Archibald Allen and Archibald Allen Sharp are one and the same person.
That is absolutely amazing. That is so amazing.
Your great-grandfather was using an alias.
Dodgy.
What's it like to learn that?
I mean, I had a feeling he might not have been most like on the level. That's so. I want to know everything about him.
Melanie was about to get her wish. Now that we knew his actual name, we were able to learn a great deal about Archibald Sharp. We discovered that when Melanie's grandfather was conceived, Archibald was not only married, he had already fathered 2 children. We were also able to show Melanie records revealing that as a young man, Archibald had been a fantastic athlete who had won fame as a rower. And we were able to show her something else as well.
Oh, is that him?
That is your great-grandfather.
Wow. Wow, okay. He looks quite a lot like my brother Sam.
Really?
Mm.
How does it feel to be able to see and name the mystery that haunted your grandfather to the day he died?
It's sort of like bittersweet because it feels like incredible that it's solved, but also it was the only thing he ever wanted.
He did the best he could.
Oh, he did so much work. It was his life's work, like truly.
Mm.
It's very big. Sorry. Try not to cry too much, but I can't help it. It was such a big deal for my granddad.
Of course.
Yeah.
And for you.
Yeah, and for me.
I mean, you have DNA from him. It's your great-grandfather. You were biologically descended from the man in front of you.
I know. This naughty cad.
There was another beat to this story. One that suggests that Archibald was an even bigger cad than Melanie had imagined. When he passed away, 2 obituaries were published surveying his life. And one of them contained a very curious detail.
It says that Archibald was married to someone named Phil. But we know from his death certificate that he was married to someone named Susanna.
Yeah.
You want to guess what was going on?
Archibald. This is crazy. This is crazy. So he was married. He stayed married to Susanna, but then he married somebody else? Wow. Sir, this is not okay.
It's called bigamy.
Yeah.
The Phil, listed in this obituary, was a woman named Philomena Changato, and Archibald fathered at least 2 children with her. He even lived with her for a period of time, presumably under the name Archibald Allen, because Philomena went by Philomena Allen, leading us to an inescapable conclusion. Based on available records, Archibald Sharp appears to have led a double life for decades.
Wow.
He went by at least 2 aliases, Archibald Allen and Archibald McMahon.
Oh, just throwing a new one in there. Wow, okay.
And he had children with at least 3 women. Susanna, Philomena, and your great-grandmother, Jessie.
Wow.
What are you feeling right now?
I feel like actually a deep relief. Because clearly this man had problems, you know? And it's like a heartbreaking thing. And I feel for my granddad. But it just sort of feels like I mean, it's terrible that it also happened to other people too, but I don't know, for him to know that he was not alone, and oh, it's also sad and like really interesting. Sorry, but like the double life and fake names, and oh my gosh. This is not what I was expecting.
We'd already seen how Deborah Messing's great-grandfather, Chaim, immigrated to the United States in 1923, transplanting the Messing family from a small town in Poland to the Lower East Side of New York. Now we turned our attention back to Poland, where Chaim's brother, Abraham, settled in the city of Krakow. Abraham is Deborah's great-granduncle. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
Okay. Unlike your great-grandparents who left to search for a better life in America, Abraham never left Poland.
Wow.
Mm.
Why do you think that was?
You know, for almost every guest sitting where you are sitting, some had it out and some said, too much risk.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
staying here.
Right.
This has never been discussed in your family.
No.
We found Abraham listed in the 1921 census for Krakow with his wife Sarah and their 3 children. At the time, the family was living in the heart of the city's Jewish quarter, where Abraham sold antiques. They likely felt safe and comfortable. After all, Krakow had had a thriving Jewish community for over 800 years. But all that was about to change.
Oh my God.
That's Krakow. And those are Nazis. Germany invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, sparking World War II. Just 5 days later, on September 6th, the German army entered Krakow. At the time, approximately 56,000 Jewish people resided in the city, including your family. What do you imagine it must have been like for your family here, knowing that Abraham and his family were in so much danger across the Atlantic?
God. That must have been horrifying, terrifying. And I imagine once the Nazis came in, that communication would have been cut off, right?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have been able to get mail to each other because.
No, that's right. I mean, it was a place at war.
Yeah.
The German occupation brought wave after wave of horror. Within months, the Nazis were confiscating Jewish property, destroying the city's synagogues, and systematically killing Jewish residents. Deborah wanted to know what happened to her family. We found Abraham, as well as his son Salman, and his daughter Vita, listed on registers of the Jewish population of Krakow from July and August of 1940. These registers were compiled by the Nazis. They provide a glimpse into the lives of Deborah's relatives and hint at their fates.
Garfinkel Salman, born 12/17/1916 in Krakow, unmarried, occupation of pattern cutter from Krakow, currently residing in Krakow Nova 3. We confirm the identity of the above person by means of the below photograph. The above information has been stated for the purpose of issuing an identity card from the Jewish community in Krakow regarding the matter of resettlement of the above mentioned individual from Krakow. This is heartbreaking.
In May of 1940, the Nazis gave an order for Krakow's Jews to leave town voluntarily. According to those documents that you just read, your great-granduncle Abraham, as well as at least 2 of his children, were to be resettled in the town where Abraham was born, 100 miles east of Krakow. And you can see Salman and Vita's photographs attached to those documents. What do you see when you look at them? They're your first cousins, twice removed.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Vita. I mean, her eyes are. It's
they're like spooked.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. God. Just the fact that they have not been part of they haven't ever been acknowledged by the family.
Mm.
You know, and now to have their pictures and to be able to be like, okay, we know what you went through.
Right. The overwhelming majority of Krakow's Jewish population would ultimately be murdered, many at the Auschwitz concentration camp. But we don't know what happened to Abraham, Vida, or Salman after they signed these registration documents. There are simply no records to tell us. And we have no idea at all about what happened to Abraham's wife, Sarah, or his daughter, Golda. All we know is that we found no evidence that any of them survived the war.
And we don't know whether or not they died in Krakow or at a concentration camp.
We don't know, but they died as a result of the Nazis.
Of the Nazis.
It's definite that they did. In all, it's believed that roughly 54,000 of Krakow's Jews perished in the Holocaust. That's roughly 97% of the city's pre-war Jewish population. Did you ever imagine when you were learning about the Holocaust that you had such a tangible family connection?
No. No, I didn't. People would always ask me, you know, did you have any family in the Holocaust? And I was like, no.
Mm.
Wow. God, it's so sad. I can't even imagine the terror that they experienced.
Why do you think nobody ever talked about this?
I think it was too painful. It was just too painful to acknowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I asked my father specifically. I said, how did this one die? How did this one die? He said, I don't know.
Huh.
Now we know.
We'd already answered questions that had haunted Melanie Lynskey's mother's family for decades. Now, turning to her father's ancestry, we confronted a question that had lingered for generations. Melanie knew that she had deep roots in New Zealand, but she had no idea how her family had ended up there, or where they had come from. Our search began with an obituary, published in a New Zealand newspaper on December 22nd, 1917. It details the life of Melanie's great-great-grandfather, a man named Michael Lynskey.
Mr. Michael Lynskey, who died at Kaiapoi yesterday in his 80th year, was an early resident of Canterbury. Born in County Mayo, Ireland in 1838, he came to Littleton in 1861. He became a member of the police force and shortly afterwards was appointed bailiff for North Canterbury. Did not know any of this. Subsequently, he became clerk of the Magistrates' Court, registrar of electors at Kaiapoi, returning officer and deputy registrar of old age pensions. Mr. Lynskey retired from the public service in 1903 after 42 years' service. Wow. Wow. How did you even find this? I mean, I know it's like the show, but it's like so crazy. Wow.
What's it like to see that?
It's incredible. That's so interesting. Also to see that he was born in Ireland.
Mm-hmm. You had no idea?
No idea. No idea. This is incredible.
As it turns out, Michael's story was shaped by a single decision. He was born in County Mayo, on the western coast of Ireland, a place where his family had likely lived for centuries. Michael might well have remained here himself. But in 1859, when he was 21 years old, he married Melanie's great-great-grandmother, a woman named Ellen Moran, just as Ireland was falling into an economic depression. The couple had their first child about a year later, as the depression deepened. So Michael and Ellen decided to take a chance and book passage on a ship bound for the British colony of New Zealand, almost 12,000 miles away.
Wow.
Let's imagine the emotions your ancestors were feeling.
Yeah.
Excitement? Terror?
Probably like true sorrow as well, leaving everybody you love and everything you know, and knowing that it's not going very well there, you know, not knowing if you'll see people again. And
I mean, imagine the conversation with their parents. Something we need to tell you.
yeah.
We're going to New Zealand. What?
What's that?
Michael and Ellen were actually making a reasonable decision. This was a time of rapid economic growth in New Zealand. Even so, we made a map of their voyage, and it was almost overwhelming to contemplate.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, what a crazy journey to have made.
You see, County Mayo. Michael and Ellen started out by traveling from County Mayo to London. Then they sailed past the Canary Islands, Cape Verde, South Africa, and Australia. They were at sea for 103 days. That's over 3 months.
No, thank you.
With a baby. And you know what? They weren't exactly in first class.
No, no. Wow, that's an incredible journey to make.
Can you imagine? You're a mother.
Yes.
How would you have fared?
Badly. I would not have enjoyed that. No. I mean, I took my daughter on a flight from Atlanta when she was 6 weeks old because she was born in Atlanta. And that was, she was very good on the flight. But, 4 hours on a plane.
Oh.
I was like, I did it. Wow. That's incredible.
When the journey finally ended, the Linskys faced new challenges. They were taken to an immigration barracks where they received a week of free lodging. After that, they were expected to pay their own way. So they had to find jobs and housing almost immediately, while also adapting to a brand new land. But somehow, they did it. And what's more, they seem to have liked it, as evidenced by the passenger record of a ship that arrived in New Zealand in June of 1865. On board were 2 of Michael's siblings.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know what's happening there?
Did they bring their family?
Yes.
Oh.
Your great-great-grandfather Michael was the first of his siblings to emigrate to New Zealand.
Oh.
Just 4 years after his arrival, his younger siblings William and Sarah, as well as his likely sister-in-law Catherine, also made the trip. And in 1873, 2 other siblings, Edward and Annie, followed. Were you aware of this?
No, but it's... I'm so close with my siblings. Like, we're so close to each other. So this is really beautiful to see. Like, this is what we would have done.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All in all, between 1861 and 1888, 6 of Michael Linsky's brothers and sisters followed in his footsteps and made the grueling trip from Ireland to New Zealand.
Wow.
Did your family ever talk about that?
No, we didn't know. We don't know any of this.
What's it like to learn that?
That's incredible. It's like making me very emotional just because, how I feel about my siblings. It's just really beautiful. Wow.
What's it been like for you to learn so much about your father's roots? Things that when we met, you had absolutely no idea about.
I can't quite believe. I'm just, I feel literally like I'm at a loss for words. And yeah, the processing, like it's really taking me a minute to it's a lot of incredible information. Look at all that. I mean,
A lot of input to be processed.
Yeah.
But you know what's cool, Melanie? When we met, all these people had been lost in all these stories.
Yeah.
And now, they'll never be lost again.
Yeah.
That's your book of life. You can turn the pages every day, dear.
Yeah. So special. So special.
The paper trail had run out for each of my guests.
Oh my gosh.
It was time to show them their full family tree.
Oh my goodness.
Now filled with people whose names they never heard before.
Gosh, my brain is like, "Rrr."
For each, it was a moment of awe.
It just gets my imagination running. The kind of lives that they lived.
And our journey wasn't over yet. When we compared Melanie and Deborah's DNA to that of others who've been in the series, we found a match for each of them. Evidence within their own chromosomes of distant cousins that they never knew they had. Questlove.
Really?
Yes. Questlove is 18% European.
And is related to me?
Oh, he's your DNA cousin. Your father and Questlove, as well as Questlove's mother, share a long identical segment of DNA on your 15th chromosome.
I am very excited.
How about that?
How surprised were you when this was the outcome?
I couldn't believe it.
This is so amazing. He's such a sweet guy.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Please turn the page.
What? What? Are you kidding me? Bernie Sanders?
Your DNA cousin is Senator Bernie Sanders.
No way!
You and Bernie share segments of DNA on chromosomes 2, 4, 6, 7, 12, and 22.
Oh my gosh. That is mind-blowing.
That's the end of our journey with Deborah Messing and Melanie Lynskey. Join me next time when we unlock the secrets of the past for new guests on another episode of Finding Your Roots.
让气球扎着嘴啊！你要不要复活？可以，2分钟吧。讲话。
我想复活，我也想复活。
我可其实还是可以的，只是还没熟悉。你说复活就复活，啊，讲2句话噻。
我也想复活，我要拿这个。
我一定要砸破2个球。
我要把球球抄了，哥哥。
22个，富贵哥。
我想再努力吧，冲一冲。我也想复活，我想拿。
先克服那个困难。兄弟们给他下单，就翻那个，多少，你自己开价多少钱一套？就翻那个网。3个飞机一趟，哥们有没有给他下单了？他怕，他刚才一路哭着过去了。啊！
我想复活，
干他！
有没有想看猫猫？
没有。
复活一下吧，再晚1次应该是要落水了。但是我想夺一夺第7，助力一下吧。万一就落水了呢，是不是就有看头了？成为这个闯关以来有史一个落水的女嘉宾。
小卡币复活。
谢谢哥哥。
加5个币。
谢谢哥哥。
好的。靠了。靠了。查查复活。升华，扣我富贵哥10个。老四来，我不行了。 擦网子太快了。刚才擦了，你们看了没有？他那擦网，跟他妈跟猴子似的。对，啊。球球以前他妈健身的。有线条看到没有？有2个人吗？还有没有个给其他人复活的了？卡到你哭。
对，我卡死了。你打过后可以记录8分钟。
其实卡比查查他们这些快的人，很多都是卡还有气球跟网子啊。罗伊特第一次玩这个东西，成绩也是可以的。好，再给你们1分钟时间啊！汉堡没有成绩，还不拉一下复活呀？汉堡最大的障碍就是那个砸气球，都给自己砸崩溃了，什么概念？最后1分钟的拉票环节，还有没有给其他人复活的了？欢迎富贵哥。擦网的那个东西，对他们来说全娱乐。攒球球了，球球哭好吗？加油了，球球哭。太变态了，说实话，3分多钟，让我们感觉你跳，你跟我跳跳。还有没有各个其他人复活的了？目前的复活人就是查查跟小卡比复活了。查查第2名，卡比第3名，第4名板栗。欢迎发哥，小七毛其实也可以。这都是潜力股，而且罗伊可是第1次玩这个。要是复活成绩怎么降了怎么办？应该是择优，复活的话是择优。哎，复活的话成绩降了怎么办？是不是择优？啊？成绩降了，取最好成绩。哦，取最好成绩。夏天哥。有没有好哥哥？等汉堡复活了，我肯定复活自己。老四，我给家庭彩头啊！谁要是第1了，我允许他今天翻我牌子。